Welcome to the Foxhole, everybody. Rosa will get here when she gets here, I guess. It's all right. We needed to get going though, so I figure she's still recovering from that shot of Reaper sauce or whatever. We're gonna go ahead and get started. She will be here shortly, I'm sure. What does a redhead do whenever they want to high-five their best friend? They clap. What do redheads always miss at a great party? The invitation. Oh, I can always appreciate a good. Well, these aren't blonde jokes; these are redhead jokes. Oh man, that's cruel. That's cruel. I don't know. I like redheads sometimes. I don't know. I honestly don't really have any preferences for hair color. That was like, I've never been like, oh man, I got a thing for blondes or brunettes or redheads, whatever. Like as long as it's like clean and voluminous, I don't really care. Anyway, well, hello everybody. There's a lot of you already in here. I don't think she's even rated yet because there's only a handful of people in here right now. But anyway, hi NDA, hello Villain, hello Marku, hello Typing, hello Viking. Who else we got? Is that it? In the chat right now. Hello Cornell and hello Jeff. G-J-E. I should be able to read a name as simple as J-E-F-F Jeff. The ginger is why we are in this mess. Oh, I know. They just can't seem to ever get it right. But anyway, it's good to see you all. Good to see you all. We got plenty of stuff to go over. Last time we stuck almost entirely to IRL kind of stuff. We covered the hurricane and a bunch of global news. We didn't really touch on gaming a whole lot last time, and I will tell you that this time will be probably the opposite. Our trip around the world is going to be relatively quick this time, and we got a lot of gaming stuff to get to. Not a ton of long form kind of topics, I don't think. But I think a lot of things that we can knock out in 15 to 20 minutes a pop, if that. But it still should be fun. Sometimes reading is hard. Hi, Bear. Anyway, I know she's going to join soon, but in the meantime, I will go ahead and let you all know how the week has gone. For myself, at least. I get to go first for a change. More Dustborne drama? Yeah, we're going to cover that. I cannot believe that game won't go away. How is that game still in the news? But, yeah, it is. And we're going to go over at least a little bit. But let me think. What did I do? Oh, yeah, we had the Blazing Saddles watch along on Sunday. Which was a lot of fun. Definitely something we're going to do again in the future. Probably in... Oh, man. I'm trying to think of when. Probably early December. We'll do Blazing Saddles again. This Sunday, tomorrow, we're doing the 2 Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies. We're doing that. Also notice that none of these are Halloween themed. Because I don't give a shit about Halloween or the month of October in general, even though I know that's a VTuber trope to do nothing but horror themed stuff, but I couldn't give less of a fuck. So yeah, I do what I want. Yeah, at this point you should know, chat, that I really don't give a damn about the unwritten rules of being a VTuber, which is probably why my channel is still so fucking small. Oh, man. Let's see. What about British comedy? British comedy is hit and miss to me. Even Monty Python is very... I mean, I'm going to be real with you. Most of Monty Python, the original show, isn't funny. But there are at least one sketch per episode. It's like SNL. SNL is the same way. Or was. It's not funny at all anymore. But back when SNL was quote-unquote good, you only would get like maybe one or like two sketches out of the whole hour that were like actually like really funny. So yeah. But then again, like I grew up I grew up during like the real heyday of SNL, like back when like Chris Farley and David Spade and all those guys were in there, and Adam Sandler and all that whole crew. Norm Macdonald, like that to me is like the best era of SNL, and that's like what I grew like the period that I actually watched it. So gosh, the chat's moving quick. Rosa incoming. Oh, okay. Adam Sandler, Farley, yeah, 100%. Halloween's the best holiday unless you celebrate the pagan Easter, giggity. Oh man, Echoes, man, Echo. Am I echoing? Why would I? Hang on. There's absolutely zero reason for me to be echoing. Huh. That's weird. Echo to precede the snake. I want to know if I'm actually echoing. That's a problem. No. Happy. What's happy? It's for me? No, it's just here? Okay. Phew. Freaking gaslighting me, chat. God. I already got enough shit to deal with. It was Rosa's fault? Oh, okay. But, someone had two screens open. Gotcha. Phil Hartman was the last... Oh my gosh, dude. Isn't that the guy who was, like, murdered in his house or some shit? Like, some dude just, like, climbed over the fence, ran across his estate grounds, broke into his house, and just killed him in his house or some shit like that. I think that was Phil Hartman. Anyway, I'm probably gonna be once the moment I get the ring from Rosa, I'm gonna go into BRB, and then we'll see on the other side of that. But until then, we watched Blazing Saddles on Sunday. The reason we're gonna schedule it again, not just because it's an amazing movie, but because Rosa fell asleep during the entire thing. So, and like, I wanted to make sure that she saw that, but she was so dog tired that she just fell asleep and never woke up during the whole show. I mean, and she didn't catch a single N-bomb, chat. Not a single one. Which is just a travesty. An absolute travesty. That cannot stand. It cannot stand. So that will be scheduled probably for early December, because I think what I'm doing is Sunday evenings, or at least Sunday evenings East Coast time. I'm just going to be doing watch-alongs in the Discord. That's going to be like a normal thing with me. So if you have anything, at me. At me in my my main channel over on the Collective. And, just to throw suggestions at me. But I think what I'm going to do, we got Sherlock Holmes coming up on Sunday, tomorrow, and then the following Sunday, so the week after next, we're going to watch the entire season 1 of Arcane, because Arcane season 2 starts like right at the beginning of November. And I don't know if I think some of you know this, but Arcane is like my favorite show. I fucking adore that show. Look at Discord. What's going on? Are you trying to... Oh, there we go. Oh, what's weird? It's not ringing in my ear. Huh. Okay, I'm going to be right back, chat. She's here, chat. She has arrived.
Hi!
Also, notice that nobody complained about low volume, because we got that figured out, finally, after a month. I figured that shit out. But
Yippee!
anyway, as I was saying, I started my week off while I was waiting for you. But anyway, well, first go ahead and say hi.
Hi!
Okay, now let me get back to it. So yeah, we're gonna watch Arcane the last Sunday of this month, and then I think next month what I'm gonna do is we're gonna watch the Rush Hour movies.
They're pretty fun.
Silva. I'm just gonna call you Silva. Thanks for the sub, Silva. I appreciate it.
You really struggled with that one, huh?
Well, that's that uppercase T in the middle of it that really screwed with me, man.
I didn't even see what it was.
Rosa, what do you
Can
call?
you see something in chat so I can pronounce it properly?
Here, I'll just. This is what it. Here, R-T-N Silva. There you go. That's what it looks like.
Did you DM it to me?
Yeah, I DM'd it to you.
Arctman.
Arctman. It's that uppercase T that would fuck with me. I'm like I can't.
Arctman Silva.
Anyway, Rosa is a little quiet. No, that cannot be. Wait, that's because.
I hate to do it to you.
No, that's why I had the wrong audio channel on. Damn it.
Lamau.
Try it now. I had the desktop audio and not the Discord audio on. Damn it. She should be fine now.
Fall asleep.
She should be fine now. Oh my god. I swear to God, one day we will have a non-scuffed beginning of the stream. Maybe the BGM a little high. Yeah, it is the more upbeat music. I can turn that down a bit. That should be fine.
I heard you
Anyway.
yapping at chat about how I fell asleep. Telling on me.
Hey.
I still feel so bad I fell asleep, dude. I feel so bad. I was like, yeah, dude, yeah, I'll end stream early. We'll, like, watch the movie. It was great. And then I completely knocked out. Like, literally, like, the movie started. I remember the guy making fun of the
Asians.
the Chinese guy that fell over.
Yeah.
Right? And
There
I
are a lot of
remember
things in that movie that we
nothing
cannot
past
say
that.
on stream.
Yeah, I remember that he made fun of the Chinese guy, right?
Mhm.
He said a witty line, and then I conked out. And then I remember waking up, and there was a lady yapping in front of like a board with a bunch of names. Everyone's last name is Johnson.
We, the
And I was
white
like, oh, that's pretty
God-fearing
funny.
citizens of Rock Ridge. Yeah, that's the scene you were talking about.
I don't remember the line. I just remember the visuals, dude. I was so loopy. Like the last line, right? The last words that I heard was him making fun of the Chinese man at the very beginning. Around that, the only words I remember was you guys being like, "Oh, it died. Like, what happened?" Right?
Oh
And
yeah,
like,
yeah. When I got
so what
random,
happened?
when YouTube just like Google, it wasn't even YouTube. It was all of Google just logged me out of everything,
Yeah.
just for no fucking reason. And it didn't remember my login, so I had to like do the 2-step authentication and everything. I was like, why in the hell would it do that?
Yeah, so I remember the scene of like all the Johnsons on the board, right? And being like, "Oh yeah, the last name's Johnson. That's funny," and knocked out, right? I remember waking up to Willy Wonka drinking alcohol.
Yes.
And being like, "Oh, he's me for real. And then I saw in chat that you were like, "Oh, he's Rosa," and I was like, "Oh yeah, he is me for real." And then he was talking to a black guy, and then I knocked out.
The thing about that movie is that it's got like a ton of like racial humor and like racial slurs that are used for comedic purposes. But the movie, the whole movie is really like that Willy Wonka character. He's got the best arc in the whole thing because his whole arc is about like redemption and second chances. And the movie is generally just about like secluded idiots learning to like put their prejudices aside and
Sounds great.
judge people based off of like their actions and not their skin color. You know what I mean? That's what the movie is actually about. So it's actually got
Sounds
like this
a good movie.
Yeah, it's actually got like a really good like kind of story. I don't even know what to call it. Like I guess maybe message behind it, behind the comedy.
Yeah.
Because most people just remember it for like all the racial humor and like the N-bombs that get dropped and stuff like that, and it's absolutely hilarious. But there's actually like a really good message and story behind it all, which is like good. It's really good.
Yeah.
But anyway,
that's like the right way to do it. You know, you have to like satire the bad thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? I remember at one point someone knocked on my door and I got up and I was like, wait guys, give me a second. As if I was fucking watching it.
Well, because my whole thing was
back,
like...
I came back, I said, okay, go. And I don't even remember what scene we were even on. I just remember I said go, and then I knocked out immediately. God,
dude, you must have been just completely soft. But anyway,
dude, yeah, I was so tired. I couldn't sleep that night. I couldn't sleep till like almost like morning. Because I slept during the entire movie, so I had energy at night after the movie.
Oh, you screwed up your sleep cycle. Oh, God.
Yeah, I did.
Well, anyway, the other thing that I did is we finished Until Dawn, and Patho killed us all in the end.
That was funny.
Which was hilarious.
That was very, very funny. It's like everyone's doing really well, right? Aside from like Yontrex, who like killed himself.
Yeah, he was the only one, and even I was like, dude, if this is the wrong decision, you yourself read out loud that that they mimicked, and you just kept falling for it.
Very avoidable death.
Yeah.
But but then it's like at the very end, it's like everyone has a plan, like just sit still, right? We're gonna do this thing, we're gonna set the house on fire, whatever, right? And then like Payla's just like, oh my god, they're gonna attack him. I'm gonna go flip the switch while he's right next to the fucking broken light bulb.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, before I could even say it, I was like, don't do anything, Patho, just stay still, don't choose anything. Because either of them required a bunch of motion, you know? And I was like, stay still. You know, like, this is the one time that it matters the most for you to stay still. She's like, nope, I'm gonna flip the switch and blow the whole place up.
Dude, the game does a really good job of making you feel like, oh my god, there's two options and I have to pick it before time runs out. Like, no, you can just do none.
You can do nothing.
And just relax.
Yeah.
You can do nothing. Doing nothing is an option, and sometimes the best option.
Honestly, I think that what happened there is that because Patho was, like, super tired, and I think at that point she didn't care. She just wanted, like, to get off call and go to bed or whatever. And she was like, flip the switch, whatever. I honestly think that's what happened. Like, she just didn't care anymore.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe she was EP. She was pretty freaked out though, and she's usually not like super EP when she's like freaked out. It's like she was like scared at like, you know, obviously like all like the visuals and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Things are fucking creepy, man.
They kind of are.
But yeah, she was just like, she was like, fucking, I'm leaving. Yeah.
Anyway, we finished Until Dawn, and besides that, I just did my normal stuff. I played Yakuza, and I got to play Red Dead Redemption on Friday as well, again, which is fun. I also like finally got around to taking like the 30 seconds it takes to like add a channel description to my YouTube channel, because that's just something I never did. So I did that, and I realized that what I'm basically what I'm going to be doing. I guess I'll just announce this here. I dug up my my GoPro, I think it's the 11 Black. I dug that up, and I got a chest harness, and I'm gonna start doing a video series of me just kind of like exploring around wherever I'm at, and just kind of doing like commentary on like gaming or whatever, you know what I mean? Just while I'm just out, just like exploring, and I'm gonna be calling it Touching Grass Commentary. But there's gonna be some IRL stuff, and I realize that like the games that I play. Like all the games that I tend to gravitate towards are very much like adventure and exploration games, and so the channel is, and even like this podcast, like the whole first half of the podcast is just like a trip around the world, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so the channel is basically going to start focusing on gaming on adventure and exploration, both in the gaming space, as in the VTuber space, as well as IRL kind of stuff. That's essentially the channel's going to hone in on that. And so if the game, like I recently said that like I got back into Planet Zoo, that's another thing I did this week. I got like the last 6 DLC packs, and I just started playing Planet Zoo again, and I really like it, but I'm not going to stream it, because that doesn't really fit the adventure and exploration, idea. So I basically want to focus the channel in on a specific theme. Like I think the whole airship, and that kind of stuff kind of matches and works for the channel. But I need to just hone in the content a bit. Podcast is not going to change. But in the gaming content as it stands right now isn't going to change. But like, you're not going to see me play a game like Lollipop Chainsaw on the channel, essentially. So that's what's going to go on there. But yeah, other than that, yeah, like I said, I just started playing Planet Zoo again, which I really like. It's such a man, you can waste like a whole day so fast playing those kind of like building simulations, like anything that's like SimCity or Planet Coaster, where you're building a theme park, anything like that. Like you could spend so many hours in those kinds of games without realizing it. It's crazy. But yeah, that was my week. Let me see here. Let me catch up with chat. Get Helmsman opinion on the Cuck Queen, Cornell says. What is the Cuck Queen? Can you enlighten me? Are you there? Your avatar. Did I just catch you fucking off? I think we got Rosa. She's ghosted me, chat. Are you there? You're muted if...
What the fuck?
What is happening? What is wrong with you?
Nothing, I was just muted!
Oh, you've been muted this whole... What the... That's on
like,
you.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
I was like, what? Like, what the fuck you mean? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, where have I gone? I'm right here! I've been here!
Dumbass.
I was... then you're like, did you mute? And I looked down, I'm like, oh.
You need to tell me what the Cuck Queen is, because Mr. Cordell says I need to have an opinion about it.
Hmm?
Look at the chat. Mr. Cordell says, oh, get Helmsman's opinion on the Cuck Queen.
Gilliar is that, she's probably not actually a Cuck Queen. It's just, I just don't trust people. She might be, though. I don't know. Right? I don't know this woman.
What woman?
TLDR, his Patho is going out tonight, hanging out with some friends.
Uh-huh.
Right? And she was asking if it's okay, like, whatever. And I'm very, very conservative when it comes to things that are mine. And I'm very, very untrusting, because I have trust issues, guys. I have really bad trust issues. And so, basically, whether or not she could go, for one, depends on where they even plan to go, and who's going, right? And depending on who's going, also depends what she's gonna wear.
Okay.
Right? Like whether or not she's allowed to wear a skirt, or if I want her to wear pants.
Okay.
It sounds terrible when I word it like this, but
yeah, it kind of does.
I'm a little bit controlling, chat. But I need you guys to understand, I'm not there physically with her. So it's just like...
Rosa's crafting a leash as we speak, chat.
Sounds super controlling, yes? Okay, I'm a little bit controlling, okay? I'm sorry. Ultimately, she doesn't have to agree with what I say, alright? If she wanted to wear a skirt, I would be like... I'd be a little uncomfortable, but I wouldn't stop her, okay? Anyways, however, Patho wants you to control her, so there's that. Yeah. Anyways, but, so she tells me that she's gonna be going out, probably to have dinner, just like some restaurant or something, with, because a friend of hers is visiting, right? She's planning to go hang out with this friend, but also her coworker, one of her male coworkers from one of her 2 jobs is also going, right?
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, well, yeah, you can totally go. That's fine. You're wearing pants, right? And then she's like, but why? He's engaged. And I was like, is he engaged to your friend? Like, no. his wife's like 40 something. He's in his late 20s. His wife is in her 40s, right?
Oh, he's a
She's
cougar
staying at
hunter.
home. She's staying at home to take care of her kids.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, you're definitely wearing pants then. She's like, why? And I was like, well, I don't feel comfortable with you going out at night to have dinner with the guy whose wife just lets him go out at night to have dinner with 2 younger women while she stays at home and takes care of the kids. That's cuck behavior. That's cuck queen behavior. I'm not saying that, like, she doesn't, like, she's like, oh, but like, she trusts him. It's like, yeah, I know. But she trusts him, she trusts you guys. And I'm just saying, I don't know. Maybe it's not just a trusting. Maybe she's not just trusting of it, but she wants it. Right? Maybe I'm just saying, she could be a cuck. I'm just saying, people are fucking weird.
Okay, I got you.
I know that there's no way in fucking hell I would let you go out and hang out with 2, like, friends of the opposite sex, right? That I don't know. Hell, even if I fucking knew them, even if they were, like, family, right?
Mm-hmm.
By yourself at night. Like, I think that's just common sense. That's just, like, basic, like, that's just logic, you know?
The wife knows
What
the
do you
guy's
think,
into
Elton?
cougars and she's not worried.
About, maybe. That's probably what it actually is, but still, I don't know this woman.
Is it just the one guy?
Yeah, the one guy and then her female friend who's from out of state who's visiting.
I can see where you're coming from.
I'm just saying, I don't think I'm just saying, I think that's weird. Alright? I think that's weird. Alright?
I think that a
I
skirt
would
versus pants isn't going to really make much of a difference.
Yeah, I know, but still. I think it's weird. Personally. I'm not gonna make her stay home, you know? Like, come on,
Yeah.
right? But still, just asking her to dress a little bit more conservatively. Right? I don't think it's a lot to ask. Right? And she didn't have a problem with it. She was gonna wear pants anyway. But we ended up going back and forth about, like, this woman and her fiance, I guess.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just saying, I don't see a world where I could possibly allow her to go out in the middle of the night with 2 guy friends while I stay home and take care of the kids. That's insane to me. That's insane to me.
Yeah, that is weird because,
right?
like, that's the thing. Once you're in, like, a committed relationship, like, you have to make certain sacrifices as to, like, who and what, you know, like, not necessarily who you, like, the circumstances in which you're hanging out with people, in which your your social circumstances change, and there are boundaries that become present the moment you get into a committed relationship. I guess don't think that the skirt versus pants thing should be the focus of the conversation.
No, that wasn't the focus of the conversation. That wasn't. That
Okay.
was just like, That's just what started the conversation. But yeah, I'm just saying, I think that's fucking weird, right? And yeah, she's friends with these people, but I was like, she's been friends with them for like a year and change. Which is something she's known them for like forever, right? Which even then to me wouldn't make a difference.
I mean, the guy
I
is
don't know
basically
these people.
he's breaking the Mike Pence rule.
What's the Mike Pence rule?
Mike Pence is famous for saying that he never socializes in any way with other women without his wife around. Basically, because he does not want there to be even a chance of accusations of infidelity or anything like that to happen.
That's base.
So, but I don't know.
I think there's obviously nuance involved, right?
And this guy's
there's
a coworker
like a level of
of
trust
hers?
that you need to have. Yeah, it's a coworker. There's a level of trust you need to have with your partner. But here's the thing: while I trust Patho, I don't trust the people around her. I don't fucking know this guy. I don't know this guy's wife. I don't know her friend.
Well, that's my thing.
I don't know any of these people.
Well, like,
right?
that's my
thing. And so
thing.
I reframed to Patho, and she was like, yeah, I'd be jealous. And I was like, I think you'd be more than jealous. And I have friends that Patho doesn't like specifically because they're close friends of mine. Because they're really, really close friends with mine, and she doesn't like how like clingy they are to me. And so I was like, yeah, imagine if I told you I was gonna go hang out with those friends.
I mean, I think yeah, that would bother me too. Actually, my thing is that, unless you end up in a situation where you're dating a coworker, do not hang out with coworkers outside of work. That's like a rule of mine.
No, I don't do that.
Coworkers are just coworkers. Like.
No,
and unless you end up in a relationship with a coworker, then you can hang out with them obviously outside of work. But to me, like I set that boundary personally. Like I do not want to hang out with my coworkers at all.
When I was working at GameStop, we would all as a group go hang out after work, and we all go like have drinks and stuff. But also, like, it'd be just like, yeah, it's like all the coworkers are hanging out together. It's not like, yes, me and this individual coworker, right? Eventually, like, a lot of us became friends outside of work, you know?
Yeah.
And so, like by doing that, and so we'd actually, hang out and stuff. Like, we'd have, like, house parties and stuff. We'd hang out, right? And, yeah, I think it does depend on, like, the work setting, for sure.
I think that this sounds like it warrants, like, a mutual, like, a conversation where you make some mutual sacrifices here. Between you and Patho. Like, you don't do it, and neither does she. It's just a boundary that you set for each other. That's even and fair.
Yeah.
So I think that'd be a good conversation for you and Patho to have, because this does sound. I wouldn't be comfortable with it either, honestly. Like her girlfriend in town, yeah, go for it, totally.
Yeah.
But this older or this younger. Well, I guess he's Patho's age.
No, he's older.
Slightly older? Whatever.
Yeah.
Coworker? Yeah, that's...
The point I was making, though, was that, like, it's just, like, yeah, it's a little sus, but it's, like, whatever, you know? Like, I don't have a problem with the guy. It's just, like, the way that guy's relationship with his wife isn't very, like, clearly not very close. I think she ended up saying that she was gonna go anyway, which I was like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Right? I still prefer if you wore pants. Like, they don't have a relationship where they are as, like, I guess, possessive towards each other, right? Like, they allow a lot of liberties that I wouldn't be comfortable with, and I find that strange, and so because of that, I don't trust those people to be, like, I don't trust the fidelity of their relationship.
Yeah.
And because of that, I worry about how that can affect my relationship. And so that's kind of where I'm sitting at, like, from my perspective. Like, I don't have a problem with the guy himself. I have a problem with I think it's very strange, his relationship with his wife. And I don't like how that may affect, right? If, for example, because again, I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't know these people. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're super chill, right?
Yeah.
But I'm someone who likes to assess risk, and I don't like to take even small risks where possible, unless I'm in a position where I have control to change the situation. If I was there, I don't have an issue at all. I don't care. It's fine. If I, like, it'd be different, right? But I'm too far away to affect the situation at all, and so because of that, the risk is
higher.
If something did happen, is out of my control. Right? So, like, the value of that risk to me is higher. Even though it's the same amount of risk anyway.
No, right? I get it.
And so... Yeah. Like, I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe she's a cuck queen. Maybe she wants him to go and, like, do something, you know, with Patho and her friend. I don't know that. Could be the case. Be like, she was saying how, oh, like, she, like, tracks him and everything. Like, no, she's, like, super possessive. It's like, well, yeah, but still, she's not possessive enough to go with him. Right? Or to tell him to stay home and take care of the kids with her. Right? Like, well, that's weird to me.
I think you're right, but at the same time, I think you're overthinking it. But at the same time, this is clearly like a conversation that needs to happen between you and Patho.
It did.
You know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah. This isn't like a problem chat. Just wanted your opinion on, I guess, like, would you allow your partner, right? Would you allow your wife? Let's say that you had a wife that's like, I don't know, 10, 15 years younger than you, right? Yeah.
I'm in my 40s, so I'm just like,
yeah, this is exactly it. This is exactly. You have a wife that's in her late 20s, right?
Yeah, that's like ideal, honestly.
Yeah, and she wants to go hang out with 2 male friends, a male coworker and his friend, at night to go have dinner.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with that at all.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Not
my
even a
fucking
little.
point.
Yeah.
So this woman being comfortable with her younger, like, trophy husband, basically, right? Going out and hanging out with 2 younger women is fucking weird to me.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
That's strange to me. I think that's strange, and because of that, I don't trust her or her husband. Sorry.
I think I've said as much as I can at this point. And I think you have to. It's almost, we're 10 minutes to the hour. So you got very, very quickly run through your week. And then we'll get into the news,
my week's been simple. I don't have to look anything up. I've played Nier. I've played more Dragon Ball. I took my grandpa to the hospital. Not hospital, the doctor. Whatever. He had to get like an ultrasound done. We played Until Dawn. We finished Until Dawn. We already talked about that. We started the Quarry, which I'm excited to play more of, because it's like better animated and like everyone actually gets like a decently equal amount of screen time. And the story's more interesting in my opinion. And the characters are more interesting in my opinion. They're less hateable, you know? They're all actually kind of like likable in a way.
Yeah, like the Asian in the Quarry is like, I mean, yeah, she's
insufferable.
She's a quick-witted bitch, but I like her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the one in the Quarry. I thought you meant the first.
The one in the Quarry, yeah. The one in the Quarry
in
is
the Quarry,
like,
dude, she's great. I love her. She's great.
Yeah.
She's me for real. That's why I played the first time I played it. And then Jacob's also like, he's an idiot, but he's funny.
Yeah, like Jacob's really
funny,
a
and he's responsible.
He's such a doofus. I love him.
Yeah, he's great, right? Nick's a little pathetic, but like, you know, he's cute, right? He's British. You know, same goes for the other girl. I forgot her name, the one that Pip was playing.
And then Emma is like a femme fatale kind of character. Like she is like
she's the only like somewhat unlikable one, I feel.
Yeah, and I am glad to be playing her.
Yeah, ho. Yeah. Yeah,
Hey.
you asked me, like, you're like, oh, who's like the most ho-ish, right?
Oh, she's totally
other than
that.
Laura's just dumb.
Yeah, she kinda is.
Laura's just very whammon.
I do appreciate that Emma's tits like tent her crop top though. I can appreciate that.
Yes. He is hot. But and then there's of course there's the other 2 boys, the gay boys. And they're cool. They're both super chill and funny.
I wish the black guy would like open his mouth when he talks. It's weird.
Yeah.
He like mumbles
He's very
everything.
like, bro's a fucking drone, dude.
I say as
like,
my VTuber model doesn't respond well to my mouth movement.
The mouth.
It's better now.
But
Yeah.
Dude's like a fucking like drone. Like he's just like oh yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, bro. Like he's very like laid back, very chill. So it's almost like he's high.
Well, that actor that plays him plays the same He just plays himself in every movie he's in. He just plays the same character. It's annoying.
Bro is a D I hire 100%.
So I think he's already come and gone though. I think like the secret society of magical negras are kind of probably finally sunk him because they tried to push him in the D&D movie and a bunch of other stuff and like he never really like
Detective Pikachu, D&D
I actually liked him in Detective Pikachu. But that was like the first movie I thought he was like really in. That was like a bigger movie. But like everything after that was like, ugh, I can't stand this guy. Like, stop mumbling, open your mouth, emote. Like, Do something.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of playing him, but it is whatever. I'm playing him. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I've actually played the Corey before, so if anyone had to play him, it should be me.
I've seen bits and pieces
and then
of it.
Dylan's super cool. I love Dylan. Dylan's awesome.
Yeah. I think that's the whole cast.
Dylan and I can't remember the character's actual name. Caitlin.
Sure.
The one that Brenda sung. The Asian thing. That's my shit.
Okay. Oh man, Jim Sterling went woke apeshit? What? I mean, is Jim Sterling still relevant?
Who?
He went trans or something, didn't he?
Who?
He's just like this leftist, like he was like one of the old school video commentators on the video game space on YouTube. But he's always been like a crazy far left radical. And of course, he went trans. He's very much on the trans-trender train, you know. The guy's a fucking wreck. Review Tech USA deleted his channel too. I saw that, which is good.
Lost relevancy when the name changed to Stephanie. Yeah, duh. Let me change my branding.
Well, they'll work for the. Well, remember we don't need to get into it. I'm not going to get into fucking BreadTube. BreadTube's a fucking joke. Anyway. Okay. Are you good with your week then?
Yeah, that's it. I played... I do D&D? Yeah, we did D&D with DJ. That was fun. Yeah. That was fun. He killed a few more great beasts.
Okay. Before we get started, I just realized I have nothing to drink and I got a lot of talking to do. So give me 30 seconds to go grab a bottle of water.
While you drink, I'll go tell chat about the fact that Asta's character fucking died in last night's D&D. I just remembered that now. It happened right at the end. He fucking died, Jet. The funniest part, he got killed by an eye. He got killed by a friendly NPC. You know, the sexy Afridi with the feet. Sexy red girl. Crazy. She nat won twice back to back. Brought him down. He failed his first death save because he goes right after her. No, the one for the side story. He failed his first death save and then she nat won him again immediately after for the other 2 fucking death points. It was funny as hell. I think they did revive him, though. They did revive him. Now I remember. Yeah, they did revive him. They used her to wish him back to life.
I'm back. I love how my character, when I leave, it looks like I'm just behind you, just saying, "Oh my god, hurry the fuck up and shut up."
Yeah. So at first glance, whenever you're doing that, where you're poking your watch, to me it looks like you're taking notes.
Yeah, it's me poking my
Yeah, no.
It's a compass. So
Yeah.
But I'm just when's this bitch gonna end?
To me, it looks like you're you're taking notes. You're
yeah, it's
notes.
let me see that. I love it. Anyway, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Well, with that,
Let me look at your share screen.
What? I should be sharing the screen with you.
I know. Let me look.
Yeah.
I was looking at chat.
Okay. So to start off, do you remember when we were talking about Hurricane Milton? I covered a couple, a handful of personal stories. One of them was that poor dog that got chained to the fence and left to drown. You remember that? Well, it caught the son of a bitch. And of course, the window isn't framed correctly. There you go. There we go. So, let's see here. Man who left dog tied to a pole.
DeSantis did say they would find them.
They did. He pledged that he would find them. And then they found him. Honestly, though, it probably wasn't that hard to find because, all they have to do is scan the chip in the dog's neck, and it should be. And they know, He's
Not
gonna.
everyone chips dogs.
Well, if you got him from a shelter, the dog is chipped.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like they're gonna obviously kind of like look around at, nearby houses. It wouldn't be too hard to find the guy, is what I'm trying to say. But they caught him, and he faces felony charges. So in Tampa, State Attorney Susie Lopez has charged Giovanni Aldama Garcia with aggravated animal cruelty after he admitted to leaving his dog on I-75 as he evacuated to safety during Hurricane Milton. Oh, okay, so he didn't leave it like in a neighborhood. I guess he was like in the middle of the evacuation on the highway, and he just abandoned the dog on the side of the highway. Which, why? Like, the fuck? The defendant told investigators he was driving to Georgia to escape the hurricane, but left his dog, Jumbo, on the side of the road because he couldn't find anyone to pick the dog up. Take it with you, dude. Like, why the fuck? Trooper Orlando Morales got a tip from a driver.
Take it with you, set it free.
Something,
like,
yeah.
There's so many options.
Got a tip from a driver about the animal on the side of the road and diligently searched until he saw the dog tied up. Trooper Morales found the dog as water was rising to the animal's neck and Hurricane Milton was bearing down on Tampa. Now named Trooper, the dog is safe and will not be returned to the defendant.
Good.
In Hillsborough County, we take animal cruelty very seriously. This defendant is charged with a felony and could face up to 5 years in prison for his actions. Quite frankly, I don't think that's enough. Hopefully, lawmakers take a look at this case and discuss changing the law to allow for harsher penalties for people who abandon their animals during a state of emergency. That's all. That's it. It's just just a quick little update to start off.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy. That's all there is to say about it. Fuck this guy. Oh man. Let's see here. Speaking of rare justice wins, bring up this thing. No charges for Texas father who beat to death his daughter's molester.
Good!
Grand jury won't indict Texas father who beat to death daughter's molester. So June 20th, this is a fucking formatting error here. Oh wait, 2012? What? This is from 2012?
Wait, this is an old one. There's one recently, though.
There's a recent one. Yeah, there was a recent one. I don't know why it brought up this. Hang on.
There's a recent one that was also in Texas. It was a 15-year-old daughter.
Yeah, hang on a sec. I got the wrong story. Texas.
They was, the guy, stalked and raped his daughter, and then was left out on bail, I think, or on probation. Despite, he raped a teenager. And then he kidnapped her again. And his father, the father found him, and I think he shot him to death.
Oh, man. Crap, I could have sworn this was a recent thing.
There is one recent.
Why aren't I being able to find it?
History rhymes. They say it was also in Texas.
Texas man allegedly killed a father and son.
No.
Father sentenced after sexually assaulting and suffocating his... Oh my Jesus. I don't even want to finish reading that. His father executed for murder of 2-year-old daughter.
No.
I can't find it. Can you maybe look for that?
I can try to find it. I quote tweeted the story recently. Or at least I tweeted about the story recently. I can try to look for that.
Yeah, try to dig that up. I'm going to move on to the next story. Which is very, very different. Still in America, by the way. We got a few in America, then we'll start crossing the ponds. Mud, Beer, and Cash. Annual Wife Carrying Championship attracts competitive couples to Maine. So...
What?
That is a hell of an image there. It's a wife-carrying competition that they haven't made.
Look up Aaron Spencer.
Aaron Spencer.
It was Arkansas. It was not Texas. It was actually Arkansas.
Oh. Aaron Spencer, Arkansas.
Arkansas. There you
Why did it break up the Arkansas Razorbacks? What the fuck?
There it is, that one.
That one. Okay, hang on. I don't want to jump back too much back and forth, so I will return to this after I talk about the wife carrying contest. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, Newry, Maine, an annual event involving dirt, beer, and cash, once again drew dozens of eager competitors to a ski resort in Maine on Saturday. More than 30 couples competed in the North American Wife Carrying Championship, a 278-yard race during which contestants splash through water, leap over logs, and trudge through mud, all while carrying their partner like a sack of potatoes. The sport's origin story isn't exactly politically correct. It's based on a 19th century Finnish legend involving a man known as Runkainen the Robber, whose gang was known to pillage villages and carry away the women, according to one of the explanations included on the website wifecarrying.org.
What the fuck?
We're going to check. When I'm done with the story, I'm going to go to this website. Traditionally, the Finnish event featured male competitors carrying women. On Saturday, competing couples didn't have to be married, nor do they have to be a man and a woman. One contestant, the carrier, was dressed as Mr. Incredible, while his wife was dressed entirely in pink. They and others were cheered on heartily by crowds on both sides of the course at Sunday River Ski Resort. Most managed to navigate the grassy hillside, but a few stumbled in the mud, their feeble partners jumping off before they regrouped and kept going. Most of the participants use a technique in which the wife is carried like a backpack upside down to ensure the runner's arms are free for the greatest agility. Wearing smiles and grimaces, competitors end up wet and muddy. The champion leaves with the weight of the wife in beer and 5 times the wife's weight in cash. That's a lot of fucking cash.
The weight of the wife in beer and 5 times the wife's weight in cash.
Oh wait, that means that if the wife weighs like 150 pounds, that they're gonna walk away with $750. So
yeah,
not a whole lot, but I guess it's the spirit. It's the spirit of it.
You have to. That's okay. I understand the strategy now. Step 1, become extremely chunky and like chattish yourself. Step 2, fatten up the wife.
Dude, this is like the ultimate way to practice. Like, however, these couples are the greatest like performers of the 69 position in the world. Like they know how to latch on and not let go. You know, the winning wife is put on one side of a seesaw-like scale that organizers balance out on the other side with cases of beer. They don't even do math; they just put them on scales. We come each year for the fun, said Wade Porterfield of Cuba, New York. Cuba, New York? That's confusing. Who competed with his wife, Sarah Porterfield. There's a really low chance of us winning. Pretty much everybody cheers everybody on, and it's a blast. Yeah, nobody really... You don't do this to win. You do this for the fun of it, you know? So, hang on a sec. Let me,
So, wait. So it says you don't have to be married, nor did it have to be a man and a woman. So things have changed. Okay, chat. Strategy. Alternative strategy. Be a twink. Have large wife. Have her carry you. It's based on the wife's weight.
Well, but the thing is that, well, that's the thing though. It's like it is a matter of strategy because it's like, yeah, you get more if she weighs more, but the more she weighs, the more she's going to slow you down. So you have less of a chance of winning.
That's why I said solution. Be a twink.
Well, I think the rule is that the weight is based on the person being carried, no matter the configuration.
No, it says it's based on the wife's weight.
Well, the twink would be called the wife in this. I mean, the twinks get pegged. You know, let's be real. Okay, hang on. What does the site look like? Okay. This is the site. Wife carry in North America. Hang on. Let me, There we go. They got like a gallery here. Yeah, so they have to go through like these mud pits. hill and little just piles of sand. That's not a hill. And over
That looks painful.
That looks tough, actually. That's funny. But that's something really. The length of the course is 254 meters. North American courses are typically run on uneven ground with some level and elevation change. The worlds are run on a flat track. Course design includes 2 dry obstacles and 1 wet water obstacle. However, the specific obstacle designs may vary by year. Teammates are not required to be legally buried. Helmets are not required for the carried competitor. The only special equipment allowed to be worn by the carrier is a belt, which is optional. There is no minimum weight limit for the female competitor. The world sets a weight limit of 49 kilograms or 108 pounds. So there you go. There is like a weight limit. And weight belts are used to make up any difference in weight.
Pretty low weight.
That's really low, yeah.
Yeah, it's very low. The wife carrying world championship in Finland arranged in remembrance of a legendary bandit chief. I don't understand. Why are we doing things to celebrate bandits? What?
I mean, Robin Hood was a bandit.
Yes, we will host this competition to commemorate the man who would steal our wives and like
who knows
after pillaging our towns. Yes.
Oh man. Okay, well that was just a fun little thing. Yeah, I don't even know where I saw this. I just let's see. Okay, let's go back to the grid.
Maybe their town was started by this man. You know, this bandit would pillage other nearby towns.
It's fucking Maine. Who the fuck knows what happens in that state? Like nobody knows what's going on in Maine. Ain't nobody keeping track of Maine.
No. It originated in Finland.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe it's like, yes, this is the bandit chief that started our town. He started our town by impregnating all of the women that he'd steal, and then he puts them in this town.
Isn't Arch a Finn?
We're all inbred. No. Vulture's a Finn.
Vulture's. What is Arch?
Arch is
Norwegian?
Norwegian. Yes.
Okay. Probably got similar shit in Norwegia.
Norwegia.
Norway. There's probably similarly weird shit in Norway.
Marku is also Finnish.
Marku is Finnish? Do you know more about this, Marku? Swedish in denial. Almost every Stephen King book takes place in Maine. Yeah, I think the joke is that Stephen King is the one who put Maine on the map. Don't let Arch know you thought he was a Finn.
Maine is actually just a fictional place from Stephen King.
I'll tell Arch I thought he was a Finn. I will eventually end up on the Archcast chat. Just you watch. Anyway, let's go back to the grim shit.
I forgot that I had cookies. I think I can still eat this. I'm sitting out for today, but. Go on.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just almost dropped the glass bottle. That's the second time that I've caught that glass bottle last moment.
Okay.
This cookie's been sitting on top of my fridge for like 2 days. I think I can still eat it.
It's fine. Dad arrested after man accused of raping his teen daughter was killed. This is the story I was looking for. A father has been arrested on suspicion of murdering the man his wife has accused of raping his daughter. Aaron Spencer, the 36-year-old father of a 14-year-old girl, was arrested in Arkansas in connection with an October 8th shooting that left the 67-year-old Michael Fosler dead, according to the news outlet Law and Crime. Okay, I need to... That's another... Hang on. Just 1 second. I need to take a note. I keep a running list of sites that have, like...
sites that get sourced, like, really often.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, they seem to be pretty good
and other
sources.
Articles?
Yeah, and I feel like Law and Crime is probably a good one. Where's what? Law and Crime, yeah. And Crime. Okay. Sorry, I have to take those kinds of notes, or else I'll forget because I'm an old man. let's see. The Lonoke County Sheriff's Office reportedly said that the shooting occurred during a confrontation after Spencer found Folsler in a vehicle with his daughter. So he caught him in the act. Spencer's wife Heather reportedly started a crowdfunder on Give Send Go, which is the right place to do this kind of shit, by the way. If you're ever gonna start a crowdfunding campaign, do it on Give Send Go. Fuck GoFundMe, and especially fuck. Well, Kickstarter doesn't really do crowdfunding for legal campaigns and shit like that, but Give Send Go is a far superior platform. The campaign is no longer available to view, but it reportedly said that the couple's daughter was targeted, groomed, and ultimately raped by the boyfriend of a family friend, who was identified as Fosler in the post. Also, even Give Send Go took the fundraiser down. Damn. The family also had a no-contact order against Fosler, the post reportedly said. According to Heather's campaign, as reported by Law and Crime, Fosler initially attacked their child several months ago and was awaiting trial on related charges. Heather Spencer also posted about the case to her Facebook page, writing of Fosler, he was looking at the rest of his pathetic life in jail, and our daughter was the only witness. We 100% in the moment thought he had taken her to kill her. Fosler was arrested in July and released on bond. According to USA Today, he was due in court in December. According to Law and Crime, Heather wrote that the couple reported their daughter missing on the night of the shooting, and Spencer went to search for her, eventually discovering her in a vehicle with Fosler. As soon as the predator knew my husband was behind him, he ran. The chase ended in an accident. Aaron was able to retrieve our child alive, but in the process he was attacked and did what he had to protect himself and our minor child. She called her husband a hero and called the potential murder charge outrageous. On October 12th, Heather said on Facebook, we are private people and navigating this absolute nightmare publicly has been difficult. Despite that, we also fully understand that we can't do this without the public's help. We need this story shared far and wide.
So I have a few things, just real quick.
Go for
anyone doubting, right? It's oh, there's no proof, the daughter was the only blah, 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 etc. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Even if nothing happened, if I put a fucking no contact order on you, and I find out that I find my daughter in your fucking car,
yeah,
and you drive away from me,
yeah,
forget being attacked. I will fucking shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
Before I pull my daughter out of your car, I'm going to shoot you till you stop fucking moving.
Yeah, that kind of paternal maternal instinct kicks in, and you're like, I don't care if I go to prison. I don't care.
I already warned you that you're not welcome, regardless of whether or not you did it. Yeah. I already warned you that you're not welcome. Now I see that my daughter, you've taken my daughter, and now you're driving away from me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care whether or not you have raped her or not. You are currently, right now, taking my daughter away from me.
You're kidnapping at this point.
I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's
like the paternal maternal instinct to protect your children is stronger than any kind of threat of punishment that the state can throw at you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Throw me in jail for the rest of my life, put me to the chair, put me against a firing squad, and hang me. And none of it matters. All that shit goes out the window.
Even if you didn't actually rape her, if she fucking lied, at this point, you have disobeyed the no contact order, and you're driving away with my daughter.
Mm-hmm. Well,
the fuck do you mean?
You're kidnapping.
Even if she's willing. Even if my daughter's, it's a teenage girl. Teenage girls are fucking stupid. Alright? Even if she's willingly going along. You're a fucking grown man in your fucking 60s. You should fucking know better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. If I give you a no contact order and you don't avoid my daughter like the fucking plague, even if she wants you, I'm going to fucking kill you. Simple as.
In Minecraft. Spencer has reportedly been released on bail. So the dad has been released on bail. The first-degree murder charges Spencer is facing are preliminary, meaning they are subject to change. However, if charged and found guilty, Spencer could face up to life in prison. He probably doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And the thing is that first
the
degree
of going to jail for murdering a bad person That person cannot reoffend while you're in jail.
We are private people. Wait, hang on. Let me see here. The chase ended in an accident. He was looking at the resident in July. Released on bond. According to Law and Crime, Heather wrote that a couple reported the daughter missing on the night of the shooting. Spencer went to search for her, eventually discovering him in a vehicle with Fosler. So this is the thing. I mean, I don't feel like I could see second-degree murder. How does this qualify for first degree? Because first degree means that you planned in advance to kill the person you killed. That's what first degree murder is. Second degree murder is that you didn't plan in advance, but like once the confrontation happened, you like in the moment decided to kill him. Intentionally kill him.
Yeah. It was a flee of the moment thing.
Flee of the moment.
And third degree is accident.
Yeah, third degree is accident. Like manslaughter, basically, is full. That's like you're driving and you're on your phone and you accidentally hit someone and you kill them. That's manslaughter. That's third degree. That's complete accident. I don't see how this is a first degree charge. This sounds like a second degree charge, which is like 10 to 20, which is like 25 or something like that. I don't know what the sentences are. I'm not super familiar with the criminal justice system, but this doesn't sound like first degree at all.
Either way, I think first degree murder against pedophiles should be not only not resulting in a punishment, but I think it should be applauded. As a matter of fact, I think you should get a medal. I think we should have a national. You know how like we have like every year we have like the python hunting in Florida. I think we should have a national kill a pedophile day. Just saying.
Okay.
They just open the registry. It's like, hey, here's all the registered sex offenders.
Chad, if you wonder why this channel still only has less than 160 subs, this is why.
Be our marketing chat. Share us around.
But yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like this is a trial charge or a jury. This is a jury kind of thing. So. And where did this take place? In Arkansas? If you're gonna
out of politicians in like 2 weeks,
dude.
Sounds
if you've got,
thing.
Dude, this is an Arkansas jury trial. I would put money on him getting acquitted.
Oh yeah.
Or the charge dropped down to the second degree, murder too. But I highly doubt that an Arkansas jury is gonna find this dude guilty of first degree. I doubt that's going to happen. But we'll see. It'll take a while. This shit always takes a while. Moving on. This is going to be our last story in America. Do you remember the what is it? Tren de Aragua? That Venezuelan gang that took over the apartment complexes in Aurora, my former home state. Well, they are expanding their operations. Terrifying map reveals how bloodthirsty Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua has infiltrated America. So this is the map. And what's interesting, see, there's Aurora. They have El Paso, Houston, Dallas. So they're all over Texas and San Antonio.
San Antonio, yeah.
The Prairie du Chien, the fuck? That's some weird French shit. Wisconsin, Illinois, Athens, Georgia,
Chicago, of course.
In your hometown,
Miami,
and then New York and Stamford. Super gangs tentacles. This really is a sensational map, I have to say.
Yeah. All the tentacles scrolling around like on the map. You see it behind the dots.
Oh yeah. What's like a big target or something? I don't know.
I would love to see them try to take over a fucking apartment complex in Florida.
I don't know. Especially an apartment complex that's like run by like Haitians or fucking Cubans or some shit. Like, there's no fucking way they would get away with that.
No.
Oh man. So terrifying new
That should be
research.
funny.
Terrifying new research has laid bare how notorious Venezuelan super gang. They're calling it a super gang now, which is kind of ridiculous. Tren de Aragua's criminal tentacles have spread across America. Members of the violent migrant gang TDA have crept into the U.S., hidden among the 1 million Venezuelan migrants who have entered the country during the Biden administration.
Thanks, Biden.
It's true. They're not the only fucking gangs. I mean, the fucking Chinese agents have, like, snuck across the border. Arrest data shared with DailyMail.com has now revealed that the tattooed gangsters are operating in even more U.S. cities than originally feared, with San Antonio being the latest hub of activity. Dubbed the epitome of evil and MS-13 on steroids, police investigations show that the mob is behind a spiraling crime wave across the U.S., with members accused of murders, violent assaults on cops, and sex trafficking women. And they're young, too. I don't know if it'll mention it here, but I think they're like as young as like 14 or 15 years old. Reminds me of a lot of like child soldiers in Africa.
Yeah.
MS-13, they were never organized. Are you sure about that? Tren de Aragua is a transnational criminal organization from the bottom to the top. Colorado's former ICE director, John Fabricator. His last name was Fabricator? That's a little sus. That's a little suspicious.
Fabricator.
Fabricator. These guys right here in the U.S., they're sending money back to leaders in Venezuela. They've set up shop like a corporation. It is like the mafia. What it took MS-13 to do in like a 10-year period, TDA has been able to do in less than a year.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a weak fucking government that just allows it.
Yeah, you have
that doesn't fight back out of fear of being racist.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you have weak-ass both local and federal governments who just won't... Again, you you don't think Trump will, like, knock this shit off? Like, he's already said, like, he will, like, free Aurora from the terrorist gangs. Like, he said he will liberate Aurora. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is literally a foreign threat on U.S. soil.
Yeah, exactly.
They should be sending the fucking military after these.
Yeah, this should be it should be a military operation. Texas' largest city to straddle the U.S.-Mexico border has been called the epicenter for TDA activity by state law enforcement officials. As Daily Mail exclusively reported, El Paso's Mexican sister city, Juarez, is the gang's new headquarters. From its base on America's doorstep, gang members move back and forth between the U.S. and Mexico, federal sources tell DailyMail.com. That's why El Paso was kind of the center of gravity. El Paso is really ground zero, this guy said, during which Lone Star state officials declared war on the South American syndicate. Because TDA continues to support the Juarez-related gangs involved in the smuggling of people across the border and the combat with us. We deal with them daily in that regard. So, it's now broken through the whole process of it's not happening. Yeah, it's happening, but it's like really minor. Why do you care so much? There's no way that they could call this a good thing.
Yeah,
I'm sure that if you went on Twitter, I'm sure that there's at least like some commie fucks that are like, yes, Tren de Aragua, they're reclaiming their ancestral land or some, you know what I mean, like some shit like that. I'm sure that you could find some communist scum out there that are like on the gang side, but other than that, like the left in general can't defend it. So it's blown past it's happening, but it's not like a big deal, and it's no longer containable by the leftist narratives, basically. Let's see here. Texas' sixth largest city, the busiest border crossing for most of 2022 and 2023, has also been used as the entry point for many TDA members. In March, a rare riot on the border was orchestrated by TDA, in which a migrant mob overwhelmed Texas National Guard members, kicking and overpowering armed soldiers at a border crossing in El Paso. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the Texas National Guard, so they're already engaging with the military. Like, the military proper needs to be brought in at this point. Like, the border needs to be militarized.
I'm curious what the latest is on them in Miami. I haven't heard anything of it. Like, again, I've literally heard fucking nothing about them. Like, I heard about them, and then they just kind of stopped existing. I don't know what happened.
I don't know either.
I haven't heard about them in a minute, though.
Well, if you heard about that, means that the Cubans have heard about them, which,
Well, that's why I heard it. Dude, originally I heard it from, like, my family. Because, like, a neighbor found body parts in their fucking bin.
Oh, that's right. I remember they found, like, giblets, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, no, not giblets. They found fucking, like, arms and legs. They found body parts. I saw giblets on the road.
Mm-hmm. Why hasn't the National Guard been sent in? They don't need to wait on the president to act. Yeah, but that's the thing. Is that they have been. Like, the Texas National Guard has directly engaged with this gang in violent combat. So, and I'm sorry, but, like, if you've reached that point where they're openly fighting with National Guard, then we need to declare it as an act of war. And the border needs to be militarized. It really does. The whole thing needs to be militarized. Let's see. It is unclear how many TDA members have been stopped in West Texas specifically, but the U.S. Border Patrol has prevented 64 confirmed gangsters from entering the country since March 2023. Oh yeah, 64. God. The other federal agencies continue to take TDA members off the streets, such as the October 11th arrest of a Venezuelan man wanted for murder by Homeland Security investigations. Good job, you got one of them. You got one. Well done. While many migrants, including TDA, simply use El Paso as entry point and leave, others have stated even helped take control of the Gateway Hotel, a low-budget place many of its guests use as a place to live. Jesus, you're a piece of work. At least they make themselves very easy to identify because they tattoo their bodies and especially their faces. Like their faces and necks are always covered in tattoos, which makes them really easy to spot.
Well, the thing is, like, a lot of people do that anyway. Like, down here. That was kind of popularized by the fucking, like, rap people.
Oh. A group of about 600 migrants crossed the border. There's El Paso, there's Venezuela.
I can't find any recent from
any
about, like, the Aragua in Miami. So, like, the most recent thing I can find is it just mentions that they've been seen in Miami, but
yeah,
like
they haven't tried anything yet because they know that they'll.
But like
I've
seen nothing about them specifically recently.
Officials in El Paso shut down the motel in downtown.
So two of them got tried for assassination. Start of last month.
Okay.
For killing someone in Doral. And I only found that in Telemundo, like local, like Hispanic news.
Yeah.
But that's like the only thing I can find. That's the only thing I can find. Is like early September. There's been nothing since.
They said it became a crime den controlled by Venezuelan clan, with police responding to the property nearly 700 times in the last 2 years. Holy shit. Wait, 700? There's 365 days in a year. That's literally like more than once a day. Scenes of drug use, violence, and sexual activity within the view of children.
No, it's not.
Well, if you have 365... almost 2 a day. What? That's
no.
A little more than one a day.
It's 2 years. Yeah, it's just a little more than 1 day.
A little more than one a day. Scenes of drug use, violence, and sexual activity within view of children occurred on a regular basis, according to a lawsuit by the county attorney.
No, that's a little less than 1 a day. Fuck, why did I agree with you? I just did this math. Why did I redo it? 365 times 2 is 730.
30. Okay, so yeah, a little less than 1 a day. They take holidays, basically. Okay. While some of the crimes date back 2 years, the lawsuit alleged the situation had deteriorated following the introduction of the TDA organization into the hotel. Estefania Primera, 37, was recently arrested on charges of human trafficking after being accused of drugging another migrant woman who lived at the hotel and forcing her into sex, according to a Texas Department of Public Safety criminal affidavit obtained by the Daily Mail. The victim allegedly turned down Primera when she was approached about earning money for having sex, but Primera is then accused of forcing a fentanyl-laced pill down the victim's throat to knock her out. The victim allegedly then woke up naked on multiple occasions with injuries, legal documents stated. Jesus. Known as La Barbie, Primera has posted a TikTok video showing her strolling the streets of downtown El Paso near the hotel while scantily dressed. She appeared to make no bones about her affiliation with the criminal organization on social media, calling herself an hija de Dios, or child of God, a phrase TDA often uses to refer to themselves. They will also frequently tattoo the initials H and J on their body, sometimes accompanied by a crown. So this is the inside of the Gateway
H
Hotel.
And J?
Yeah, I don't know, but this is that place where the cops were called to almost every single day. Gateway Hotel snack bar. That's the affidavit. Not going to read that. See again, she's got the exact same neck tattoo as that other dude had. See that? Look at this, and it's the same as.
Give me just a second. Follow me.
This. It's the same tattoo. All right, Aurora, Colorado. Most of the nation first learned about Tren de Aragua when a video of armed men storming an apartment building in Aurora, Colorado surfaced in late August. While local leaders initially denied there was a gang problem in the Denver suburb, they later admitted that the international crime ring had taken control of additional apartment complexes in the area. Daily Mail obtained city records where staffers admitted that 3 rental properties are in complete control of TDA and claimed that many more than just 3 properties are victims of the criminal infestation. A property manager of the 3 properties, Aspen Grove Apartments, the Edge of Lowry, and Whispering Pines, was told by the gangsters not to go back for his life would be in danger. The mobsters were known to be armed with deadly weapons, including assault rifles and knives. A report by a law firm detailing the chaos at the apartments, including beatings that almost killed victims, shootings, drug sales, and child prostitution. The crime report was complied before the video of TDA surfaced on August 28th that's showing the gun. What is with this fucked up grammar? Jesus. The crime report was compiled before the video of TDA surfaced on August 28th that showed the gun-toting gangsters storming units at the Edge of Lowry Apartments. As outrage over the images spread across the country, Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman denied the town had a gang problem in media interviews. Yeah, I know this fucking guy. By September, Kaufman acknowledged TDA was in the city limits, but continued to claim their presence was isolated to just those 3 apartments. It's like, don't worry, denizens of Aurora. Only 3 entire apartment complexes have been taken over by this violent criminal, foreign gang. Nothing to see here. Like, Jesus, dude. However, a July 3rd letter to the city manager obtained by Daily Mail detailed a meeting between the Aurora Police Department, the FBI, and Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, to discuss the gang problems at the 3 properties owned by CBZ Management. In that meeting, it was disclosed that our situation is not an isolated event, but numerous other multifamily projects in the city of Aurora and throughout the state of Colorado are subject to the same gang control, disclosed CBZ Management's attorney. A special regional task force between Aurora Cops, Colorado State Patrol, and Colorado Bureau of Investigation was created on August 19th to take the cartel down. Yeah, how's that working out? The task force has continued to take TDA gangsters into custody. This is like the infamous video of them just like strolling in and going door to door to take over this apartment complex. So here's the 3 apartment buildings here in Aurora. Whispering Pines, Aspen Groves, and Edge of Lowry. Bunch of mugshots. And then in San Antonio, oh my god, this goes on forever and ever and ever.
Wow. Hi. Looking at.
I'm just going through this.
Those teenagers.
This thing goes on and on and on. It details like their presence in every single city. Which I want to just hang on.
Nope.
Does it have one for Miami? Which one is it? Chicago? Other Texas cities. It doesn't have Miami on here. Dang it.
Boosies.
They're mainly focusing on Texas in this article, but they do go into a few other locations.
Wait, let's go down there.
Oh wait, there it is, Miami. In South Florida, 2 Venezuelan migrants who police believe had TDA. This is the 2 you were talking about.
Yeah.
accused of killing a former Venezuelan police officer in a Miami suburb. What is with these typos, Daily Mail? Surbub.
Surbub.
God, dude. That's a third one. Authorities claim Yorman Salazar and Julio Cesar Hernandez Montero lured victim Jose Luis Sanchez Valera, 43, to a hotel where he met with a woman last November. Surveillance video showed Sanchez Valera left the hotel, but then 3 men were seen following him in another car before forcing him from the driver's seat and into the back seat of his SUV. The next day, Sanchez Valera's blood-splattered SUV was found on the side of the road. Both Salazar and Hernandez Montero are facing first-degree murder charges. So that's like the one incident that you saw as well.
Yep.
And they have it in Chicago. But yeah, I mean, we can go on forever with this, but yeah, TDA is spreading across this country. And it feels like law enforcement just cannot get ahead of them.
TDA sounds like a fucking disease.
Yeah.
It is.
But hey, back on January 27th, that's my birthday. All right. That's enough of American news. Let's go to Europe.
Okay.
So this is in Austria. A Muslim man with a wife and 5 children granted asylum in Austria after claiming to be a persecuted homosexual. They didn't think he was lying at all. He claimed to be a persecuted gay man. That was the basis of his claiming of asylum. But he's married and has 5 kids. I'm sorry, but the asylum laws of these countries are so fucking broken. A devout Muslim with a wife and 5 children has been granted asylum in Austria on the basis that he would be persecuted for his homosexuality if he were returned to his nations of citizenship. Nations? Multiple? How does that work? The man, a Russian Tajik dual citizen. Oh, okay. First entered... The fuck is Tajik? First entered Austria illegally on December 22nd via Turkey and Saudi Arabia. Upon intake, he applied for asylum on the grounds that he was looking for better economic circumstances for his wife and give children. 5 children. God, get a copy editor. He also claimed he was afraid of being drafted to fight in Ukraine by Russia. The application was rejected in April, but the migrant filed an appeal. During an oral hearing on the case, the man, a devout Muslim who had recently completed a pilgrimage to Mecca, changed his reason for seeking asylum, disclosing that he was gay and feared persecution in his home countries. The man continued that he wanted to start meeting male partners for sex and wouldn't be able to do that in Russia or Tajikistan. His application was subsequently approved, with the asylum tribunal deciding that him having a wife and children did not necessarily mean that he couldn't also be gay.
That's rather...
How naive. How naive do you have to be? Because, like, it wasn't even his original story. He completely changed his reason after his initial, much more legit-sounding reason was rejected. Oh, my God. These people that approve this shit are so gullible and stupid. Since being approved, the man's wife and children, who have been residing in Turkey awaiting the decision on his application, are now also eligible to join him in Austria. The bizarre story has caused waves in Austria, with the newly elected Freedom Party of Austria condemning the decision. Yeah, so remember, I think we covered this last week, how there's been like a swath of right-wing victories across Europe, and the most recent one was in Austria. Vienna FBO chairman Maximilian Krauss, that's a fucking badass name. Max Krauss, that's a cool name, called the verdict a judicial scandal and accused aid organizations and lawyers of advising asylum seekers to falsely claim they are gay. Krauss also demanded an end to what he called the fooling of our state. I mean, it sounds like a self-inflicted bullet. I mean, it's a self-inflicted wound. Like, you have a system that's so easily gamed and taken advantage of. Like, that's what you need to fix. This is not the first time a migrant has come under scrutiny for apparently false claiming to be a homosexual in order to gain asylum, with suspected cases being reported across Europe. In March, a Syrian asylum seeker in the Netherlands claimed that he was a homosexual after being found guilty of sexually assaulting 4 11-year-old girls at the Center Parks Holiday Resort. The claim was made as part of his mitigating arguments against being deported back to Syria. Despite claiming he was of a persecuted sexual minority, the Syrian national had a wife and child awaiting approval to join him in the Netherlands under family reunification laws. So, yeah, I guess saw this and I was like, these fucking... It's such an absolute joke, the asylum system in these countries, that they allow such obvious liars and such into their countries. So it's so ridiculous. Make him go to a Diddy party to prove it. That's one way to do it. There are no homo meetups in the Middle East. It's just a high-risk strategy. Yeah, right? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, by the way, someone in chat did want to ask, apparently Jazz was having issues with the ZZZ sponsorship or something like that.
Yeah, Bear was asking Jazz, but Jazz, I think, stepped away right after hopping in.
Okay. Hello, Yummy. It's Shanks. I don't know what that is. Let's continue with the silliness. So I don't know why I got recommended this next one. This next one is a YouTube short that I actually tracked. Okay. I tracked down the original story because it's so strange. Okay, so this was like a press conference, and this is like a military guy, I guess, and he was asked a question by a reporter that caused like the whole room to like break out in awkward laughter. And I had to look up the story to see if it was true. So let me turn the browser audio on, because this is just so strange. But I'll just let you listen to this.
Reportedly drugged and bitten.
Wait,
Army major was reportedly drugged and bitten by strippers in Poland. Will that affect the U.S. military's footprint in that country?
Just look at his expression change as he's saying this.
He's like,
Army major was reportedly drugged and bitten by strippers.
He stops. He just immediately
he
stops.
He says strippers. Look at his face.
Yeah, he stops and he just kind of slowly starts looking up.
In Poland. Will that affect the U.S. military's footprint in that country?
Just watching the bewilderment like slowly come across this guy's face is so funny.
We started
and then he smiles.
We started to see it.
Army major was reportedly drugged and bitten by strippers in Poland. Will that affect the U.S. military's footprint in that country?
It's like, what the hell string of words did I just hear?
Story. It is a major story, and it happened in Gdansk.
And Jeff, I don't know anything about that story. I'll have a look at it. I'm not going to take that question, but
please take that.
Jeff, no, Jeff, just let me state clearly we have a strong military relationship with Poland.
So I've laughed so much at this, I had to look up the story, and I found it. Army major drugged, bitten by strippers at off-limits club in Poland. So here's the story. The commander of a U.S. Army aviation battalion has reportedly resigned after its drugged executive officer was bitten on the nipples by strippers at an off-limits club and went AWOL for 2 days. It's so good.
A day for each stripper.
Oh my god. The drunken escapade involved the 101st Combat Aviation Brigadiers, quote, No Mercy Battalion, occurred during a 9-month rotation in Poland when about 40 members of the Apache chopper unit traveled to Gdansk to visit World War II battlefields. Stars and Stripes reported. Man, maybe I should add Stars and Stripes to my list too. Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Fix led the unit, part of the famed...
No mercy, full video 7. You went AWOL for the purple nurple.
That's right. Part of the famed 101st Airborne Division based in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, which was tasked with providing air support for NATO, according to the outlet, which cited the Army's investigation report about the embarrassing incident. At the end of the first day, the unit ate dinner at the legendary White Rabbit Saloon, where they celebrated their Sergeant Major's 40th birthday. But several members went to other bars and became...
Wait, pause a second. Is it called the legendary White Rabbit?
No.
Saloon?
You can see it right here. It's this.
Okay.
It's called the White Rabbit.
So it just is legendary.
Yeah, it's just a legendary location. Apparently, this is like a common place where like U.S. service members like go to blow off steam. But they celebrated their Sergeant Major's 40th birthday, but several members went to other bars that became, quote, heavily intoxicated before returning to their hotels, the military paper reported. Some of the soldiers, including the battalion's senior officer, Major Matthew Connor, reportedly ended up at the off-limits Club Obsession. Club Obsession. Ooh.
Club
That
Obsession.
sounds like a BDSM fucking club, doesn't it? Where patrons are scammed out of thousands of dollars after consuming drinks spiked with drugs. One officer told investigators that during the ride back to Powids, after the fateful excursion, Connor said he received several lap dances and the strippers bit his nipples to keep him awake and repeatedly had his credit card swiped, according to the report. The pilot showed the soldiers of the car driven by Fix several receipts, adding up to $50,000, though it was unclear whether the money was in dollars or local currency, which would amount to about $13,000. Still. Connor also expressed a belief that the champagne he had been given at the club had been laced/drugged. The report cited by Stars and Stripes said he was so severely impaired by the incident that he canceled all of his flights for the next week because he just did not feel right, and it took days for him to feel normal again. Fix didn't report the suspected drugging of Connor to his commanders, and none of the witnesses mentioned the battalion commander attending the strip club, according to the probe. After carousing into the early morning hours, no one could find Connor, who wasn't in his room at the IBB Hotel Dlugi Targ. Fucking Eastern European words, I swear. So Fix and Sergeant Major Ronnie Winberry organized a search party to retrace their steps during the trip, which was supposed to be about improving, quote, unit cohesion and morale.
I mean, one of those things improved for sure.
Oh my god. This is such a funny story.
Improved and then knocked out when you see the bill.
I mean, this has like Hangover movie vibes. You know?
Yeah.
The group ultimately met up
Rumor
outside.
has it he still doesn't feel normal to this very day.
I found the clip in Sebastian's Discord. Oh, okay. The group ultimately met up outside the Obsession Club, where Major Connor was allegedly last seen to begin the retracing process. Connor was eventually found at another hotel, and the team then completed an abbreviated version of their battlefield tour. The so-called 15-6 probe recommended... Are you okay?
No, I was just remembering things.
Oh, that Fix and Connor face administrative or disciplinary action along with several other members of the unit. Fix has received a General Officer Memorandum of Reprimand, and it's in the process of retiring, while Connor faces a Separation Review Board. The command took immediate and appropriate adverse action against the leaders involved. Military spokesman Colonel Joseph Buccino told the outlet in a statement. Some officers are facing further administrative actions to determine whether they will continue to serve in the Army. The investigation found that not only is it questionable whether the purpose and intent of a battalion staff ride was met, but during the trip, multiple individuals exhibited lapses in judgment and leadership that are not expected of senior leaders in the Army. Oh, man. This was just funny. This is just like a comedy of errors, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. But that's it for Europe. Let's move on. I got a story out of Africa for you. Head on down to Africa. Nigeria fuel tanker explosion kills more than 150 people and injures dozens more. The police say explosion on Jigawa State Expressway happened as people rushed to the overturned vehicle to collect fuel. Yeah, so, I will say unfortunately, the video that I'm about to play didn't capture the actual explosion. Nobody was filming it until after the explosion happened, and then people turned their cameras on, basically. So what you're seeing here, this video is like after the explosion, basically. Oh, let me make sure that the chat can hear this too. Oh, come on, load. Okay. Let me make sure that chat can hear this as well. Okay, you should be good.
Jeez.
Jesus Christ.
At one point, there's like a secondary explosion that happens, I think. Yeah, see, hear that? Boom! Another, like a secondary explosion happened.
Yeah.
So, more than 150 people have been killed and dozens of others wounded after an overturned fuel tanker exploded in northwestern Nigeria. The crash on Tuesday night took place on an expressway in Jigawa State. People then rushed to the vehicle to collect the fuel. Police spokesman Lawan Shisu Adam said on Wednesday. This gives you an idea of where this is. I don't think this helps anybody because nobody knows the geography of Africa. Let's be real. I know a little bit, just because I used to be a geologist, but even if you gave me a blank map of Africa, I might be right on like a third of the countries.
Third?
Yeah, I could probably tell you where about.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know a bit about Africa, but again, it's just because I had to learn like pretty detailed geography when I was a geologist. So, the residents were scooping up fuel from the overturned tanker when the explosion occurred, sparking a massive inferno. Yeah, so this thing overturned and it started leaking fuel, and because it's Africa, they all like got buckets and convened around the spilled fuel, trying to basically gather it for themselves. And then with all the people around, the tanker itself blew up right next to them and killed a bunch of them.
God.
Yeah, and then the fire spread all over the place like you saw. I think that secondary, because I think that the main tank exploded first, and I think that secondary explosion was like the gas tank to the vehicle getting hit.
Probably.
Yeah. Officials said on Thursday that the death toll had risen to 153 people as mass funerals were being held. Videos that appear to be from the scene showed a massive fire stretching across the entire area with what appeared to be bodies littered at the scene. The blaze burned into the early hours of Wednesday.
I didn't see any bodies.
They were there, though. I showed the video because you can't tell that they're there, but they were there. The tanker, which had traveled about 110 kilometers, or 68 miles for us Americans who don't know what the fuck a kilometer is, from neighboring Kano State. Wow, the bad guy from Mortal Kombat has his own state. That's kind of cool. Veered to avoid colliding with a truck in the town of Magia, according to the police. The tanker crashed while conveying products to the northern parts of Nigeria. You have to also remember that Nigeria, there's like 120 million people that make up the population of Nigeria. It is a hugely populated country. It was driving along a major highway when it spilled its contents. Most of the villagers around there, the residents, rushed to the scene to try and scoop up the fuel, either for domestic or commercial purposes. And in the process, within minutes, the tanker exploded, killing dozens of them right there at the spot. Oh my god. At least 50 wounded people were taken to local hospitals in Ringam and Hadejia towns where they were being treated, police and emergency workers said. There's Nigeria. Nigeria sits in like the armpit of Africa, if that makes sense. So like over here you have like the Ivory Coast and Sierra Leone and these kinds of countries, and then to the northwest you'd have Morocco, that kind of stuff. The Nigerian Medical Association urged doctors to rush to nearby emergency rooms to help with the influx of patients, while Nigerian lawmakers observed a minute's silence in the Senate. In a statement on Wednesday, Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima called for a safety review and said that the federal government was sending resources to support those affected. I don't know, safety-wise, what could have been done here, because this truck basically crashed because it was swerving. It tried to swerve out of the way of a collision. It overturned. Then the leak happened, and then people scrambled to try to get their piece of that leak pie, and then the thing exploded. So I'm just like, I don't know, like, what's safe. Maybe there's got to be like some, I don't know what you can do. Basically, it just seems like just a consistent string of tragedies, or what do we call it? A series of unfortunate events, as some might call it. Like, I don't know.
What you could do is not stand near the thing, and it's gonna, not stand near flammable fuel.
Yeah, but like
when it's on the road next to a car.
Yeah, but like, what do? You like pass a law like thou shalt not stand within 100 feet of a overturned tanker? Like, what? I don't know. I just don't.
What you do is that you
promote common sense.
No. I'm just saying what you do is that you let things like this happen and you let people learn from it.
Yeah, sometimes the only way for the child to learn that the stove is hot is to let the child touch the hot stove, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes that you have
It's just one of those things where it's just like, because that's the thing. This is just common sense.
Yeah, the truck accident.
Like they know that fuel is flammable. They wouldn't be wanting it otherwise.
That's true. They know it's fuel.
Like, they know it's fuel. They know what it is. They know what happens to that when it touches flames, right? Or anything,
Yeah.
Like, and like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I think just.
Here's a couple things that I guess could be done here. Deadly truck accidents are common along most of the main roads in Nigeria, with experts attributing many of them to reckless driving, which I don't know what you can do about that. But poor road conditions and ill-maintained vehicles, that's something that can be mitigated. So maybe that's honestly, poor road conditions is a huge one. Last month, at least 48 people were killed in an explosion after a fuel tanker collided with another truck in Nigeria's north-central Niger state. Niger, YouTube. In 2020 alone, there are 1,531 petrol tanker crashes, resulting in 535 deaths and injuries to 1,142 people, according to Nigeria's Federal Road Safety Corps. So you could see, in 1 year, this is how many?
It's a lot of petrol tanker crashes.
How many is this? This is like what, like 4 or 5 a day?
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's like a little more than 4 a day, which is.
That's insane.
That seems excessive.
How does that keep happening?
So I don't know, but apparently they're definitely this is revealing that there's definitely some kind of systemic issue happening here. Like, I can't see why. There's got to be some way to mitigate this. Yeah, there's got to
like huffing it or something. What the hell? Like, how does that even happen?
Tanker explosions can result in mass casualties, as residents often look to siphon off fuel following accidents. Fuel has also become an even more precious commodity as Nigeria suffers its worst economic crisis in a generation. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company in early September increased the price of petrol by at least 39%. Damn.
That's 4.19 per day of the year. It's insane.
That's
How does that happen? How do you keep losing entire?
Check Nigeria.
You wouldn't have a fucking fuel crisis.
Yeah, I'll bet.
What?
I have a feeling that the road conditions are a major player in this. Even like typing says check Nigeria roads. Yeah, that I have a feeling that's the primary culprit.
Look it up.
So.
Look it.
Okay.
That's insane. Roads? Question mark.
Let's see here. 10 problems of road transportation and solutions in Nigeria. Oh, here we go. The deplorable condition of the Nigerian road. Here we go. Law and you. Here we go. Let me turn this on so the chat can see. Areafe Babalola. Let's see. It is common knowledge that Nigerian roads are generally either in a state of disrepair, poorly maintained, or altogether untarred. Which basically means it's a dirt road.
Yeah.
With Nigeria boasting of the largest road network in Africa, it is not surprising that only about 60,000 kilometers of the estimated 195,000 kilometers of road network is paved. Well, there's the issue right there. The majority of the roads are dirt roads. Do they have images here? Hang on. There must be images.
Good. Well, let me just type Nigerian roads. Cool.
Turn on shit. What's this? That has something to do with this story. Okay. I'm not going to go into this. This is a long article about road conditions in Nigeria, but clearly there's a problem with the roads in Nigeria. They have dirt roads that turn into mud roads in rainy season. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people seem ready to run out, gather spilled fuel. Some of the planned running offs could be extreme conspiracy theory. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it's Africa. You know, people are just desperate in Africa in a lot of places. You know, so I mean, Africa is very much like second world countries for the most part. There's only a handful of first world countries. By the way, whether a country is defined as first, second, or third world is based entirely off of availability of clean drinkable water. So, like, a first world country is like the entire population has easy access to clean water. Second world is only like some people don't have access, or a significant portion doesn't have access, and like third world is most people don't have access. That's what it's based on.
Okay.
So, Africa is there's a lot of second world, countries in Africa. So, they're very. You guys have to understand that, like, if you go to Africa, like if you go to Morocco, or some places like that, you will see like what seem like modern cities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you like take a trip across Africa, you'll realize that they are very much in like an industrial age right now. Although they're basically like in the middle of the transition from like second into third world. So that's what you see.
You mean first?
Or first, yeah, sorry, second into first world. So that's what you see across a lot of Africa, is a lot of development. A lot of that development is actually being funded by China. China is like literally like indebting, the same way they indebt the United States to them. They're doing the same thing to the entire continent of Africa right now. So, which is smart. They're smart. Like, China is basically, because Africa is very, very, very resource rich. That hasn't been, but they haven't had like the kind of infrastructure that first world countries have to like fully extract it. So China's going in and basically buying out the continent, because they know that, like, in order to pay them back, they'll have to basically give mineral deposits and stuff like that over to Chinese companies and nationals. So, yeah, China is very much ahead of the game when it comes to exploiting Africa. Meanwhile, we're sending like gender studies binders that end up in the trash of hotels. So that's what the U.S. sends over there. Because remember, like, the U.S. funded like millions of dollars towards like gender studies shit over in Africa. That's
shit's funny.
That's the United States export to Africa. But like, that's the thing. I just said, like, Africa, they are interested in two things. They are interested in developing infrastructure, becoming first world countries, and militarization. Those are the two things that Africa is like interested in right now, and that's what China is providing them. Which is why they're throwing out our shit and embracing China, because China's giving them what they want. But anyway, I'm gonna shut up about global politics.
Most progressive nonsense is the sort of thing that can only exist in like a first world country where you already have everything given to you. Because it's the sort of stuff that you come up with when you don't have any more problems.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to make new ones. And that's what it is.
Yep. Now I was watching Britannica. So one of the former hosts of the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, his name is Callum, and he does a channel called Britannica, where he basically does like he's like info tourism, So he goes to like weird and interesting and pretty dangerous places and just kind of chronicles his trip there. And he looked at the history and all this kind of stuff. Like he went to Afghanistan after the fall of Kabul. He went to Zimbabwe. And he went to several other places. Like he went to Russia, like while the Ukraine war is happening and stuff like that. And he just walks around and drives to these different towns in the rural parts of the country, and just kind of shows you what it's like. It's really, really cool. And one of the things he did is when he was in Afghanistan, is he kind of went exploring the hotel compound, and he found the dump. And one of the things he found at the dump was just piles and piles of these binders that were titled like gender studies. Yeah. So he's like, yeah, they're not interested in that kind of shit in these parts of the world.
Yeah, dude, they understand the basics of gender studies, which is that man put pee-pee in woman and then baby is made.
Yeah,
that's the important part. Everything else useless. Go fuck yourself.
Callum left because he was too base for Sargon. I don't know. I mean, I think everybody at the Lotus Eaters is more base than Sargon. And Sargon's pretty damn base too. But no, Callum left specifically because he wanted to focus on the travel. Like he found that way more interesting, and he didn't like getting blackpilled week after week, and that's why he left. He left because he wanted to focus on his travel stuff, and yeah, that's why he left. Anyway, I got two more before we get into the gaming news. We got plenty of gaming news. First, over to India. Apparently, people have been wreaking havoc on the airports across India by calling in fake bomb threats.
Hey, look, it's my content.
No more honey.
Sorry.
Indian skies absolutely safe, says BCAS chief amid hoax bomb calls. So the hoax bomb threats will be curbed down at the earliest, assured the Director General of Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, Zulfikar Hassan, as he emphasized that Indian skies are absolutely safe and urged the passengers to fly without fear. So out of New Delhi, the hoax bomb threats will be curbed down. I just said all this. Speaking on Saturday, the BCAS DG confirmed that they are in coordination with concerned security agencies and airlines over the matter. He's sure that these hoax calls will be curbed down at the earliest as they get working over it. Indian skies are absolutely safe. The current protocol to deal with the situation is robust and is being strictly followed. We reassure passengers that they should fly without any fear and, in fact, fly even more. Let's see. He said various things related to safety and security were discussed. Earlier in the day, a meeting of the airline was held at the BCAS headquarters in Delhi. According to officials, the meeting, chaired by DG BCAS Zulfikar Hassan, was called to discuss the issue the airlines are facing. During the meeting, representatives of airlines discussed issues they are facing due to the series of hoax bomb threats. They also said that the issues related to security during festival season could lead to congestion at the airports. I want to get here. This says the back-to-back threats has placed a significant burden on the airline, security forces, and passengers, and it is tough for all stakeholders in aviation security to maintain operational stability during festival time. SpiceJet and AirAsia flights received 5 bomb threats each, with multiple airlines receiving a total of 30 bomb threats in the last 4 days. That's the thing that stood out to me. I was like, holy shit. 5 hoax bomb threats were received by SpiceJet regarding flights blah, 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 blah. 5 more AirAsia. According to official sources, the Ministry of Civil Aviation is in talks with the other concerned ministries to make required amendments to the existing laws to make them more stringent to deal with the cases of hoax bomb threats for flights. The accused person would be put on a no-fly list. The official said that a committee will be formed in consultation with the Law Ministry and Ministry of Home Affairs to prepare a draft to make amendments to the Aircraft Act. All these, yeah. So this is a lot of words to say that basically the airlines out of Delhi were crippled because they were forced to ground and evacuate due to a bunch of fake bomb threats. And it was like not just one, it was 30 over the course of 4 days. So they basically created this task force. We're like, yeah, we need to find out who's doing this, and we need to amend our laws to be like more strict against people caught doing fake bomb threats, essentially. Because right now, apparently, they're pretty lax. Yeah. I just thought that this was interesting, mainly because this is kind of close to the industry that I work in. So I thought that it was interesting. Okay. Final location in the global news. We're going to go way over to Japan. Tokyo Space Out Tournament draws nearly 100 competitors, finds who's best at doing nothing. So, competitors are judged on technical and artistic quality of their spacing out. On Sunday, roughly 100 competitors assembled at the Arc Karajan Plaza in Tokyo's Roppongi Hills Entertainment Complex. At precisely 2:30, the organizers of the Tokyo Butsusudu competition gave the order to begin, and the participants all immediately launched into doing nothing. Don't mistake the lack of movement for a lack of interest, though. Each and every one of those motionless competitors was vying to win, because the winner of the Tokyo Butsusudu competition, which translates to the Tokyo Space Out competition, is the person who does the least once the competition starts. This is what it looks like. So they just... they're just spacing out, doing nothing. And this is the competition. So this is the competition. Who could do nothing the best? The fan's not even on. It's like, who's best at being bored?
What the fuck?
This is the second iteration of what's become an annual event, in which contestants dress in outfits reflecting the profession or some other aspect of their lifestyle, take a seat, and space out for 90 minutes. Like figure skating, competitive spacing out is judged on both technical and artistic merits, with a team of judges evaluating the competitors based on both the stability of their heart rate and their aesthetics. Use of props is allowed, with one especially dedicated spacer out bringing an ice cream bar, which she held in her hand as it melted while still retaining the aura of motionlessness, mental vacancy that judges look for. As entrants can compete as individuals or as part of a team, with this year's competition drawing 528 applicants, from which a total of 90 competitors comprising 60 groups were selected to compete. Despite the laid-back vibe, the tournament organizers make it very clear that spacing out is distinct from sleeping. As a matter of fact, seemingly the only ironclad rule of the Space Out tournament is that sleeping is grounds for disqualification, with a soccer-like system of yellow and red cards and violators expelled from the competition, as seen at this point in the video cued here. So he got red carded for falling asleep. Oh my gosh. But yeah, this was a dumb thing I found.
They go down, is that lady just holding ice cream to her face?
Yeah. So she brought this as a prop, like an actual ice cream bar, and she let it melt all over her while remaining completely motionless.
It's amazing.
I know, right?
I play?
See if I can find it. It's hard to find.
That's fine. Oh, it's the same video from the start.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that this is the same
Yeah, they just timestamped
before.
it. It's just timestamped. But this year's competition concluded. It's time to start getting ready for the next one. So remember, the next time your boss or teacher catches you staring off into space, the office or classroom, you can honestly tell them you're not being lazy. You're just in training for Tokyo Space Out Competition 2025. I actually found this site yesterday. Sora News 24. There's a lot of goofy shit.
I think I'd be good at this.
I think a lot of people in chat would be good at this. Yeah, Mr. Cordell says that he would win hands down.
I feel like Rosa would do good at this if Arch was trying to explain his Siege of Arrakis series. That dude, when I was in the Archcast, Arch tried to explain like lore to me, because like I think it was like he was like, oh yeah, I don't want to get to it. It's like really complex. And I was like, no, I want to hear it. I'm curious. Like now I'm curious, and he started explaining like some piece of the like lore, and I completely zoned out.
Honestly,
I got distracted.
Honestly,
the Chibi I was using.
I've honestly tried to get into Warhammer 40k lore as well, and I just get, I can't. I just don't retain it. I don't know. Like it's never really caught me. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not very good at retaining lore unless I'm like super into it. Like I got super invested in like the Destiny lore.
Yeah,
like Destiny 1.
Ark tried to talk to you like one of his autistic cat girls. Oh man. Okay, well, with that, that's the trip around the world for the day. So, with that, we got a lot. There's a lot of gaming stuff to go over. I think we got plenty of time to do it too, actually, because we got through the world stuff pretty quick.
Yippee!
So, again, chat, the goal is to have this thing done, is to have this podcast last between 3.5 and 4 hours. That's like the goal. And I think we're actually on track to accomplish that this time. So, let me bring up, or first let me this off. Bring this up. Let me share with you first. There we go. And here. All right. First on the docket is the probably the biggest news in the last few days, which is the incredible failure of Concord 2.0, aka Unknown 9 Awakening. So this article was published like right before it released. They say the Sweet Baby Inc. infected Unknown 9 Awakening from developer Reflector Entertainment that is published by Bandai Namco. And we're going to continue with Bandai Namco after this. Already looks to be a complete and utter financial disaster. So, for record, Bandai Namco published this game called Unknown 9, and Unknown 9 is primarily written by the two co-CEOs of Sweet Baby Inc. It is their magnum opus, essentially, is what this is. This is what you get when you let Sweet Baby have complete control over a game's narrative. And it's failed miserably. The game, which releases on October 17th, currently sits in position 794 on Steam's top seller list, and just 349 on Steam DB's most wishlisted upcoming Steam games list. Now, furthermore, Bandai Namco collaborated with streamer and former Game Informer writer Marcus Stewart. I don't care about that. As of writing, the stream received a total of just over 8,900 views. The Dragonball Sparking Zero early access trailer received 84,500 views. That stream had an average viewership of 3,300 viewers and hit a peak viewership of 4,300. Over on YouTube, the video performed marginally better based on total views. The stream currently has 9,200 views, but it already has almost a 2-to-1 negative ratio. It currently has 257 likes compared to 428 dislikes. I'm not going to get... Well, here it is. Yeah, where is it? It's not surprising that the game appears to be a failure out of the gate, given consultancy Sweet Baby Inc. worked on it. And they didn't just work on it. They were major players in it. Sweet Baby Inc. Co-founders David Bedard and Kim Belair were listed in the game's credits section on an entry for the game for the Shorty Awards. Bedard is credited as the brand content manager at Reflector Entertainment. while Belair is credited as story architect. So she architected the story for this thing. Bedard's LinkedIn page also confirmed he worked for Reflector Entertainment as a brand content manager for this game. Given Sweet Baby worked on the game, it was added to Cabrutus Rambo's Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Steam Curator list, which now boasts nearly 450,000 followers. It's actually more than that now. I checked it. It's over 450,000 followers on that list.
It's crazy.
Hang on 1 second. I gotta go turn on a light so that the tracking will work again.
Buggy.
Okay. Furthermore, it was reported that Reflector or Bandai Namco began banning individuals who mentioned Sweet Baby Inc. on the game's Steam forums. Ex-user Desacho reported in March in the Steam forums for this new upcoming game. They started, again, fucking... I guess this is his typo. Yeah, it's his typo. Okay, fair enough. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Started mass banning everyone who mentioned Sweet Baby or said negative things about games being woke. It was a total purge. They wiped around 99% of the forum. Of course they did.
Why does no one play our game?
As of writing, there are multiple threads on the game's forums bashing the game for its association to Sweet Baby Inc. and its pushing of woke ideology, whether that be through the game's character design or its narrative. Now, here's the thing about all this. A lot of this is like petty culture war kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
Here's the Steam numbers, by the way. So it all-time peaked at 276, which is worse than Concord, by the way.
Yeah.
This is right now.
Story game though.
I just
Now here someone caught it like on release. There was like 3 people, something like that.
I saw that there was this on the Steam forum. It's hilarious.
Classic.
Bigotry and racism have won. I hope you're happy. All the hate and racism has destroyed the hopes and dreams of a small death who just wanted to share a great story and adventures with all of us, but now that won't be possible because you wanted to cause chaos and watch the world burn. You did this. Don't forget it. All the bandwagoning and this SBI hate for what? This game did nothing wrong. Well, obviously it did, or people would have bought it. Couldn't let this game have a female dressed like a decent person despite having so many games with your generic half-naked and unrealistic Korean tune. Don't you get it? People's jobs are at stake. S-P-A-E-A-K stake.
Yeah, dude, that's just fucking roasted, bitch!
Fucking well done.
Fucking done!
This saddens me so much, but hey, gotta celebrate such a tragic situation, right? Now I understand Alyssa Mercante. She was right all along. Edit.
He's not gonna fuck you, bro.
Keep laughing. Go ahead. When Square stops making games for PC, who's gonna laugh? I thought y'all wanted to play with hot females, so go ahead. Leave Unknown 9 and go play your Stellar Blade anime or whatever. Okay. Sure. I mean...
Yes!
Yeah. I have
yes!
to say...
Chad!
It's so...
Chad, yes!
It's so wild to me, too, how... Well, yeah, here's another thing, how, like, the game was packaged with AMD graphics cards. So a lot of the people who got this and did it and said don't, and not hit the not recommend button on Steam got it for free. You can see all these little red things. Here, let me see. Yeah, these little lines here are received for free. That's because they got it packaged with an AMD graphics card. So a lot of these users, the 276 strong, got it for free. Now I have to say, so Kim Belair recently did like a talk at XOXO 2024.
I watched like half of it.
You watched about? Yeah, I know you guys covered the whole thing. I'm not going to cover the video
Just half
here.
Of it. Just half of it we watched.
Yeah, this is the thing. We don't need to go over it. Most people have seen it now, but like there was just like a few things that stood out to me. One was that when the beginning, when she's describing, like she's trying to humanize herself, basically. She's like, yeah, I do taxidermy and I do this and this and that. Nobody claps. The one
time that I remember her clapping was when she admits the truth, when she says the truth.
Well, it's
the
when
one time.
she creates a caricature of herself as the DEI boogeyman of the gaming industry.
Yeah, exactly. She says that, everyone claps, and then that's...
Everyone claps, and I'm just like, so clearly what she's done here is she has gathered a room of sycophantic, ideological fellow travelers to engage in a victimhood circle jerk. That's what this is. You know what I mean? And it's like...
Maybe.
That's what this is. Like, she gathered a room, because the whole presentation was about, like, how I became the center of a harassment campaign. Very Anita Sarkeesian in nature, right?
Yeah, classic.
So she surrounds herself with this people who basically agree with her so that they can applaud her and validate her, because that's what victims do. They need constant validation.
Yeah.
But it's like, of course they don't applaud the human things about you. They only applaud the ideological things about you. Which tells me that none of these people are your friends. They are allies and nothing more.
What was it that
The moment that you disagree with these kinds of people, they will discard you into the gutter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also...
She opened her fucking thing with, like, my friends say I'm a good person, and here's a picture of my dogs. And I think I had Jasper, like, a couple times just to play it again, and he was like, okay. Are you, like, a man on Tinder?
Yeah, she's given, like, it does sound like a Tinder profile, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, I am your sloppy seconds.
My friends say I'm a good person, and I have dogs, so...
It also baffled me that she also knows that she's surrounded by fellow travelers and allies, not friends, allies. They're not the same thing. And because she, like, just casually called Elon Musk a buffoon during the thing. It's like, bitch, this dude just led a team of engineers to design a tower that could catch a fucking falling booster out of the sky, like Mr. Miyagi catching a fly with fucking chopsticks. If that guy is a buffoon, what the fuck are you? Like, what are you doing? You know, other than just navel gazing. It's sharing, like, it was so pathetic. And then this game, who she's credited as the story architect for, drops. And I'm just like, bitch, why did you, instead of doing this victim circle jerk, why didn't you take that time and effort and money and use it to bolster and advertise your game? You're like, why do these people have absolutely no PR acumen? They have no business acumen. They don't seem to have a fucking clue about anything related to business or professionalism or PR or anything. It's insane to me. It is absolutely baffling to me how stupid these people are.
Yeah, what blows my mind is how the fuck they get hired. Like, she explained, like, oh yeah, and like, we just like set up like an email and was like, yeah, if you guys want help with this thing, just like email us. Like, it's really that easy.
Yeah,
set up a fucking consultation company. Like, I'm about to start my own.
You want to know why she got hired and why her company got hired? It's because of nepotism. What? Again, it's because she surrounded herself with ideological fellow travelers, and they engage in ideological nepotism. You have to remember that Sweet Baby was formed right during the height of, like, the St. Floyd death and all that kind of stuff, and Me Too. They basically just rode the coattails of that bullshit into a very nefarious business practice, is what they did. And right now that's going out of vogue, you know.
How do we replicate this the other way? Is what I'm wondering.
Well, my whole thing is that, like, I just said before that I work, like, tangentially to the aviation security business, and I work globally. I work like the client base for my team is global.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now that if anyone in my industry even thought about behaving the way that Kim Belair behaves, or anyone in Sweet Baby, or any of these consultancy agencies behave, they would be just blacklisted out of the industry on just lacking in professionalism alone. Because here's the thing, like, are you familiar with, like, how bids and contracts are acquired and how they're negotiated at all?
No.
Okay, so what I do is what I just described, bids and contracts. Okay, what happens is a company, a first party, in this case like a AAA gaming company, if they behave like my industry behaves, they send out what's called a request for proposal, or an RFP. And the RFP is just a blanket, this is the scope of work that we need to contract out. This is our budget. This is our timeline. And we require this, and this. You know, this number of successful jobs similar in scope. We want references. We want project briefs. We want specifications of your equipment. We want what you can do to service the equipment, you know, and all that kind of stuff. It's basically, that's what it is. And then all the companies who qualify to meet that request write proposals, and then they send them in. And then the team that sent out the RFP evaluates the proposals, picks a winner, and then hires that winner to do the work. That's how contracts are done in a professional, unbiased, fair environment. And I have to say that looking from my industry into, you know, as an outsider in the AAA gaming space looking in, it doesn't look like that kind of system is in place at all in the AAA gaming space. What it looks like to me is there's some HR witch who happens to be friend with some other cunt from one of these consulting companies, and they just hire them because they're friends. That actually seems to be the way that these third-party contracting companies like Sweet Baby or Weird Ghosts or Gamers with a Y or Hit Detection or any one of these dozens of bullshit consultancy agencies get hired. It seems to be purely out of nepotism, and just doesn't seem to be any like proofing for like quality or like, this is the thing. Most companies that are legit, they have what are called project briefs on their websites. And what are project briefs? Project briefs are basically descriptions. They say like, hey, this is a project that we worked on. Here's a point of contact for that, for the other side of the contract. And here's like a description of what we did. You know, we were hired here to do this, this, and this. We got to work over here, and we built this, and then we delivered it at this time, and then we did all this. We made sure it all works correctly, and then we switched that over to a service contract to take care of the thing until its lifespan is over. You know, it's a description of the work. And yet, I have yet to see a single instance where any of these consultancy companies have described a single project that they've worked on like that. They all just say like, oh, we did narrative consultation for this company. It's like, bitch, what did you do? Because they're always complaining to us about like, you don't know, you're just a bunch of retards and incels who don't know how the industry works and all this kind of stuff. It's like, well then fucking tell us, you cunt. You know, give us an example.
Yeah.
You said
what did you do?
Yeah, you said you did like, you know, this consultation for God of War or whatever. Or no, let's use a better example for the what's her name in Alan Wake, where the main character was race swapped in the middle of development, right? But Kim Belair is always going out there saying, yeah, we didn't do that. It's like, then tell us what the fuck you did do. Give us a brief. Give us a series of projects that you worked on where you tell us exactly what you did. Say, hey, we were contracted out to do this, and then we you know, two of our people, this person and this person, came in, looked in. This is where they were on the project. This is these are the characters and the stories that they needed help on. They were having trouble here. So we used this set of knowledge and we sent these people over to do this, this, and this and beef up the narrative in that area. And then the game released and everybody was happy. Like, give us some fucking examples of what you've actually done. Like, every legitimate business does this. Every legitimate but these consultation companies don't seem to be legitimate. They all seem to be grifting. Their work is derived entirely off of ideological allyship and nepotism. It's like, it's the most disgustingly unprofessional relationship I've ever seen. You know, and as somebody who works in like an actual legitimate business sector, I am appalled. I am absolutely appalled at the conduct and the behavior and the lacking of professionalism that all these companies engage in. It's disgusting. Anyway, I'm going to stop ranting about that, but it's just, it baffles me how this industry continues to operate the way that it does and get away with it. Anyway, let's see here. That because this works in aviation B because of government regs, gamers. But yeah, it's and the thing is about this Unknown 9 game is that not even like the fellow travelers are giving it good reviews. Yeah, it's just got a 64 on Metacritic, 2.5 on Games Radar. The Gamer only gives it a 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah, even like
fucking IGN gives it a 5. They did it. It's remember they gave Dustborne and Concord a 7.
That's fucking rough.
So what they gave this game a 5.
So that's their minimum. God.
But this is interesting, and this is the sentiment you see across all the reviewers: generic story and dull combat. This is Kim Belair's narrative architect project. She was the one in charge of the narrative here, which I will go based on the title because once again, she hasn't bothered to tell us exactly what the fuck she did, as I just went into. But like, and this is the thing, when you follow an ideology that requires you to walk on every fucking eggshell imaginable, all you end up with is the same bland, safe, boring shit.
Yep.
And that's what this is.
She was going over like some of the like the shit that people were saying about her. She was saying how people found it originally was they felt like all the stories were written like people were saying that they felt that all the stories were written by the same person, and that's what got them digging.
Yeah.
And she herself pointed it out, and it's just like, you work on story. You keep saying that. That's what you work on. Why is the story the same story every fucking time? Because
they only know one story themselves. That's why. Because again, nepotism,
not
narcissism.
Even themselves, honestly. The victimized themselves that they wish they were, because they're not actually victims.
No, they're not. But the thing is, it's like, what if instead of like doing a conference? Because it's like I would love to have like stood outside of that conference, that talk that Kim gave, and just pulled people in the audience out and said, "So, what from that talk did you learn that will help you further your career as a game developer? Go." And it's going to be, they're just going to stumble.
Don't be racist.
Yeah, they got nothing. It's like you're paying thousands of dollars, because that's what they think, because that's these conferences, they're not like public-facing conferences. They're trade conferences. They're business-to-business networking conferences. So the ticket prices are a lot higher for these. They pay like thousands of dollars. Usually they're funded by the companies to like send like a cadre of developers to the conference, essentially. But they spent thousands of dollars for what? To listen to Kim Belair whine about being a victim? Like, how does...
Well, why wasn't that made public?
Oh, because they publish all of their things on YouTube. Like, you could find that talk on YouTube. And of course,
what the fuck's the point?
The likes and dislikes are turned off, and the comments are turned off too, by the way, because of course they are. Yeah, I always wonder that too. It's like, wait a minute, I paid thousands of dollars to go to this conference and listen to these talks, and you're just publishing them for free on YouTube? Like, what? It's kind of baffling, isn't it? But yeah, this thing is a shit show, and a part of this shit show, has led to this. Or actually, nope. Sorry, let me go back. This wasn't supposed to be just a game. Reflected Entertainment CEO and Bandai Namco exec Hervé Horde, I don't know how to say that, offers insight into telling a story across games, novels, comics, podcasts, and more. This was supposed to be like Concord, where it wasn't just a game, it was also supposed to be like on television and in comic books and novels. Like they were planning like a whole multimedia franchise off of this thing, and it got concorded, which is fucking hilarious. But I want to talk about, this was the thing I really wanted to get to. Bandai Namco begins to cut its headcount and cancels some games. So the publisher of Unknown 9 has started cutting its headcount and pause of canceled games due to lackluster demand. Now that's an interesting reason to me. That stands out immediately. It's like they're recognizing that the audience doesn't want the shit that they're making. You know what I mean? Which is kind of crazy to me because Bandai Namco made this.
Yeah.
Right? They published Dragonball Sparking Zero, which just passed 3 million in its first 24 hours. Like, I don't need to read this because the headline is enough, but it really does. Again, remember when I contrasted what the fuck was it called?
There is demand. It's just you're giving us the wrong fucking product.
Shit, what's it called? Dustborne. Remember when I compared the Dustborne booth to the Nikkei booth at Tokyo Game Show? It's a very similar kind of microcosm of a contrast. You know, Japanese publisher publishes Japanese game based off Japanese IP that everybody loves, and it sells like gangbusters. Japanese publisher buys a shit woke game from a shit woke company filled with shit woke people, and it fails. Like, how many times does this have to happen before people start figuring it the fuck out? You know what I mean? Because all of us here on the ground, we're seeing these patterns, and it's like, and that's the other thing. It's like all of these detractors, all these like these Alyssa Mercante style people, or like the CD Projekt Red CEO and creative director, and all these fucking people. You know, they put out these posts that think that they're owning us and calling us stupid, but it's like,
I had a racist thought.
Uh-oh. 5 more times at least, Cornell says.
I'm not gonna say unless I'm given express permission to say the racist thought, but
could you type it to me in DMs?
yes.
Okay, type it to me in DMs. But I have to say that, like, shit, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, these people, like, all the detractors, like I said, the Lobos Mercantes or the CD Projekt Red kerfuffle that happened, they never present arguments. Like when I see CD Projekt Red, they like, yeah, we don't do DEI. We hire on merit. And it's just like, why did you say that? Why did you say something that's so obviously untrue? Why are you giving, like, fools like Endymion such low-hanging fruit to chew on? You know, why are you throwing buckets of chum into the shark-infested waters like that? You know, like, instead of saying that and then giving Endymion all the ammunition he needs to make a 25 minutes owning your ass with receipts, just from the website, which you don't need a fucking insider for, by the way. I don't know why Endymion keeps like going like, my insider says this, my insider says that. It's like, all the shit you're saying is publicly available. Like, you don't need insiders for that information. Anyway, but what if instead of, we don't, you know, we hire on merit? What if instead of that, you say it's like, look, we hire the people that we hire, and we've been doing this since before 2018. We've been doing this since before Blood and Wine got released. And what are the 2 major releases that were released since we started hiring in this manner? Blood and Wine, and Phantom Liberty, which are fucking beloved and everybody loves them. So you can hate and choose to define the words that we use in our hiring practices all you want, but the fact of the matter is that it's producing things that people love. So get wrecked. Also, all the shit that you're saying it's like some claim insider information has been available on the website since like before the pandemic, since like 2018. Catch up, retard. You know what I mean? Like if CDPR chat.
I've sent you the The racist thought. The racist thought. It's not even a joke. It's just a thought. And I'm not racist.
Well, there's no.
It might be racist, but
You can say it. That's fine. Well, the thing is, it's just funny. But my thing is, it's like none of these people seem to have like an idea of like how to actually come up with an argument. Like I just gave like the argument that CDPR should have put out to like quash all that shit that Endymion said. It's like, yeah, and like the hiring practices that we've been doing since like 2016 have produced Blood and Wine and Phantom Liberty, which are fucking awesome and everybody loves them. And we're just going to keep doing that, and we don't care about your judgments or how you define the words that we use to describe the hiring practices that have produced these results. Get wrecked. You know what I mean? Like, that, and that would have been an actual good way to say it. It's like, you know what? No matter how it's worded or what labels are ascribed to it, what we're doing is producing things that people, including people like you, Endymion, actually like. You know what I mean? People on your side in Endymion actually like. So we're just going to keep doing that, and you can keep complaining about it. And if he'd have said that, that would have been really disarming. But he didn't. Yeah. He just lied. He's just like, we hire based on merit. We don't do DEI. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how do they have no clue how to devise an actual argument? I've seen the same shit in the whole like uglification shit. I have not once seen an actual reason given as to why Western AAA game devs make ugly women. I haven't actually seen a reason for it. They just say... Yeah, it was deflect. No, they just say why do you think they'd be pretty? They just say you're just an... you're just a gooner, you're just an incel. You know, it's like, but that's not answering the question. You're dodging the question. Why? You're deflecting, why do you need to be able to jerk off to the character? It's like why do you need them to be hideous? The thing is, like, they don't need to be like fucking supermodels. We just would like them to not be hideous. Like, that's it. Like the CD, like, what was it? We'll get into it later, because like the Dragon Age writer came out saying similar shit recently. But I just, they'll never answer that question because they don't want to admit the truth is that they don't want to feel like they're being. I have heard the argument. They don't want to admit that they're jealous of fictional characters. That's the thing. It's like they're never going to say the actual reason. It comes like, because again, like they also don't seem to have a concept of just like what is the common denominator kind of logic, because they'll always say like, oh well, there's like a technical thing where this and that is like a thing that we can't accomplish because of this and that, and they'll get into like all this technical stuff. Like I've even heard like Luke, what's his name? Luke Stevens, I think is his name. I like his content. But he did a thing where like he said that he thinks that Ubisoft, like their faces are like vacant and poorly rendered and look like shit because they're not doing facial scanning anymore. Because what they're doing is they're using dynamic lip syncing to all the different, so that they can basically have the lip motions match all of the different localization languages that they're doing across the world. So like, because right now you have like a VA where the little dots on their face, and they'll speak in English. So all of the facial animations will be lip synced to English, but then they're dubbed over in Spanish or Japanese or whatever, and the lip syncs don't quite match. So to make them match, they get rid of the facial scanning, and they have like a dynamic lip syncing thing where like the sound is associated with a very specific configuration of the lips and the tongue and the teeth. You know what I mean? And then the mouth dynamically animates to what's actually being spoken by all the different VAs for all the different languages. Right? Yeah. That's kind of cool. Which is a cool idea, and and that's like an actual explanation. And that's an actual explanation that I can kind of believe as to why at least that aspect of it is making Ubisoft games look like shit. But here's the problem with that. There are other studios across the Western AAA industry that don't use that technology and still look like shit. So you haven't met the common denominator here. There has to be an explanation across the board. And then you say, like, and then if they do come up with a technical explanation that makes sense across the board, then they have to extend that to, like, okay, well, why doesn't that affect Eastern developers' character models? Even the woke ones, like Capcom and Bandai Namco and Sega. You know? Even those woke ones are still producing pretty females. Why can't you? And it's like, we know the reason, but... And they know, and they know it too.
They can't admit it. And
they can't admit it. So, you know, but the thing is, it's like, I just never hear any actual argumentation. And it's like, you're just a bunch of chuds. You don't know how game development works.
Yeah, it's like you're right, I don't know how it works. What I do know is that those other devs seem to be able to do it no problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you just suck? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you're just telling me that you suck at your job. And the other thing, it's like, you don't know how game development works. Well, then fucking tell us. You know, again, what is with the fucking secrecy? You know, I think of like the whole rumor about Taka, you know, over in AC Shadows. There's this whole thing, oh, there's a Japanese character that was replaced by Yasuke because of BLM. It's like, if they'd have just focused on that, they could have made all of that, you know, the our side of the cultural war look like idiots. Because they could just be like, dumbass, like, you can't just replace a main character like that late in development. It's not just a character swap. Like, that's not how game development pipelines work. Like, you would not only have to replace the character, you would have to do all the animations over again, which means doing all the mocap over again. You'd have to do a bunch of cutscenes over again, which would require a bunch of VA work. And guess what? The VAs and mocap artists, all the video game artists, they're still on strike. They've been on strike since August. So, no, they can't just do that. And not just that, but like the way that like games are made is in the beginning, they concept out the main character and they come up with a whole bunch of different ways they can go. They come up with like a bunch of different characters, and then they say, okay, what kind of a character is this? Let's figure out what kind of story we can get from that kind of character. Or what kind of story we can get from these kinds of characters. And they draw them out. They make a ton of concept art. They do a bunch of concept art on what their combat style might look like, or their moveset, what their fashion sense is, and that kind of stuff. And this is all figured out before any character meets a single line of code. You know what I mean? So, like, the whole thing about, like, Taka existing and then getting replaced by Yasuke, it's like, yeah, I could totally believe that happening in concept. Like, if they were in concept, they came up with this character, then Taka was like, no, we're going to go with Yasuke. Taka never sees a line of code. And I'll bet you soup to nuts that if you go into the code base, you're not going to see a single line with the word Taka in it. You're just not going to see it, because he never made it out of concepting. I'll bet you. That's the thing. It's like, if you want to prove to me that they replace it with Yasuke that late in the dev cycle, you're going to have to show me, like, a freaking Japanese character, like, walking around in a game environment. Like, coded in, built up, because that's about how far they would have gotten by the time the replacement happened. Right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You're never going to show me that, because it never fucking existed. Because Taka was probably like an idea they had in the very beginning of the concept stages. Yeah, there's probably some concept art of Taka floating out there. Who the fuck cares? Doesn't mean he was replaced by Yasuke because of BLM. It's fucking stupid. And if you have an understanding of game development, you would come to that same conclusion. And I'm just like, why isn't that the argument? Why? I think it's like, you're just a bunch of retards who don't know about game development. Shut up, chuds. Like, why is it there's this incessant, knee-jerk, unprofessional antagonism, you know, for people who have questions? You know what I mean? It's just disgusting to me how these people fucking behave on the AAA side of things. From CEOs to community managers to fucking journalists. It's like they all run this super unprofessional cabal of nincompoops and mediocre midwits. And I just cannot get over how seemingly incompetent so many people are, especially people in public-facing positions are across the industry. It's just baffling to me.
It's fucking wild, dude. Like, I feel like any other job in the world, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Leave.
Like,
get fired. Let me find someone that can actually fucking publicly speak.
Yeah, I know for a fact that if I engage like in this kind of behavior at my job, like in like the professional workspace, I would be reprimanded severely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that normal, good, healthy, functioning companies allow this kind of shit to happen. And I cannot get over it. I cannot get over just how lacking in professionalism these companies are. It's crazy to me. It's fucking crazy to me. So,
Like, what's wild to me as well is, like, community manager, right? Like, person that, like, just runs your fucking Twitter. It's such an easily replaceable position.
yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Like, how the fuck do you feel comfortable going out and doing that? It blows my fucking mind.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I that was like a really long-winded rant that I did with the sole intents and purposes of releasing it as a separate video.
Yeah, that's why I was quiet for most of it. I was just letting you fucking go because you were going. And I was like,
but I'm just looking at it from just a business point of view. You know, from just like as someone who's like in the thick of like the corporate world and bids and contracts and stuff like that, and deals getting made with third-party contractors and stuff like that. I'm looking at it from that point of view, and I'm just seeing nothing but just gross misconduct and unethical behavior, and it disgusts me. It absolutely disgusts me. But anyway, Bandai Namco, they are putting a pause on a bunch of things happening because they've recognized lackluster demand in a lot of the things that they're making. That's according to a new report from Bloomberg, which has revealed that Bandai Namco has seen employees shuffled about since April 2024. According to Bloomberg, it's a result of the company... Man, Bloomberg actually has a lot of these breaking stories in the game industry. It's a result of the company canceling and pausing some of its projects due to lackluster demand. Bloomberg reports that Bandai Namco has moved some of its employees to, quote, rooms where they are giving nothing to do in an apparent attempt to make them voluntarily leave the company. Have you heard of this? They go into this. So this is a thing that's actually common across the Japanese corporate world. It's called, they're called expulsion rooms or oidashibaya. And I actually found an explanation of it over here on this website, the Japan Intercultural.
Is it because of
It's because the laws in Japan actually make it so it's really, really, really hard to actually fire people.
Yeah.
And
it's
so they
here.
Yeah, so they have these, and I can go into this a little bit. In the U.S., we have at-will employment, which means employees can quit their jobs whenever they would like. The companies can fire employees whenever they would like. In a sense, it's the opposite of Japan's lifetime employment custom. This is why the salaryman is such like a big stereotype in Japan, because the work culture over there is once you get a job at a company, you tend to stay there for life. Whereas in America, we don't really have much loyalty. We used to kind of like back in like I would say up all the way through like the 80s. It was normal for like dudes to get jobs at like phone companies or whatever company, you know, out of high school, and they would basically stick with that company as a company man throughout their entire career. That was pretty common, I would say, right up through the 80s, maybe even the 90s. But I would say post 9/11, that sentiment has changed, and employees are no longer have like a major sense of loyalty to any company that they work for.
There's no incentive for it either.
There's no incentive for it, exactly. So they say, of course, when it comes to firing, even the United States is not always for a company to fire people simply whenever it wants to. To avoid legal problems, it behooves a company to document the economic need for layoffs or the problems with the performance of an individual employee being let go. But still, letting people go is something relatively straightforward for American firms, and the culture in general supports it. Correct. You are held accountable for the things that you do. It's that simple.
For the most part.
Yeah, for the most part.
You'd be surprised. Again, the thing is, like, HR plays a lot into, like, basically, like, oh, you can't fire them for that.
I was going to say, that's not the case.
It's not Make sure that you write down everything they do. And like, blah, 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 blah. And then you have to validate, like, why that's a problem. And blah, 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 blah. It's so much easier to just not give someone hours.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, okay, I can't fire them, but you know what I can do? I don't legally have to put them on the fucking fucking timesheet.
You don't have to schedule them.
I don't have to schedule them. I don't have to give them hours.
Yep. Well, and
why aren't you giving them hours? Well, because I need my best employees right now. for this. You know, it's really tight. I have limited hours. I want to put my best people on it.
Yep.
Oh, you should give them hours. Why? You can't make it. No.
Or you schedule
So
so
maybe-
damn many hours that they can't take the amount of work and they just quit
Well,
themselves.
I usually don't do that because that will
That
affect
could
me.
backfire.
But yeah, that would backfire bad, right? It's the best way to do is just like, again, I've had to do this several times. You just don't want to have that person working because they're negatively affecting the performance of the rest of the store, the rest of the staff. So what you do is you just don't give them hours. You give them maybe like a shift every like now and then, right? Make it very clear that they're not gonna be able to live off of this job, and then they'll fucking quit and find a new one. Or they just won't quit, and it'll be like a while before the last time that you fucking hired them, or the last time you put on the schedule, and then HR will be like, "Who is this person? Why are they system?
Mhm.
They haven't been scheduled in like 6 months." It's like, oh, yeah, I don't know.
You fell through the cracks.
Boot
Look
them.
at chat.
Okay.
Look at chat. By the way, Cornell
Oh.
apparently spilled something on his laptop keyboard, and it looks like a cat has been like sleeping on the keyboard.
Lamau.
but
That's funny.
yeah, so in contrast, Japanese
Some interesting
companies
symbols.
are barred by both societal and legal constraints that make it very difficult to fire employees. Historically, that led to the phenomenon of the Mundaka Wiazaku, literally the tribe that sits by the windows. Employees whose services were no longer needed, but that company could not or did not want to fire, would be given a pleasant spot by the window to while away working hours by reading the newspaper. However, as the Japanese economy has had to deal with years upon years of recession and the increasingly stiff winds of global competition, many Japanese companies are finding themselves with more redundant staff than could fit at the window seats. This is particularly true for many companies in Japan's electronics industry, which is having a lot of difficulty these days and feels the need to shed many employees who were hired during the boom years. So this is where the Oidashibeya,
The banishment room.
the banishment room, or the expulsion room. So basically, they just send employees into this room that has no windows. It has one chair, one desk with nothing on it, and they just have to sit there, and that's their job. And they just see how long they can hold out before they just quit.
Do they get paid to be there?
Yeah, they get paid
Oh, dude.
because they
Where
can't
do I
fire
sign
them.
up? Where do I sign up? I'll happily do that. Like,
Yeah,
alright,
'cause-
my love, I'm gonna go sit in a chair now.
Bring your Switch with you.
Yeah, dude, just sit there on my phone and be like,
So that's what they're doing over here at Bandai Namco, though. Our decisions to discontinue games are based on comprehensive assessments of the situation. Some employees may need to wait a certain amount of time before they are assigned their next project, but we do move forward with assignments as new projects emerge. There is no organization like an Oidashibeya at Bandai Namco Studios designed to pressure people to leave voluntarily. Yeah, sure. Because you just look really bad if you admit it. According to Bloomberg sources, Bandai Namco canceled the smartphone game Tales of the Rays and said it would take down big-budget online game Blue Protocol in January. In addition, it has also decided to cancel pause development of several games, including ones that feature characters from animes Naruto and One Piece, as well as a project commissioned by Nintendo Company. So, yeah, it's just... You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. You know? Bandai Namco is finding out the hard way that that's the thing, like, including ones that feature Naruto and One Piece, which you would think would be popular, you know.
yeah.
So I don't know, because it's not like they put pause on a bunch of Western woke trash. You know what I mean? These are like mainstream, well-known and well-beloved anime franchises that they put pause on. So who knows what's going on here
Yeah.
for real. I guess it gets interesting because once again we have a company suffering financially. They don't know what to do with their IP, and there's a tale of two games, you know, Sparking Zero and Unknown 9. You know, and it's like, again, which way Nihonjin? You know, it's...
Is that the fucking lady that played
Yes.
the witch in a okay.
Yes, in The Witcher, yes. There's a video
Yeah.
out there, too, of her, like, she gets asked, like,
Her
what's...
mouth is familiar.
Yeah, she's asked... I don't have it pulled up here, but there's an interview that she had about this game, and they asked her, like, what's, like, what's like the big draw, like what's the best reason to buy this game, and she literally had no answer, and she stumbled around for like 30 seconds, and then she just said, "Oh, it's very diverse." It's like, oh my god, what a fucking train wreck. Speaking of train wrecks, Dragon Age: The Veilguard is not looking good. This thing is 2 weeks out from release, and it is drastically underperforming on Steam. It hasn't broken top 50 bestsellers, and pre-orders are in the tank. 3 times less than Star Wars Outlaws. And I don't understand this, because I have a feeling like the pre-orders for Star Wars Outlaws were a lot lower than Dragonball Sparking.
Yeah.
But things are looking pretty bad according to the metrics that we're seeing on Dragon Age: The Veilguard. So I don't know. I don't know who started Craig. So Craig's like the guy who runs the Side Scrollers podcast, or if you've ever seen it. He apparently has an insider on retail outlets that sell games.
Okay.
I don't know what the veracity of this, but it has panned out in the past. So, but he says across 800 stores, they have just under 2,000 pre-orders between PS5 and
That's
Xbox.
not hard to check if you have someone who, like, works in, like,
No, it's not.
I don't know, like
GameStop.
Walmart.
Yeah.
I don't know about GameStop. 800 stores is a lot.
Okay.
That goes well beyond your, like, usual region. Stuff like
There's
that.
a lot more than 800 Whoa. There's a lot more than 800 Walmart stores, though. I don't know. That might be a regional thing. Like, there might be 800 as a region, maybe. I don't know.
800
Let's see. Echoes. He says Zelda Echoes of Wisdom had over 4,400 in the last 2 weeks. So
I don't know if Walmart lets you see, like, the orders, like, across the entire company.
Oh god,
right?
This
like the
bitch.
way that, like,
this is another example right here. This bitch right here, who made the the viral clip of her being it's got, they, them, and chest scars. I love the inclusivity. Love it. That infamous clip.
yeah.
She came out recently and made a response to all the shit she was getting for it, and she was like, the criticisms for this game, they're ludicrous. You're all just a bunch of idiots and fools. Again, the same dismissal bullshit. What if instead of that you said, you know what? Yeah, it matters to me, and I understand that I'm in a minority of gamers who appreciate and like games for doing this. I hope that you can look at what's been available for this game in terms of gameplay videos, and I hope that you can find something that appeals to you, and then we can all enjoy the game together. That's what I hope. You know what I mean? What if that's what she said?
Yeah.
She would immediately just get all the shit off of her. You know what I mean? But no, it's no.
A lot of people are fair enough, right?
Here's
the thing. I've said it before, right? If people want to make games for the small niche of people, go ahead.
Totally.
That's fine. Stop fucking complaining at me for not playing it.
Exactly.
That's where I have a problem with you. When you start shitting at me for fucking no reason, right?
And it's learn to laugh at yourself for fuck's sake, just once. It's you went out there and you praised chest scars. Come on, that's fucking cringe. And it's if you just kind of laugh at yourself, it's yeah, that was kind of cringe, but it matters to me. I'm a trans person myself. It does mean a lot to me. I appreciate that the game doesn't do it. You don't have to. That's fine. I hope that you can find something that you think you'll enjoy in the game, and that you'll get the game, and we can all have fun in the game together.
It's hard to be the better man as a
Can you?
man.
I mean, how easy could it have been to be that person? You know what I mean? But no, you just can't do that. You have to call them chuds and incels. And it's just.
I don't know if you heard what I said.
Wait, what'd you say? I totally went by me. Sorry, I got into rant mode again. I'm sorry. I get kind of
I know.
tunnel vision when I get into rant mode.
I said, it's hard to be the better man as a fake man.
I'm just, it baffles to me how people just do not have any acumen when it comes to just being an adult. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just baffles me how stupid these people are, and how vitriolic they actually are. You know what I mean? Like, these are the ones who are actually vitriolic. Like, what's that? I keep going on these tangents, but it matters to me. That horse game that was announced like a few weeks ago. It was like that. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a game where like you basically play like all you do. You're like, it takes place in like 13th century Mongolia, and you're just like a courier. So it's just like you and your horse in the environment, and that's it. There's no combat or anything.
Pretty cool.
It's just you going across the plains with your horse. You get to like take care of and breed horses and stuff.
It's fucking what's that one? The Strand game. Death Stranding.
Death Stranding.
More interesting.
Yeah, I mean, but they put out a tweet saying like, who would want to play this game? They described it kind of like the way I just described it, and say, who would want to play this game? And they got this like ridiculous over the top reply, and they were like, you got pronouns in the bio as long as you don't put DEI woke shit in it, but that's probably not the case because you got pronouns in your bio, you idiot. And it's just like, and then the original poster was like, every person who accuses the game of being woke, I'm going to add another pronoun to the list in the game. And I'm like, that's such a good response. That's the equivalent of whatever they like if I'm a developer and I'm making a game with like hot chick with big boobs, like I'm making Laura Croft, and they say like, why do you're such a gooner or whatever like that. I would make a post saying like every accusation of being a gooner, I'm gonna increase her chest size by an inch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's my response. And she did the exact same response on the other side. I'm just like, yes, that is such a like kudos to the banter. You know what I mean? That's good banter. That's good banter that you can laugh at. And obviously that person was out of line. You know what I mean? It's like, bro. Yeah. It's like, bro. Obviously you're like one of these people that are on our side of things. You're clearly not the target audience for a fucking horse courier game. You know what I mean? This is for the horse girls. They're out, a really big horse. There's a whole community of gamers that are literally they only play games that have horses in them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's who that game is for.
I mean,
well, like a great example of this is like Altiori. I don't know if you know that there's a YouTuber named Altiori. Fantastic. She's a fantastic YouTuber, by the way. Way better than me. She's hilarious. And she's like obsessed with horses. You know what I mean? And she's had several videos about games with horses. And she fucking loves them. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the audience. Obviously it's like, who cares?
That's for the unicorn princess and
learn to pick your battles. You know what I mean? But like the creator was like, no, I'm gonna obviously she's not gonna add a pronoun for every person who claims the game to be woke. Obviously she's not gonna do that. She's putting that out there purely as banter. You know what I mean? And I was like, yes, that's a great response. Actually, I love that response.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's an amazing response. I love it. But
what's the game I want to play now? That sounds interesting.
Oh gosh, you have to look it up.
It sounds like Death Stranding, but actually entertaining.
What's it called? Just look up Mongolia horse courier game, and you'll find it.
Windstorm: The Legend of Kimori.
Yep, that's it. So, yeah, that's a game that, like, honestly, like, I am getting more and more into games where you can just kind of zen and chill out.
Yes, it's interesting. It's pretty.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Like, you know what I mean? And again, it's like low stress. This kind of stuff. And I'm, like, drawn more and more to low stress shit as I get older and older these days. So it's like, even I could be, like, somebody that could enjoy that game, you know? I mean, I like taking care of my horse in fucking Red Dead Redemption 2. So, but yeah, anyway, back to the Veilguard, and getting off of this dumb bitch who just, again, doesn't have any kind of PR acumen whatsoever. This game is not looking good, and of course, the writers are lashing out, or at least the former writers. These are the threads. So this is the former David Gator is the former writer. I don't know the lore of Dragon Age. I really don't. I don't. I used to, but it's been so fucking long since they put out a Dragon Age game that I've forgotten all of it. But so there's these. But you know, it's just this whole thread. Like, of course, they're doing it over on Blue Sky because everybody's like leaving Twitter to go to Blue Sky because of the new block policy. So, but basically, he's just going in here again, and he's just saying, you know, when your idea of beauty is framed solely by the porn you watch, you get it. He's just dismissing it as you're just a gooner, this and that. He doesn't have.
What's my name?
He doesn't have an actual fucking argument to make.
Her name is Patrice with an E.
The porn you watch and the anime you prefer, then no, they aren't. Not to them. And they very likely pine for the days when every female character existed to be beautiful and wonder what could have changed. The world changed, dude. No, it didn't. The world... I hate this gaslighting shit. The world changed. No, the world has not changed. The age-old adage of sex sells has not and will not ever not be true. Okay? That will always be true. The world hasn't changed.
What does she look like in Veilguard?
I don't know.
I keep seeing how she looks in Dragon Age 2. She's hot.
That's probably the one they're talking about.
I think it doesn't matter that she's white.
I don't know. I think this is also like a BioWare writer or something like that. Both of these. So this is like two BioWare writers circle jerking each other, basically.
Every character is gorgeous except for the white one.
Mm-hmm.
They're just mad because the gorgeous characters aren't white.
This is why on Project.
I'm the non-racist.
Yeah. This is why on Project I'm always encouraging teams to just go for it when it comes to representation. The worst people in the world are going to complain just as hard if you have a single POC or a whole diverse cast. You might as well do it right. Not true. This is the false. This is the classic straw man about what wokeism is. It's like wokeism is simply just leftist progressive activism. That's what wokeism is. And if you don't know, it's like, I mean...
No, I disagree. I think, here's the thing. I think, like, leftist progressive activism, like, true leftist, like progressive activism, is not woke. Wokeism has gone well beyond that. Wokeism has reached the point where it is a religion.
Well, it's
they have a set of beliefs.
I've heard...
And they have... like repercussions for those.
I've heard it called Maoism with American characteristics. That's another way to put it. Which is actually a much better way to put it. Because Maoism was very much like a religion that basically was like out with the old and everything traditional and all the old ways, and in with our new secular religion ways, basically.
Yeah, kind of.
That's very much what wokeism is, essentially. It's Maoism, but like all the lines are drawn between races and sexes and that kind of stuff. So it's like Maoism with American characteristics. That's what wokeism is.
I see it. But yeah, like they genuinely, like, the reason why they produce Spiral is they genuinely believe that like what they're saying is like a divine truth.
Yeah.
That cannot be contested. Which is why they think it's so powerful to just call someone racist. It's like, aha, you're a heretic. Now your argument is invalid.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing you say matters. You're speaking for the devil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything you say is blasphemy, right? And so that's like their catch-all argument for everything, because that's how they basically they label you someone whose opinion should not be taken, who should not be regarded, and then everyone just agrees and claps, and then they move on.
Yep.
That's how they see it in their world, because what you disagreeing with them is seen as you refusing to accept reality, because they genuinely believe that the way they see the world is some sort of divine truth. That's how you get purity spiral.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. And then there's this other thread with the same guy, and I really wanted to focus in on this very last comment down here. They're talking about the same kind of like attractive, unattractive shit. And then he says this: the industry as a whole has shifted its priority on the depiction of women from quote appealing to quote interesting. And then he says that's growth, and their notion that game artists are only reluctantly doing this because woke devs are standing behind them scowling and scolding is both funny and revealing. This whole thing, this appealing to interesting, two things. First of all, they're not interesting at all. None of the new characters that you're making, female character-wise, are interesting. I mean, Unknown 9 is great proof of that, and like how many... Like we can list them off the top of their head. How many insufferable, witty, I don't need no man, girl bass cunts are main characters?
Girl bass?
Girl boss. Girl boss characters have been made in the last just few years. I mean, we could start with Unknown 9 and work our way back. I mean, I could think of the two insufferable twins from the Wolfenstein games. I can think of every female character in the new Saints Row game that killed Volition Studios. I can think of the annoying cunt from Forspoken.
Yep.
Keep going. You know what I mean?
They're all just off the top of our fucking heads, huh?
They're all the same boring, uninteresting characters.
I think like just about every female character in fucking the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
To
think of anything else.
Doesn't wanna.
And this applies to Hollywood too. You know.
The new one that just fucking came out. I'm so bad with names. You put me on the spot. Dustborne.
Oh yeah, Dustborne. Yeah, they're all just insufferable bitches. They think they're witty and stuff like that, but they're just insufferable. They're not interesting. They're just annoying and retarded. You know.
Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two is, are you suggesting that in order that you have to be ugly to be interesting? Because that's a pretty fucking disgusting thing to think about women. Hey, ladies, you have to be
What's
ugly.
that? You're hot? You're a bimbo. You're a dumb, simple bimbo. Yeah.
You can't be hot and interesting. Which is the third point. Why can't you make characters that are both?
Yeah.
Like, why are these are not mutually exclusive things. You can make both appealing and interesting characters. I mean, honestly, Eve from Stellar Blade isn't very interesting. She's really not. She's at least appealing, though. You know what I mean?
She's basic.
Yeah, she's not complicated. She's not a super interesting character. And honestly...
She's not... I know she's, like, based on a supermodel. People are gonna be mad at me for this. But, like, bro, she's, like ultra generic Asian woman with brown eyes and dark hair.
Like
in a world of Asian animation and visuals, she is the most generic, basic visual.
I would say that the model that she's based on is
hotter.
It's hotter. But, like, if you go to, Japan or South Korea or China, a lot of Chinese cities and stuff like that, just walk around, the women are just in shape. Like, that's normal over there.
Yeah. I saw a post recently. I think I retweeted it. Where, it was this, Asian guy. I'll find it. I'll find all the sense. Rather than describe it, I'll just let you look at it. Meanwhile, you can keep talking.
Yeah, I was just saying that, the thing is, if you make them both appealing and interesting, you double your chances of players liking them. And it's the appealing, yeah, that's great. Interesting, yeah, that's great. But if you can get both, and let's say you go for both, but you fail in one or the other, at least you have a chance of succeeding in the other. You double your chances of characters being likable to the audience by making them both appealing and interesting. So it just baffles me that this guy thinks that you can't be appealing and interesting at the same time. And he also thinks that being beautiful is inherently uninteresting, which is a really disgusting view of women, as far as I'm concerned.
Look at that thing I sent you.
Let me see here.
This guy's awesome. I follow this guy. He's
Most people
I'm
aren't
indeed
even ugly; they're just fat. Same bathroom, same girl,
Yeah,
different mentality. Yep.
Like again, like Eva's like a really like generic looking female. She's just in shape.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like you don't have to like look super special or out there or like whatever, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, and then of course, let me see here. Of course, after this guy goes to this tirade again, just calling gamers gooners and things because the characters, the females are all, you know, they all have DEI chin. Not even he is really impressed by the art style of the Veilguard. So he bashes gamers for criticizing the character design, and then he's like, yeah, their art style leaves me a little bit cold. Like, he's proving his own point wrong here, because it's like, what he's saying here is that he criticized gamers because the character designs weren't appealing. And he's criticizing the characters because they don't seem interesting. Which is the exact same thing he just said. It's like they shifted from appealing to interesting. You know what I mean? And it's just like, well, what if they went for both? You know? Then everybody can be happy. Why is it a problem? It says, the art style leaves me cold. Let me see here. This goes on and on. Just a day later, Gator admitted to the art style of Veilguard may be cold while he discussed whether or not he would purchase and play the game. First, he wrote, a question I've received frequently as of late. Will you be playing the new Dragon Age? Asked with a degree of, I don't know, anticipation? Like this is something I do covertly despite the current team. Or out of interest in hearing my true and honest thoughts. My answer, it's complicated. He explained, honestly, I don't think I can play and enjoy the game like other fans play and enjoy the game. I understand that. That makes a lot of sense. Like if I wrote like a trilogy of books and then sold that, pour my blood, sweat, time, and tears into that endeavor, and then sold that IP to someone else, and then they released like a fourth book that they made.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. You know what I mean? I would not be. I don't know how I would feel about that, and that's kind of like what he's getting at here.
I don't know, man. If I like sold like, if I like made like a really cool D&D campaign and I sold the whole concept of like the story to someone and they made like a really cool animation out of it, I'd be like, yes.
But,
That being said, if they took and they changed and they warped it into something I don't like, I'd be like, I regret everything.
But that's what he's getting at here, is that this looks a lot different than the art style from the original 3 games. He says, on one hand, it'd be fun to play my first Dragon Age game post-release without seeing all the compromises and cuts and disappointments from years of development. So he's talking about the like the whole thing about only artists notice their own flaws, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Like one of my hobbies that I actually would like to get into again in the near future is building wooden model ships. And I can look at things that I built, and I notice every little thing where I fucked up. I know where they are because I built the damn thing. You know what I mean? But I guarantee you that nobody who looks at those ships are going to notice any of those errors. You know what I mean? And that's what he's getting at here. Like playing a game without seeing like all of the problems and flaws that went in that you had to get over on the way to the final product. It's in a different. You have a different appreciation for it. You know.
Yeah.
You just can't experience it the same way. And then he says, on the other, it's my baby. It's moved on. He then admitted that the art style leaves him cold. Do I like everything I see? Not really. The art style leaves me a bit cold. Then the art style has changed with every DA, and as before, I'm sure with Abhorrent would eventually. That's not true. This is drastically different from the previous 3 games. The gameplay has changed, which is true, but that it's changed across the series as well. The news on choices from previous games gives me pause. None of this would stop me, however. So this is the thing, like, when asked this question, he gets into all the nuance and stuff like that. A lot of nuance that I think most people can sympathize with.
Yeah.
So it's just like, but it's just hilarious that, like, after saying all that shit, he's on the fence about whether he's going to put his money where his mouth is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, last thing that I think is kind of interesting about the Veilguard which is a very pro-consumer move. They're not putting de novo on the PC version of this game, which is very interesting and strangely very pro-consumer. Did you know that de novo actually opened up a Discord server, and it recently, and it had to get closed down within 2 days because it was just filled with people bashing the shit out of them?
It's funny.
Yeah. But this reminded me of all the stuff that they're doing over at Ubisoft, where they're at Ubisoft, remember they're including the DLC, then at least the first season of the DLC into the original sale price. They're not doing early access. They're doing Steam Day 1 that doesn't have a separate launcher. It's just direct in Steam. They're doing all these pro-consumer moves, which is what you do when you're a AAA company on your heels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you're on the back foot, you're kind of forced to engage in pro-consumer kind of moves. So I see Veilguard here, no DRM, which is interesting. And they say, we trust you, which I can appreciate. I mean, you're going to get pirated to hell, but I can appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah.
But this was like a weird little positive thing, I guess, to kind of be, kind of contract. Because remember, this is a former writer. This guy has nothing to do with this new game.
Bear says, 3-1. They didn't put the Nuvo on it because it tanked performance to the extent that it literally wasn't playable, and not as an intentional pro-consumer move.
That's very possible. I could totally see that, honestly. But the thing is, it's like, there have been playtests of this game going back for over a year now. And one thing that's been consistent is that it performs really solidly. Again, I was watching Luke Stevens and a few others talk about their experience with the game, and they said that the game, if anything, it performs very, very, very well. So maybe. That's the thing, but because Luke Stevens didn't play it, well, I guess he didn't play it with the de novo either. So yeah, that could be it, Bear. I guess that's the cynical take. I don't know. I look for silver linings where I could find them. That's just my nature. So we shall see. I have a feeling that Dragon Age is going to perform similarly to Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah, I do. I think that it has enough pedigree to sell. I think it'll kind of limp across 1 million sales. I don't think it's going to get there the first month. I think it'll get there within the first 3 months. But it's not going to be the win that... I don't think it's going to be the win that BioWare needs for EA to not shut them down. I think that this is BioWare's last game. So, yeah. It's not going to be the gangbuster comeback that they need, and they've already got 2 big strikes against them with Andromeda and Anthem. So, I have a feeling that this is going to be like a foul tip. I don't know if you know in baseball.
No.
Foul tip is like if you have 2 strikes and you take a swing at the ball and you basically nick the ball, but you don't change the trajectory of the ball, and the catcher catches it. It's just strike 3. Yeah, that's what I feel like this is going to be. It's not going to move the needle enough to keep the studio alive, I don't think. So we'll see. A studio that is going to stay alive, however, is the studio behind Space Marine 2. Saber.
Yippee!
Saber's killing it right now. Space Marine 2 is getting a big new update later this month.
Saber Interactive.
Yeah. They'll have more to look forward to in a matter of
Such a cool name.
I know, right? I don't know. Saber Interactive gives me the same vibes as Larian Studios, the dudes behind Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
The CEO gives me the same vibes as the Larian CEO does.
Yeah.
So, which is a great...
They just want to make good games.
That's all they want to do. They just want to make good games. So Saber Interactive...
Like Larian's a great example of a progressive dev team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people forget that.
Yes.
Larian's extremely progressive.
Yep.
They had all the fucking, woke shit. People criticized the fuck out of that game before it came out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because, again, you have all the warning signs that it was going to be like a woke, dog shit pile, right? Were there.
Yep.
But they delivered, right? That's the thing about Laren. It's like, yes, they're progressive, and yes, they have like their views, their ideologies, whatever, right? But they don't let that take over the game design, right? They'll have stuff for that in the game, right? They'll have all that stuff, but they will make a good game. They do prioritize the game being fun. They don't go for just the modern audience. They go for the large audience. They go for everyone, right? They want to make a game that's fun and ultimately devoid of like ideological bullshit.
Yeah, Jazz beat me to it in the chat. Melody Mac
What?
recently did like an expose where Saber Interactive were actually like the key people involved between the remasters of the OG Tomb Raider games. Yeah. So, because like you look into the credits and they're actually like the key players in the credits of those games. Because like and Aspire is just like a publisher essentially. But Saber was actually like heavily involved in it. So it's like, oh, that makes sense actually. By the way, they're remastering the Legend trilogy of games, which I personally think is like the best era for the Lara Croft franchise. I didn't play the OG trilogy because I never played them, honestly. But I didn't play those remasters. I will definitely be playing the remasters of these, the second trilogy, the 4th, 5th, and 6th games. So, and
I need to pee.
Okay.
But before I go pee, I just want to say that Saber will cut through all of the woke bullshit, brothers. Do not fear. And that is all. I'm gonna go pee. Right back.
I'm gonna keep reading here. Developer Saber Interactive is well aware of that fact, adding to solidify Space Marine 2's reputation with fans by promising regular updates and new content. Just a week ago, the third major Space Marine 2 update brought with it a number of improvements for online multiplayer, as well as tweaks to balance both in PvP and PvE gameplay. I'm actually like surprised at this to a bit because Space Marine it really did feel like it was like a flash in the pan kind of thing. Like people loved it, but it didn't really feel like I had a ton of longevity to it. But it looks like they really want to keep this thing going for at least a few seasons, it seems, which is awesome. I think that's great. Like I remember Arch saying that like people were going to be done with this like within like a month. But looks like that might change because look, they have all the way up through season 4 planned out here in later in 2025. So they're planning some longevity with this, which that's awesome. I think it's great. Let me see here. Just a week ago, the third major Space Marines update brought. I already read that. Saber Interactive isn't done with the game yet, though. In a new community update posted to the Space Marine 2 official website via the game's Steam store page, the studio teased a number of new additions coming in October 24, including a new map for the Operations mode, which is the cooperative multiplayer. Saber Interactive's post teased a bit of details regarding the upcoming Space Marine 2 Operations mode map. The map will be located on the forested planet of Kadaku. Kotaku? Oof. I would definitely like to shoot everybody. Wait, I'm not going to finish that sentence. A world almost completely conquered by the Tyranid Swarm. Also, yeah, seems on point for a planet Kotaku. Players will take on the role of Space Marines sent to aid the Cadian Astra Militarum Regiment, still holding the planet and make the inevitable Tyranid victory on Kadaku as painful as possible. The post also included a screenshot of Kadaku showing a corrupted forest overgrowth with fleshy Tyranid structures, with the alien capillary towers rising in the distance. Welcome back. I'm basically they're just describing what the new operations map is. It's going to happen on
just one.
Yeah, just the one. Happening on Kadaku.
Is there going to be more of them?
I was going to.
My biggest issue with Space Marine is there's just not a lot of content.
Yeah.
The game's great.
So this is the detail roadmap, essentially. So they have free and season pass stuff. So Ultra support. This is what they already did. Lethal difficulty, Neo-Volkite pistol, and new PvE missions. These are all just cosmetic stuff. Season 3 in early 2025 is new PvE mission, new PvP game mode. So a whole new mode, it says. New PvP arenas, which I hear is like an actual which I actually hear is a highlight of the game, is the arenas.
Yeah, people like the PvP.
A new enemy. I don't know if that means like a new class. I don't know what that means. Like a whole new race. I don't know. PvE prestige ranks and battle barge expansion. I don't know what that is. And then season 4, which is later in 2025, horde mode, new enemy, and new weapon. Honestly, this still feels a bit lean to me.
Yeah, this is extremely lean.
So
the game needs a lot of content. Like, it needs a lot more content.
yeah, I was saying while you were gone how Arch said that like this thing would like last a month and then people would kind of move on because there's just not enough meat on the bone to keep people playing.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. So, but they're saying that they're going to have this whole new Kodaku
Like,
operation
I want to play more
roadmap.
if it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I'm tired of playing the same 6 missions over and over again at just a slightly higher difficulty.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Or just to farm for, like, really poorly balanced, like, equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the next hammer up isn't much better than the one I currently have. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. In addition to the new Operation Tease, the Space Marine 2 community update also promised a free 4K texture pack DLC for PC players with powerful hardware to take advantage of, hot fixes to address issues with crashes, and additional Space Marine 2 armor customization features like new color options for helmet lenses. This isn't enough. This is not enough. Just a few little cosmetic additions is not enough. All in all, the new Operation additional additions appear to coincide somewhat with Season 2 on Saber Interactive Space Marine 2 roadmap. Also listed on the roadmap are teases for a new lethal difficulty level, a Neo-Volkite pistol weapon, and a new enemy. Again, one new weapon, one new enemy. Ugh, that's really lean. The roadmap does not list when the updates will launch, but given the timing of the new Operation update, it may be safe to assume that they will launch in October. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long they can keep players engaged. And I also saw this article. This was an interesting article that got published. Not this last week, but this month. But this is again. This is another reason why their CEO gives me vibes of Larian, because he says,
Yeah.
Big budget games are failing in part because teams are overscoping their projects. Overscoping these days is usually like a code word for chasing trends. What it is. So they have an idea, and then they start that idea, and then something else releases and then they're like, oh, that's really popular. We need to have that game mode in our game, so our game is also popular. And so they add something to the scope, and they keep adding and adding and adding, and that's overscoping. Because they don't innovate, they want to trend chase. Because the bigger the budget, the less risk averse you are. So Concord, Suicide Squad, Star Wars Outlaws, Final Fantasy 16. It's a shame that 16 didn't do well. It did better than 15 at least. The list of big budget video game failures is growing longer each month. This is a very lean list if you want to list out the failures. Holy shit. Struggling to make a dent in the dominance of older, more established players in this brutal of markets, in the most brutal of markets. Throughout it all, massive hits come out.
16 wasn't popular?
It was popular, but Square Enix is... They kind of set themselves up for failure because what they consider a success is really difficult to achieve. Like a game could sell 6-7 million units and it's considered a failure. And the reason for that is because the way that they determine whether a game is a success or a failure is to say, okay, how much money did we spend making that game, and how much profit would we have made if we just took all that money and stuck it into the stock market? And if the the game made less than what we would have made if we just invested it into the stock market, then we consider it a failure. That's how Square Enix gauges whether or not their games are successes or failures. Which...
That's interesting.
It's interesting. It's also fucking stupid. Because it's like, if you make the same amount of money, like, you're not an investment company. You're a game-making company. Investment companies make their money by investing. You make your money by making games. If you want to just invest your money, then just go invest money. Like, it's a ridiculous, it's a stupid metric to use as a comparison, because it's like, you're not in the business of investing, though. You know, you're the business of putting out products that people want, and they give you money for the things. Like, it just seems bizarre to me that would be their metric. You know, it's very much like a bureaucratic, you know, C-suite pencil pusher, spreadsheet obsessed kind of person. You know what I mean? And
like,
not.
When
Yeah.
you say that you could have made more money in the stock market, like what does it mean? Like, do you have like a specific investor that like, or you know, company that you want to invest into that you think would like consistently give you money back? Like,
yeah, there are.
Investing into what specifically?
Well,
like,
there are companies that they're what they do as companies is they invest, and they're like I play the stock market a bit, and the vast majority of my investments are in other companies that basically it is their job to do investing, because basically it's their job to make money in the stock market. So if you invest in those companies, chances are you're going to get a return. But so and there's all kinds of like indicators. So you know what index funds are? So you know how like on the news, like every day back in like old school news, they would be like, oh, the Dow Jones Industrial was down 2 points today after after an adjustment. You know that shit.
yeah,
Well, you're like, well, how?
that's the newspapers.
Yeah. So what that is they're talking about index funds. So and an index funds is what they do is they take like the Fortune 100 companies inside of any particular market, and they basically like see which companies are most influential to the way that that particular market goes, and then they bundle those the performance of all of those companies together into what's called an index, and that is used to gauge like the health of the market on a day-to-day basis. That's what an index. That's what an index market is. A market index is, and that's what they're telling you when they say like, oh, the Dow Jones is down 2 points, or the S&P 500 went up by 6. They're referencing the index fund that is defined by select companies within that market that really are major drivers of that particular market. So, I love boring you in chat with old man finance information.
No, I don't find it boring. This is all stuff that like I feel like I should learn. I feel like I should have already known.
Yeah, and isn't it annoying that you don't learn this in high school?
Yeah, very.
You know whatever.
I learn it as an adult when my brain isn't a sponge anymore, and I'm gonna forget it like tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Let me see here. I'm gonna go down to the quotes. Let's see. Both Concord and Suicide Squad took years to develop at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. And this is another thing. Like the higher the budget and the larger the scope, the long and that correlates directly with how long it's going to take to finish the product, right? And the problem is like trend chasing. To jump onto a trend, you have like the chances of you being able to successfully jump onto a trend is directly correlated to how agile you are as a company and the products that you're making are during the development cycle. So like the larger in scope and budget and timeline these projects are, the less agile they become. So like it's basically like the larger the project is, the less likely it is to be able to successfully jump onto a trend, because the timeline is so fucking long. But at the time that game releases, that trend will be over. And it won't be appealing anymore, and it'll actually feel like it's stuck in the past. Because it literally is. And that's like another big problem that a lot of these big things have. And it's literally what happened to Concord. They tried to jump on the hero arena shooter that was a trend that was started by Overwatch, but it took so goddamn long to make. By the time it released, that market was already fully saturated and people were moving on, and you add on top of that the ridiculous $40 price tag, and then you add on top of that the hideous character designs, the uglification trends and the pronouns and that kind of shit, you add all that together and you get failure. Simple as, you know. Let's see here. It launched into genre some say gamers had long since moved on from. Yeah, that's exactly what I just explained. In some respects, Space Marine 2 is similar. It is Saber's biggest ever video game undertaking and took over 4 years to develop. A significant cycle as far as AAA production goes, though. That's a pretty normal cycle. I wouldn't say that's significant. I think that's normal for a AAA cycle. But the thing is, Saber Interactive, they're a AA studio, I think. As we've seen with Concord and Suicide Squad, hardly an outlier. Indeed, we've seen huge hits for video games that had similar long developments. Arrowhead's Helldivers 2 took just shy of 8 years to develop, and at significant expense. But you notice they weren't trend chasing. It is an oversimplification to say Concord and Suicide Squad's long developments were the root cause of their failure, although they clearly played a big part. Let's see. This week, Epic Games' boss Tim Sweeney said that the games industry was going through what he called a generational change that had led to some games failing to sell as well as their publishers had hoped. One of the manifestations of that change we're seeing right now is that a lot of games are released with high budgets and they're not selling nearly as well as expected, whereas other games are going incredibly strong. What we are seeing is a real trend where players are gravitating toward the really big games where they can play with more of their friends. Is that true? I feel like single-player games are like players are like begging for good single-player games. Like, I don't know if this is completely true. Trying to think of examples here where other games are growing incredibly strong. There's a real trend where players are gravitating towards the really big games. That's not true. Players are gravitating towards. We don't care if it's AAA, AA, or single A. We're just traveling towards whatever's fun. Like, Black Myth Wukong, that's a AA studio game. That was not a huge studio that made the game. You know, Power World is a AA studio game. You know, and then you have like indie and like major indie, like single A, you know, indie hits as well that are out there. We're not gravitating. Now, I will say play more with their friends. I think that is true. I think that people are looking for like games that we can play together. But I think discounting the single player demand is stupid. The reason somebody ill-advised dig at single player... Oh, I keep on jumping the gun here. The reasons someone ill-advised dig at single-player games, or at least are substantially as AAA projects. Yes, Space Marine 2 and Helldivers 2 are boosted by their co-op play, but single-player games continue to sell in record numbers. Look at Elden Ring. Look at Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, they even have Final Fantasy here. What the hell is his name? Willits? Has his own theory on what's happening. Speaking to IGN, Willits said that the problem isn't necessarily that AAA games take too long to develop and thus launch into already abandoned genres. Rather, Willits believes that AAA developers are tending to overscope their games, which in turn means they fail to do any one thing brilliantly. For Space Marine 2, Willits explained, Saber made sure to nail the core combat and kept a handle on the scope of the game, so much so that some have praised it for rekindling memories of the Xbox 360 era of action games. So this is like the fucking Army of Two era, what he's talking about here.
Yep.
That's the thing, like
the good old days.
The good old days, all those fucking amazing military shooters. The fucking modern, like the Modern Warfare 2, man, was just, it blew everyone away. Absolutely blew everyone away. It was like one of those games where because Call of Duty is like, it's a multiplayer game. Like, that's just a multiplayer arena game. But that was like the game that came out and it reminded people, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we could tell amazing single player stories too. You know? And people are like, oh yeah, that is possible. Huh. It is not necessarily a genre that has moved on because great games will always do well. Great games will always do well. I'm trying to think if there's anything that goes against that. I have a feeling that there are great games that unfortunately fall by the wayside. I can't think about any off the top of my head, though. I guess it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, though. If you gauge it by, like, many players like to play it, that makes it a great game by default. So, one of the things that we try to do at Saber, and this is part of my job as creative officer of all the teams, we have a core belief that what you do every second of what happens when you push these buttons, and that core gameplay loop is so critical. So we focus on the moment-to-moment interaction in the gameplay and the feeling that you have. And then we adhere to our core pillars, like be the ultimate Space Marine, melee, ranged, swarms, that's it. And a lot of teams throughout development will overscope games. They look at some other game that just came out and say, oh, we got to do that, let's add this. Man, I really jumped the gun. I had not read this article, chat, before I started the stream, I promise. And they lose focus on the core, what actually makes a game fun. Yeah, that's the thing. Scope creep is another fancy term for just trend chasing. We are not in Space Marine 2 doing things that, well, the swarms are new technology, but there isn't some revolutionary new game mechanic that no one's ever seen before. There are gameplay mechanics that people are familiar with, but we do it really, really well, and we execute really, really well. Yeah, that's a totally key thing. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to build a really good wheel.
The author, Wandering Helmsman.
Yeah, I'm actually a Saber Interactive dev. Don't at me, bro. Hang on. I'm gonna take a second. Go through the chat for a sec. It's holding pretty well. Its launch was not so great. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did feel like Final Fantasy 15 kind of came and went. That game was weird, man. That was a weird game.
What, 15?
Yeah, 15. The one where you're like with your bros driving around in that car.
A lot of people didn't like 15, myself included.
It was weird. I wasn't a fan either. Too much money per game. Square spends way too much money to only sell a couple million copies. Something in Space Marines 2 where you build up your base in between waves for their horde mode, like in Gears, would be dope. That would be dope. Yeah. You could almost make it like a roguelite. You could almost make it like a roguelite. Okay. We didn't need to sell 4 million units to make Space Marine 2 a success. There are many games, sadly, especially out of North American developers. I like that he's singled out Western AAA. I like that he's doing that. Where if you do not sell 5 million copies, you are a failure. Thing is, I also explained how this is a problem at places like Square Enix, though. So this isn't exclusive to Western devs. I mean, what business are we in where you fail if you sell less than 5 million? Yeah, that is a problem. Like if your business structure is such that 5 million isn't considered a success, you have issues with your business. That is not the game. That is not the game's fault. That is the business's fault. There are examples like that, and we do not want to be that business. We want to be a developer that focuses on the core experience, what makes the games actually fun, and then do it really well, and then make it affordably. Look at SnowRunner.
Yeah, making it affordably is real important.
Yeah, 100%. Look at SnowRunner. SnowRunner is literally driving trucks through mud. That's it. I'm done. I just described the game. 15 million people played it because the experience is perfect. Look at World War Z. Like, come on. We're not going to get an Academy Award for that game, but 25 million people have played it because it's just this perfectness, and that's what we do well. I love this attitude.
Yeah, dude. Look at SnowRunner. Dude, SnowRunner is literally just driving trucks through mud. That's it. I'm done. I described the game. Yeah, like he's right.
Yeah, and exactly. But I love his attitude here. His attitude is very much player-focused. Like, because one of the things...
Yeah, he wants to deliver an experience that players will like and deliver that experience well.
Exactly. That's all he wants to do. Because one of the things that annoys the fuck out of me coming from, like, modern AAA devs is that they don't want to make a good game. They want to make an important game. You see that word come up all the time. It's important that we have this. It's important that we have that.
It's the first game to include blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's the first one that did blah, blah.
Which makes it so important. It's like, bitch, no, it's not.
It's the gayest game.
Yeah. And that's what makes it important. And they're so goddamn focused on what's important. And the thing is, it's not important. It's just important to them in a very narcissistic way that they don't even consider what players actually want. And here he is, just directly rebuking that sentiment. It's like we want to make We want to focus in on, one or two gameplay elements, perfect them, and then present them and develop them in a way that players will really enjoy. And that's it. And he's like, look at SnowRunner. There's something important about that game. Neither is like World War Z, but 25 million people played it because it's just this perfectness, and that's what we do well. It's like, yes, that is the attitude that will find you success, right there. Even with the will its overscope argument in mind, there are exceptions to this rule. Consider layering as Baldur's Gate 3. That is true. That this game was in development for a long fucking time.
Well, hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. So, actually mentioned it there. Yeah, there's a successful early access period.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the works for around 6 years before its launch.
Yep.
It was in development for a long time. It's a fucking massive scope for a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a massive game with high detail, right? High level of detail. Here's the thing. If you told fucking Ubisoft to make Baldur's Gate 3 at the level of quality that it was, that would have taken...
Well, the thing is that they didn't overscope on Baldur's Gate 3. They scoped it big from the beginning, and they kept to that big scope. They didn't engage in scope creep.
Hell, there's a lot of stuff that was there at the beginning that ended up getting cut out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Because they wanted to hone in the experience and focus on what they thought was the most important things. And they did, and they saw massive success for that. And you and I both have criticisms of the system in Baldur's Gate 3.
I have issues with it.
Yeah.
I have lots of issues with it.
So...
but I can't deny that game deserved Game of the Year.
Exactly.
You know?
Like one of the things that they really wanted that they scoped in from the beginning is that choices matter. That's like a big key element to the game. And they knew that was going to require a fuck ton of content because they had to basically iterate on all the different choices. And if there's two or three choices, then one choice leads to another choice, and that one has 2 or 3 choices, and then each choice from there has 2 or 3 choices. So 3 iterations later, you're up into the 20s in terms of outcomes and stuff like that, and they have to do that for all these missions and all this stuff. So they knew from the beginning that it was a massive undertaking, but they stuck to it. They stuck to that singular, core of choices matter, and holy shit, did they execute on it masterfully. Predominantly single player and with a Rockstar level nonsense for scope, as one developer put it. I don't think that the scope for... Well, I don't know. I have to think about GTA kind of stuff. So, what to make all this? Perhaps all we can say is that video game development is super hard and not an exact science. If it were, every game would be successful. Willits had previously told IGN that the success of Space Marine 2 changes everything for Saber and would even positively affect its future projects. Hell yeah. Good to hear. I want to see Saber succeed. So, 225,000 people, concurrent players on Valve's platform. Whew. Whew. Well, that's good to hear.
That's a good number for a game that's like a fucking month past. Wait, was that like peak or was that like current?
Most played for a Warhammer game.
Oh.
So anything within the Warhammer IP. So you're talking like Warhammer, like Vermintide. You're talking.
No. I'm saying like that number, that concurrent players. Is that like right now? Is that like?
No, this is the peak. This is the peak. This is the peak for a Warhammer game. So any game on Steam within the Warhammer IP, this is the highest peak at 225,000. That's what this is.
That's damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was Space Marines too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I got another interview here we can cover real quick. Former PlayStation exec says there's a collapse of creativity in the industry. Relying on blockbusters is a death sentence. Former PlayStation exec Sean Layden has discussed the state of the games industry, stating that there's a collapse of creativity and that relying on blockbusters is a death sentence. Layden took to the stage at Gamescom Asia alongside Raw Fury co-founder and chief publishing officer Gordon Van Dyke, where the pair discussed the disappearance of AA Studios. So this is lamenting the disappearance of AA. In the past, studios focused simply on whether a game was fun rather than monetization schemes, though admitted risk tolerance was fairly high. Well, yeah, the lower the budget, the more risk you're willing to take, right?
Yeah.
Today, the entry cost for making a AAA game is at the triple-digit millions now, which is a huge problem. I think naturally risk tolerance drops. Yeah, more money you're spending, the less risk you want to take on that money spent. And you're looking at sequels, you're looking at copycats, because the finance guys who draw the line say, well, if Fortnite made this much money in this amount of time, my Fortnite knockoff can make this in that amount of time. We're seeing a collapse of creativity in games today with studio consolidation and the high cost of production. He stated AA is gone, which he described as a threat to the ecosystem. So he's kind of lamenting similar sentiment to the 40K guy, but he's just taking it onto a different thread.
He's saying what a lot of people are afraid to say.
Say it.
No, I'm saying he's saying what a lot of people are afraid to say, which is, yeah, this is a problem.
Oh, that is a problem. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, like, the AAA gaming space has turned into these massive... This is the same problem is in Hollywood. Where, like, movies that should be costing between 50 and 100 million are costing 250 plus million. You know? It's like, it's the same kind of problem. Noting the general standards of games, including indie titles, is much higher thanks to advancements in tools, he continued. Now, if we can just get a bit more interest and excitement and exposure for these lower budget, but super creative and super unusual types of games, I'd like to see more of that, because if we're just going to rely on the blockbusters to get us through, I think that's a death sentence. Fucking here. I agree, 100%. And you see the market doing that. What?
Not the name of the game.
Oh.
Go play Last Faith!
Totally, go play Last Faith. Yeah. But I think we're seeing this. I think this is why the market in Korea and China has blown up so much, because players are exploring things outside the sports, the annual sports games and the Call of Duties and these kinds of mega blockbuster annual releases. You know, gamers are starting to explore outside of their normal big budget ecosystems, and they're discovering a lot of really cool shit that's happening outside of it.
This makes me sad. So the Last Faith, right? I always mention it, right? I always talk about how, like, I'm the only person I know that's actually fucking played it.
Mm-hmm.
The all-time peak for that game on release was 2050.
That sucks.
The 24-hour peak. Yeah, the 24-hour peak is like 57. Currently playing is like 27. Not a lot of people. And the issue is this game had like no fucking marketing.
Yeah.
No one knows that this fucking game exists. Everyone's too busy talking about all these massive companies and their dog shit fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, no one's talking about the last. It came out November. Last came out like a year ago. Right? And it's like, man.
It's just like super awesome. Like, the art style is incredible.
It's amazing, dude.
Like, it's
incredible.
It's like a Souls-like Metroidvania kind of game. It's fucking incredible.
Yeah. It's Bloodborne. I mean, there's a lot of Souls-like Metroidvanias, right? But this one has like a very unique kind of feel to it. It's very Bloodborne-esque.
Mm-hmm.
It has lots of lore built into it. It's really, really fun story, right? The characters are interesting. The art's nice. The boss fights are cool. The game's well balanced. Right? Like, you have tons of RPG mechanics, tons of different weapons, tons of different stats to build into. Like, It's really fucking cool.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
Chat, look it up. Go fucking play it.
Go play Last Faith. You heard it from Rosa.
I've been talking about it for like a year now. Like, whenever this conversation comes up, I always tell people, like, quit bitching. Just go play a good game. Go play Last Faith. No one's playing it. No one is boosting up these companies that are like making amazing fucking games.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of these like double and indie game studios need to get better at earned marketing strategies, which is basically
Yeah, like sending out copies to people. Being like,
sending
"Hey,
out strategically, sending out copies to streamers and stuff like that, and basically like fueling like good word of mouth about a game.
Yeah.
Because there's no better marketing than free marketing, essentially.
Yeah.
When you have influencers that are doing all the marketing for you, that's called earned marketing. And I think Double and indie studios need to do a better job of figuring out how to like get that, how to seed that phenomenon in their games.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna play Last Faith again like next month, like celebrate its like 1 year. Be like, guys,
Yeah.
can exist.
You should reach out to the devs. Like, hey, like I'm streaming your game. You know, it deserves a lot more love than it got. You know, I'm trying to help. You know.
Who even know the dev?
And now this next paragraph is really interesting, but it's because it's literally describing Concord. AA games can bring, quote, the new thing and can be developed far quicker than AAA games, said Layden. Most importantly, though, they must seek unique ideas, not monetization. That's the pitfall that Concord fell into. See, Concord, remember I gave like the whole business structure behind the development of Concord a few weeks ago? About a month ago now, when I went through the whole spiel about how like Concord was developed as like a sub company underneath a larger parent company that basically built its business around creating like AA studios that were like create a single game, and then the success of that game lived and died based on whether or not they could find a publisher to basically buy the game and then fund the remaining the development that would take it from AA funding to AAA funding.
Okay.
Because what they were doing is like they were developing. It was a AAA game, Concord, that they were developing with a AA budget, and so they basically, and that's how those games were under that studio. And the whole thing is like if a game, once it reached a certain point, couldn't find a publisher to make up for those costs, because it then that the game would just can't be canceled. And if it did find a publisher, then that publisher would then fund the gap, essentially, and get the game to completion. That was how that business was built. And that's what Firewalk and Concord was. It was a AAA game being developed with a AA studio, and they were able to get Sony to snatch it up and then fill that financial gap between a AA and a AAA production. But the thing is that Concord wasn't the new thing, and it was a monetization chasing. It wasn't, you know... Now, the thing that's interesting is that a lot of the stuff they were coming out with, they actually weren't going to charge for. They had like this, remember, they had like this multimedia system going out, but the fact that they were like, yeah, we're going to charge $40 out of the gate for this thing. And it could be coming back. We went over that last week. Where Concord could actually re-release. I think it's going to be Morbius all over again for Sony. But he goes on. I digress. If you're going to pitch me your AA game, and in the first 2 pages of your deck is your monetization and revenue subscription scheme, I'm out. Your first page has to be, this game needs to be made, and here's why. I want to see that fire. I don't want to see, here's the chief accountant on the team that's going to explain to you the game's monetization. Layden also commented on current trends around AI in game development, stating it's not a savior. I like this guy. He's saying all the right things, actually. AI has been in gaming since almost the first or second games ever made. Yeah, I mean, RNG generators is basically AI. That's the most rudimentary form of AI is RNG calculators. So all this excitement about Gen AI, I find kind of humorous. I do see its applications in certain places for certain things, but it's just a tool. It's not a savior. It's a tool in the way that Excel is a tool. It just helps speed you along your tasks. So I thought this was interesting because it kind of lamented a similar sentiment just on a different thread as this 40K sentiment. Now, we have been going for 4 hours and 14 minutes now. I have several other stories, but... I have time tonight. Faith is out. Oh, you have time? Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
I have time tonight.
let's go to the hour
this
then.
out with
Let's go.
friends.
We'll go to the hour then. I have some quick hits, but I want to make sure we get to the last big story that I want to talk about. This happened because Dustborne just can't seem to want to leave the fucking news. The Dustborne dev opens up after brutal launch, caught us completely off guard. He was caught completely
Really?
off guard by his game failing, which
Really?
just
Really?
their CEO is worried for the future of the industry. It's not the industry, it's people like you in the industry. That's the problem. Ragnar Turnquist is one of the leading figures in the Norwegian game industry. He has worked in game development for nearly 30 years and loves his job. It is his greatest passion. This is rudimentary because it was translated from Finnish, or Norwegian, sorry. I guess pissed off Arch again. However, remember, it was Arch's government that paid for Dustborne.
I know.
The launch of Dustborne, the newest game from Red Thread Games, has forced him to seriously reconsider whether game development is something worth pursuing. Is it worth living this way when you have a family? That
Hold
is
on
one.
a second, this one.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Family.
My ninja in Christ Hell. I know, right? The fact that this guy was blindsided is this is a man that this and his whole team is clearly a group of people that are completely stuck inside of a bubble, inside of a hug box, inside of that toxic positivity that we've seen making the rounds as a term lately. Let's see. Is it worth living this way when you have a family? Well, here's the thing, dude. You could pursue the development of games that players actually want to play. That's always an option. It's your choice, man. You have the agency here. Let's see. One of the questions Turnquist has asked himself. The game has garnered enormous international attention, mostly of the negative kind. Again, that's on you. That's not on the industry. That's not on the gamers. That's on you. You can always choose to make a game that players actually want to play. Fuck your victimhood mentality. Like, that's one of the main reasons one of the biggest reasons I hate victimhood mentality, because victimhood requires you to surrender your agency. It means I am not.
Is it worth
It means I am not
continuing to
responsible.
make games if I can't feed my family?
It's like,
If the answer is no, then fucking leave.
yeah, exactly.
Stop making fucking games. If
That's
you can't make games that make money, you shouldn't be a game dev.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Exactly. And that's why I hate this victim mentality, because it's like, you have the choice to make games that players want to play and want to give you money for it or not. You know, and playing the victim is basically surrendering your agency to the mob. You know what I mean?
How am I supposed to know what kind of games people are gonna like? Ask them.
Yeah.
Do fucking market research. Like, what?
Seriously. They obviously didn't do that because if they did, they never would have set up that booth at Tokyo Game Show. Well, what do the Japanese people want? Fucking angry black woman. Yes. This is what they want. While critics have received Dustborne in a somewhat lukewarm fashion, no, it's not a somewhat. It's a negative fashion. Criticism has flooded social media. Many have reacted strongly, claiming the game pushes a, quote, woke agenda. It is literally... like, the game is literally just... You literally weaponize cancel culture in the game. Like, it is a game mechanic in the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if there's any game to be accused of pushing a woke agenda, Dustborne is it. Conspiracy theories are abound. What's a conspiracy? Like, you made a shit woke game and you got criticized for it. There's no conspiracy. What are you talking about? It caught us completely off guard. We were very surprised by the extreme reaction to the launch, and we had no plan for how to handle it. Again, you could tell that this is that everyone involved in this is just stuck in an ideological hug box, you know, and they're just engaging in the whole toxic positivity shit that we've been hearing about a lot lately. And then the moment they're like forced to like, you know, get feedback from outside that bubble, they get fucking flooded. Wild falsehoods. Oh, here we go. Tarkus has been through tough situations before. He lives at a secret address and has an unlisted phone number, precisely because he knows how intense fans can be. But nothing could have prepared him for what happened with Dustborne. He won't go into detail about everything he's heard, but Turnquist claims there have been both harassment and threats. I mean, yeah, that sucks, but number one, show me the receipts. And number two, you're in the public sphere, man. Like, that's just the being part of it. I mean, I think I've said several times, like, I know that I'm growing as a channel when I get my first death threat. I can't wait to get my first death threat. I can't believe that you haven't gotten one yet, too, by the way. Are you there? Did I just catch you again?
No, I'm here.
Okay. I can't believe
Yeah,
that...
I don't get death threats because people know better. I live in Florida, dog.
Well, not everybody. I mean, that person in your chat earlier today didn't know better. You know?
Yeah, but they're gonna send me a fucking death threat over it. You're just gonna be like, I'm dead for you, follow you.
I don't know. It just...
Little fucking...
I can't wait,
little
dude.
fag. Like, what's he gonna do?
I can't...
Like, what's he gonna say?
I can't wait to get my first death threat. Like, seriously. Like, like, come on. You can easily ignore what's said on forums or on X. Emails feel a little closer to home. Yeah, I can see that. But receiving text messages where someone wishes you dead is unsettling. I mean, show me the receipts.
Brother, I have bad news for you. People wishing you dead means fucking nothing. Are they coming to kill you? Do they know where you live?
Yeah, it's just... I mean,
like, that means fucking nothing. Anyone can say that. Helmsman? Oh, I'm gonna kill you.
Bring it.
Get death threatened. Get death threatened.
Bring
I'm gonna
it.
kill you.
You literally know my address. Bring it.
Oh, I actually do know where you live.
You know my name, too.
Actually.
You know everything about me.
Threaten you. I know everything.
Several videos about Turnquist have surfaced on YouTube. One video claims that Turnquist has said he wants to drown babies. That is obviously pure fabrication, but Turnquist finds it surreal. It should be fairly obvious that I don't want babies to die, he said, laughing in frustration. I think it's outrageous. There's no way I can get this removed, and it's a very damaging lie. I just have to ignore it and hope people are smart enough to understand that it's not true.
Hold on,
Dude.
hold on. Why are you laughing in frustration and being like, please get this removed, please get this removed. I want people to believe this lie. Like, it's such an obvious fucking lie. Why? Like, just laugh it off and move on, dog.
Dude,
why are you worried about it? The fact that you're worried about it makes me wonder if it's true.
That's the thing, like, again,
when you react like that towards like obvious fucking like it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, dude, I totally want people to die.
Again,
I totally love drowning babies, dude. Yeah, for real, that makes sense.
Yeah, like learn how to lean into it. Like, how to again, public-facing people.
When you react in a oh god, no, they know. Oh god, no, people can't find this out kind of way. People are I don't know. Now I'm not sure. Now I don't know. I don't trust you now.
Yeah, it's like again.
Who the fuck reacts like that?
Again, people in these public-facing positions, they don't have a single modicum of like PR acumen. You know what I mean? Like, what if you just like reposted that, you know, and requoted it, and it's like off to kill another one. I killed 2 last week. Shrug emoji. You know what I mean? Like. Because, like, that's the thing, like, if you lean into it, it immediately exposes the absurdity of it. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, how do you not understand this very, very basic, you know, interaction? You know, how to engage with people. You know, it's like you're the CEO of a company. It's your job to talk to people. And you don't seem to know how to do it. Like, how? How do you not know? It's just baffling to me. Again, blown out of proportion. On social media, many are drawing parallels between Red Thread Games' Dustborne and Firewalk Studios' shooter Concord. Well, they did both get 7s from IGN, so they must be comparable in some way. Red Thread's office in Oslo houses 12 people. Firewalk has 165 employees, and Sony, a billion-dollar company, backing it as a publisher. True. We are a tiny studio. That's why it feels so blown out of proportion when we experience so many attacks and conspiracies. It takes a toll. Well, you know what else? You know who else was a tiny studio who took their licks, but they put their heads down to the grindstone and remained humble, and they came out way more than on top? Hello Games.
Mm-hmm.
Hello Games and No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky got so much shit after the release of it, because the release of that game was fucking a travesty. But you know what happened? God, what's the name of that guy? What's the name of... Oh, I forgot his name. Todd Howard's the Bethesda guy. Who was the No Man's Sky guy? Damn it. But that guy, he literally told all of his employees. I think he had like 90-something employees at the time. He said, I want you...
I think I know what you're talking about. What's his fucking name?
I can't remember his name. But...
Seth? No.
I can't remember his name.
Why did I look up HelloFresh? That's not it.
No, Hello Games. Hello Games CEO.
Sean Murray.
Sean Murray, yes. Dude, Sean Murray, you know what he did? Is he told all of his people, he said, I want you all to completely ignore and be off of all social media. I don't want you to look at any of the criticisms. Okay? And then what he did is he basically funneled all the criticisms into his own account. He compiled all the criticisms into a spreadsheet and literally did keyword searches. And he prioritized what the complaints were. And he listed them and prioritized them out by how frequent they were. And then that was the list that the developers were tasked with fixing. And that's how he did it. He just said, okay, you 3, you're tasked with this. You 5, you're on this. And he just stuck it, and he just funneled everything to him. He stayed quiet. He didn't say a fuck anything. He went dark on social media, press interviews, everything. He went dark. And he just had his guys just fixing shit and giving the players what they wanted. And then like 6 months later, update. Here's the thing. We fixed this, this, and this. And then like another month later, update. We fixed this, this, and this. And now that game is multiple times more what it was originally sold as. You know what I mean? That is a developer who can take his licks, remains humble, and has a healthy perspective as to being player focused. That's what Sean Murray is. This guy is the opposite of that. Let's see. Red Thread's goal is to create 4 different games that stand out. Dude, woke shit doesn't stand out. It's all the same. Like, that's the thing. Whenever you see, like, you know, like, woke storytelling, you already know the story. You know the story without being told the story. That's how much it doesn't stand out. They aim to make something innovative and fresh. The developer has always made games that are different, often featuring characters that are a bit out of the ordinary. Out of the ordinary and quirky doesn't mean interesting. That's not what makes a character interesting. It's a character's actions and experiences that makes them interesting. Let's see. That means people don't like their games, and Turnquist is fine with that. Is he though? I don't know about that. He does. This whole interview up until this point suggests he's not fine with that. It's been really tough to deal with this. We're used to people not liking your games. Bro, you're used to people not liking your games? Maybe
that sounds like a problem.
That
dog.
sounds like a consistent problem you have.
That sounds like something you should fix.
But we appreciate well-argued reviews, even if they're negative. Bro, there are... Madam Savvy did a live stream of the whole game. And she went through the whole thing, telling you what the problems are. The difference here is that massive amount of negative feedback from people who have never played the game and never will. They just jump on the bandwagon of those making videos. Well,
brother,
that's part of it, man.
Those making videos are playing the game. Those that aren't playing the game are seeing it.
Yeah.
If people don't even want to fucking play the game, you've already fucking failed. Because that means everything that you're showing off as the marketing, sucks.
Yeah, they're
right off the bat. Here's the thing: if people aren't even giving your game a chance, you have massively. Because even what you have chosen to show off in your trailers, even what you have chosen to like advertise, sucks. You chose those bits. That's what you consider to be the best part of your game. That's what you consider to be the thing that you want to show off so that people will buy your fucking game.
Yes.
If what you consider to be the best part of your game isn't enough, why the fuck would I want to play the rest of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. It's like if I'm driving by a theme park, and if the entrance to the theme park isn't enough to entice me to come in, it doesn't fucking matter what's inside the theme park. You know?
If I drive by your theme park and there's a sign outside that says, "Hey, come to our theme park. We have a thing where you can, walk through a, dog shit covered forest. Isn't that something that you like?" I'll be like, "No! I don't care if you have a Ferris wheel or not.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't fucking care if you have, really cool shit in the background. That's what you chose to show me. I'm
Yeah.
gonna assume that's the best that you have to offer is a fucking, dog shit covered field.
Yeah,
Right? With maybe a couple pumpkins. Be like, "Oh yeah, it's holiday season. Come check out the pumpkins in our dog shit covered field. We let dogs poop here all the time and we don't scoop it." I'd be like, "Well, I'm not gonna go."
I'm not gonna go. Like,
Yeah.
I assume that you're giving me a vertical slice, which is a standard practice in marketing for video games, where you show me like the best version of everything in your game in one short little thing. That's a vertical slice. And so when your vertical slice looks like shit, I'm gonna assume that that's the best you have to offer. I'm gonna point and laugh at you and move on. Again, man, when the rubber hits the road, you can't. And again, even the difference here is the massive amount of negative feedback from people who never even played the game. It's like you got to learn to roll with the punches, man. You have to. This is a creative endeavor. Dash difficult? Why is there a dash in here? I don't know. We have to take the threats seriously. No, you don't. You can literally ignore them. Nothing's going to happen to you. Fortunately, most of the team hasn't been directly targeted. We've done what we can to support those who have received personal messages. I understand that. Like, you want to you want to, the well-being of your team is important. I get that. It's such to see people talk about their work, calling them incompetent or lazy, or saying they should just quit making games. It's obviously difficult for us. Well, I mean, if you keep making shit that people don't like and people don't want to buy, then yeah, you probably should go into something else, into a different field.
What's the percentage of death threats that have resulted in actual attempted assassination?
0?
So again, I have to ask, why do you need to take this seriously?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why I was no, you don't.
What precautions are you taking to take this seriously? Are you saying, "Oh God, I'm sorry that happened to you," or are you buying a gun?
Yeah, even the law enforcement has certain criteria that a death threat has to meet for it to be a serious threat. It's what is it? It's capability, proximity, and motivation, or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, you're stupid.
Yeah, it's
grow up.
Yeah,
get over it.
That's the thing. You have to.
People that don't like you will say whatever they can to get under your skin. That includes false threats. Ignore it. Move on with your life.
Dude, this is
make something fucking useful.
Yeah, this is the accusations of satire. Did you expect debate over some of the more obviously politically correct aspects of the game? Yes, we were never out to provoke. We just wanted to make a game with characters that are different. Different doesn't mean good. Again, that thing, going back to the Warhammer 40k guy. It's you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to make a good wheel. We didn't think it would be so controversial that a group would fight against a fascist regime. I don't think that the problem is what you think a fascist regime is the problem. I don't think many people want to live in a police state, and a version of the U.S. is by no means the real America.
Look up the fucking the county in Florida that spends millions of dollars on equipment and stuff. I think a lot of people love living in that police state. I'm just saying. Look it up. It's real. It exists.
Well, the thing is, it's fighting against a fascist regime. It's what you think is a fascist regime is drastically different from what an actual fascist regime would look like.
Hey, look at me. I'm fighting against a fascist regime. But how are you fighting against it? Terrorism.
Yeah.
Gee whiz.
By being by being communists, which is worse. Many games have faced criticism for using more pronouns than just he and she. Dustborne also does this. The use of pronouns has become relatively established in games, and we knew people could react to that. That's the thing, though, is that established in games says who? Under what? Like, I haven't played a game from the East in a while that has pronouns in it. Because it's a Japanese language, original, and Japanese don't use pronouns. So no, this isn't an established thing. It's established in your ideology. Again, the common denominator is not the industry or the games or anything like that, because otherwise it'd be prevalent in the East as well. No, that's not the common denominator. The common denominator is the ideology. The Omni issue. And we knew people could react to that, but it was the reality we wanted to present. We don't feel we've made a game that's primarily about politics. It's more about language and relationships between people.
It was labeled politics on Steam, and you get to choose what.
Yeah, I was just about to say that you labeled it as political and LGBTQ plus and shit on Steam.
Other people choose the labels, but you choose which ones are presented.
Yeah, you choose which ones like show up. Like you get to choose like the 5 ones that show up on the main page.
Yeah. Also, your game is obviously political, considering it's about quote unquote fighting a fascist regime.
It's literally
fascism is a political concept.
And a key part of the characters is literally identity politics. It's in the name.
You're an idiot.
Yes, it's one of the game's premises is that the words have power, and in its combat system you can trigger or cancel opponents. Some professional critics have pointed out that this must be satire, while the internet takes everything much more seriously. So is this satire? I think the game speaks for itself. It's over the top in many ways. It's colorful, inspired by comic books, has fight sequences against giant robot mascots, and it has a sarcastic view of the world. It doesn't take itself very seriously. Well, I think the main character would beg to differ.
That didn't answer the question either.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's not very serious. But no.
I hope people can see the game and understand that it's an alternate world. Something that, the Twin Towers are still exist in this world, so can't be that bad. At least the terrorists aren't a problem, apparently. Yeah.
Wait, is that really a thing?
Yeah, the Twin Towers are still standing in this game. The game may be a dystopian reflection of the world, but the story is not written for realism. It's done with humor and exaggeration, and it's very much tongue-in-cheek. So, it sounds
like...
So is
it satire?
Yeah, it sounds like you want it to call it satire, but it sounds like you're retroactively trying to, use satire as a scapegoat.
It sounds to me like, you're trying to use, the concept of, it wasn't serious, it wasn't meant to be realistic. Yeah, it's kind of like satire, but he doesn't want to admit that it was satire, because then that would piss off the woke mod.
It's basically he was handed it out that he didn't see originally, and he's like, I could probably use that. Tidal wave of hate. Man, this goes on fucking forever, doesn't it? 6 employees in total. It seems like people twisting everything we say is with malicious intent. They've created a narrative that Red Thread is corrupt and making propaganda. But the fact is that we made a game we want to talk about and share with others. It's not for everyone, and they don't have to. It's not for everyone. It's for no one. and they don't have to play it. If you don't like it, don't play it. There's that again. Not a flop. Okay, this is must be interesting. On social media, a big deal has been made about Dustborne being a flop and that no one is playing it. That's not how the developer sees it. Rather, would certainly like the sales numbers to be higher. These are two contradictory sentiments. Dustborne is not a flop.
I don't see it as a flop. I would like the numbers to be higher so that I, quote-unquote, no longer feel like I can't feed my family doing this. But,
yeah, exactly.
It's not a big deal, I guess. It's fine. We're proud of it. It's a good game.
Those who actually play it seem to enjoy it. All, 16 of them? Dustborne isn't selling as much as we would like, but we're proud of it and think it's a good game. And that's the problem. What did that guy say earlier? Wait, there it is. Great games will always do well.
Dustborne has concurrent players 6 people. This game's been out for 3 months. We just talked about its all-time peak was 76.
Jesus.
24-hour peak is 9. And 6 people. I mean, I need you to understand.
76 people isn't enough to take the entire dev team out to a nice fancy dinner.
I was just talking about Last Faith. Last Faith's 24-hour peak is closer to the all-time peak of that game, and this game had got no fucking no advertisement whatsoever. It did not blow up online. Right?
It came and went and nobody noticed.
And it's been out for a year. And it's a single player game. There's no online anything. Yeah. And the 24-hour peak for that game is closer to the what calls it? It's close to the all-time peak for Dustborne.
But I mean, it's just the opposing sentiments. Great, the Warhammer 40K guy. Great games will always do well. Dustborne isn't selling as much as we would like, but we're proud of it and we think it's a good game. And that's why you will fail. That's why you will always fail. Because what you think of the game doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what the players think of the game. And if you can't come to terms with that, you will always fail. The publisher, Quantic Dream, which is crazy. Quantic Dream is the same people who publish Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls and
Lamau! That actually explains a lot.
And what is that? Detroit Become Human?
Yeah. That actually explains so much.
Holds the detailed sales figures, so Turnquist doesn't have full oversight yet. This is common for game launches. Even though it's not an immediate success, it has sold far more than what people are saying online. I can say that. Okay, buddy. Okay, let's say it sold 10 times. 10 times. What's its all-time peak again? 76? Something like that?
Yeah.
So, 760 copies sold. It's still a massive failure. Are you kidding me?
That's still less than Last Faith.
That's still less than half.
That's almost... Yeah, it's still less than half of Last Faith.
Yeah. Gosh, now I want to go play Last Faith now.
You should.
Profitability takes time. Our internal goals for Dustborne haven't been met. Dude, your studio might not be around by the time... I mean, how much money... What was it? I know that it wasn't a super high...
yeah.
It was only like a couple million. Let's see. A significant part of the discussion surrounding Dustborne has been the game's public funding. Red Thread received 14 million Norwegian krona, the Norwegian Film Institute, for the development of the game, and has also received 150 euros in EU grants. What the fuck? How much? 14 million NOK? What does that translate to?
That's not a lot of money.
It's not a lot.
Hold on. I mean, it's still a few million.
I think it's 2 million, something like that. It's not a lot.
That is not even the 1,281,370.
Okay, so they didn't even get a total. They got what, $1.5 million to make this game.
Give or take, yeah.
Even if it sold 10 times, even if it sold 760, at what's the price point for it? But the price point, it wasn't full price. It was 30 or 40 bucks, I think, right? Or was it full price?
I don't think it was full price.
I don't think it was either. I want to say it was like 30 or 40. Let's do some quick.
30.
30 bucks. So 30 times 760. Yep. It's what, 2.1 million? A little bit more than that. 2.3, 2.34, something like that.
I don't think that hits a million.
Huh?
You said 30 times how much?
760.
That's $22,000.
$30 times 760 copies. Or 700.
Yeah, that's 22,000. I was thinking about it. I was like, there's not enough zeros in that. Dude.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I know,
million.
because I'm so used to in the millions that I'm adding zeros that aren't there. That's still not even if it sold 10 times what the Steam numbers show. Now 100 times. Add another zero to that. You're at $220,000.
Yeah.
You're still nowhere close. So it's like, oh, it's a, what does it say? Where's the sales thing? Yeah, even though it's not an immediate success, it has sold far more than what people are saying online. I could say that. Even if it sold 100 times what the online numbers indicate, you're still like over 1 million in the hole, dude.
So
Like-
Last Faith was a Kickstarter game. It cost 210,000 euros.
Yeah, it like no matter how you slice it, no matter how much like you've lost money on this, no matter what, dude. Let's see. Once they are financially stable, like Funcom, they will focus on giving back to the industry. Dude, you're not going to be like, why are you comparing yourselves to Funcom? Our goal is to earn enough that we don't need support. Well, then you're going to have to make games that players want.
Hold on. Correction. That game cost 45,000 to make. The goal was 45,000 to make the game. 200,000 was just probably a lot of people wanted that game to come play.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't get a bunch of advertising, because it was like a Kickstarter game. That sucks. They need to find like a publisher. That's what they need. They need to find a publisher that can put marketing dollars.
Hold on. They got published by the same company that published Mortal Shell, if you remember that game.
I don't, actually.
Okay, so Mortal Shell was a Souls-like that was really it was very slow paced, but it wasn't bad. Where basically the whole theme was that you're like this like husk of a person, and that you basically you wear bodies as like shells, and then all your stats and stuff, your strengths, your abilities were based off of the body that you drew.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was pretty popular. Because, like, the music was really fucking rad. People fucking loved the game. Like, the concept of it. And it did really, really well when it came out, if memory serves. I know I played it. And it did well enough that they made, like a special edition later on. And they, like, remastered it. So, how do you feel on Steam?
Most Norwegian developers of a certain size have at some point...
It actually got a lower peak than... The game wasn't as popular as I remember. Maybe I just knew about it because I wasn't good there.
Maybe.
Or maybe that game just did better on console.
Who knows?
I think that game did release on console originally and then got...
They just go into more about how, like, the Norwegian game industry, which that doesn't sound like a very thriving industry, to be honest.
No.
Fearful for the industry. Turd Quest feels that the industry in general is afraid of how their games will be received. This hampers creativity of developers, he believes. The challenging economy in recent years doesn't make things easier. You start questioning decisions about character design, narrative, wording, PR, and even game mechanics. This stems from greater nervousness about what reactions you might get. We're not going to stop being ourselves. Again, the market is basically telling you, make narratives and character designs and wording and PR that the gamers actually want, or die. That's your choice.
I found some info on what I was talking about before. So Mortal Shell did in fact release a year prior to releasing on Steam. It released on console, and it sold over 500,000 units months before the game even came out. So by the time it came out on PC, it came out to basically, most people had already played it. Whatever. People didn't really. But yeah, it's a pretty big fucking game, and that's the same publishers for that published Last Faith.
Okay. This is a great little last quote. It says, "Has the debate around Dustborne changed your view of the room for political messages in games? Absolutely not. Some games are pure entertainment and focus on the player experience and fun, and it's great that such games exist." Literally the Saber Interactive guy's statement. Other games aren't as fun to play, but are more about the feelings you get from playing them than there are games that can address more serious topics. Games can be many things. He's literally expressing the thing that I said earlier, how games are too obsessed with thinking that they need to be important and not fun.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the sentiment this guy is saying here.
My game might not be fun, but it addresses serious topics. Yeah, addresses it to 16 people. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you're not moving the needle in any way because the only people that
the few people that give a shit about that.
The only people that are going to buy it are people who already agree with you. So you're not moving the needle on anything. You know,
nothing says, "Hey,
this is like classic."
Let's have a dialogue over this serious topic. It's calling people racist.
It's just classic, like political. You know, look down their nose at the plebs. You know, arrogant mentality.
But remember, this game is supposed to be not serious and satire.
Yeah,
just a reminder of that.
That's a really good point, actually. I think it's gonna be about serious topics and more about the feelings. Oh, our game is like totally not serious. It's over the top and all this kind of stuff. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Like, this guy is so full of shit. He's so full of shit. He just has that classic pretentiousness. No wonder David Cage over at Quantic Dream fucking published this trash. Jazz is right, too, by the way. Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls in Detroit are fucking pretentious trash.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I had for the Dustborne.
They're interesting games, right? They're pretty games to look at.
Honestly,
right? But they are, you know, they're not amazing games by any fucking.
They're not really. Right. And honestly, the only Detroit Become Human was the only one that was kind of interesting. I felt.
Yeah.
The other two were very
execution had problems.
Yeah. Heavy Rain was the Beyond Two Souls was the weakest of the three by far.
That's the one I like the most. Actually.
Really, I did not like that one.
I enjoyed it.
I kind of like Heavy Rain because it's like about like a serial killer. Like, you know, I thought that was kind of fun.
Was hot.
But I think Detroit Become Human was actually like at least kind of thought-provoking in a way. But again, they're games that you play it once and you're like, well, that was interesting. I'm never going to play that again. You know, they don't have like lasting impression. Okay, what else do I have here? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have 3 more before we get to the big story that I want to touch on. So we can kind of go through these quick. So Ubisoft is going on strike. To add on, just to pile on. And a lot of people are making waves about this, but if you actually read what's going on, it's not going to move the needle at all on anything inside of Ubisoft. It's really not. So around 700 Ubisoft employees at its French studio, so this would be like Paris and Milan, have reportedly gone on strike in response to the company requiring employees to begin working at the office as opposed to work from home. Back in September, the French video game union syndicate, des Travailleurs du Jeu Vidéo, fucking French, called for Ubisoft employees to strike on October 15th, 16th, and 17th after the company demanded employees begin working in the company's offices for 3 days per week for all employees. So, this is a strike that only lasted 3 days and was in the studios that aren't developing the games. So this isn't going to move the needle on anything. It's just another thorn in the Guillemot's family side, though, you know, because the union also shared that it believes Ubisoft made this move given it knows the consequences of its decision would be the loss of our colleagues' jobs, the disorganization of many game projects, and the drastic increase in psychosocial risks for those who remain. What a bunch of fucking pussies.
What?
Psychosocial risks?
What are they even, like, striking over again?
Going back to the office instead of work from home.
Oh, yeah, these fucking cunts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, I work from home and I was hired as a work from home. I'd be pissed if I had to go back to the office, but
yeah.
But that's because, like, if you like worked out of the office and then you like switched over to a work from home for the pandemic, and now you're being made to like come back to the office.
Yeah,
then
that's one thing, right?
That's one thing.
It's a different thing if you were hired to work from home, right? And then you're suddenly told to come to the office. The office is like several states away. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, that would require me to uproot. Yeah, right? I would be pissed because I would have to uproot my life. But if I was already going to the office, then my life is already established right next to the office. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's
if you were a fucking moron, you decided to move during the epidemic because you're gonna take advantage of this shit, right?
yeah.
And yet you didn't think things would ever come back to normal. You're a fucking idiot. Like, you're a fucking idiot. Simple as. You deserve the repercussions of that. Like...
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, it's just... I don't know, dude.
This decision is announced immediately after the failure of the profit-sharing negotiations. Exactly like previous salary negotiations, management's proposals were unacceptable. The negotiations timetable was appalling, and management was deaf to the proposals of the various employee representatives. Given this, the union stated, to express our anger, we call all Ubisoft employees in France to a first strike on October 15th, 16th, and 17th. It shared its demands. They want a formal agreement on remote work with a due process of real negotiation between management and unions, not an arbitrary decision taken several months in advance, one which guarantees that each person can freely choose its number of remote days and when they are in the week, as well as being counted by the month and not by the week. Second, an immediate increase in all salaries to compensate for the drop in our living standards in recent years. Maybe you...
Huh?
The restoration of the profit sharing at a 60% objective, the end of the gender pay gap, and a higher increase in low salaries. Yeah, honestly, just fire them all.
Dude, yeah.
But finally, I
Just be
want
like,
Ubisoft
okay,
to listen to
you guys have fun on strike. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna pay you while you're on strike, by the way.
So,
Because you're not working.
reportedly around 700
I'll just...
did go on strike in France, according to Le Monde. The outlet noted AFP saw around 50 people on a picket line in Montpellier and more than 100 in Paris, with Ubisoft offices in Annecy and Lyon also affected. The SCJV union said more than 700 were taking part. One employee informed the outlet, "How long will it be before they start laying off workers and downgrading their ambitions?" She also described the atmosphere as gloomy. Bro, you guys are you're striking within a company that is currently in financial crisis. What the fuck do you think's going to happen?
Yeah. Here's my advice, Ubisoft. Just don't schedule them.
Just,
Don't ask them to come to
don't
the
give them
office.
hours.
Don't give them jobs. You know, just take them off payroll. Be like, yeah, you guys aren't working right now, right? You guys are striking. You guys have fun with that. And then hire other people. And then when they want to come back, be like, actually, our office is kind of full.
Yep.
There you go. Solution acquired. I didn't fire them. They left.
According to the union, the strike has spread outside France and into Italy as well. It posted on X today, workers at Ubisoft Milan are also on strike against a return to 3 days a week in office. It added full support to them and to Federazione Impiegati Operari Metalurgici. Whatever Italian bullshit.
What did you just say? Federazione
Metallurgic Operations Federation? I don't know. Some bullshit.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever, dude.
The strikes
That's
come
French
about,
bags.
yeah, and then they just go into like how the company is in like absolute turmoil right now. It goes on and on, but yeah, it's just another like straw on the camel's back that is Ubisoft.
Any other like video game company that like wants to fucking survive should pay attention to who's going to this, like who's striking.
Mhm. Well, this is who's striking.
Is she vaping?
I don't know. Look at this guy. Grr. Shave your beard, dude. You look weird. So that happened.
Yeah, it looks like fucking. It looks like a fucking like. His chin is like a ball sack. It's like a puke thing like that. It's not a good looking beard though.
It looks awful. Okay. I got one more before we get into the fun story.
Yeah.
Sturgeon Studios puts entire game division on hiatus. Undisclosed number of staff at risk of redundancy. Do you know what Sturgeon Studios made?
No.
Sturgeon Studios made Tales of Kenzara Zao. Do you remember this game?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was one of like the first like games that got the Eye of Sauron on it that Sweet Baby was like heavily involved with. He said, wait, what am I waiting for? I like how every time you we can tell that you're about to like get into some research because you like pull your drawer out and it makes a very specific sound.
Okay, never mind. Ignore.
All right. Surgeon Studios, the creators of the game Tales of Kinzera Zao, have reportedly put their entire game division on hiatus after announcing the choice to do this in a statement on X. They have asked for help to find collaborative partners as they haven't yet secured funding for their next project. As a result, they've put the team on notice for redundancy. It doesn't specify whether that the entire team or just part of it, but this isn't the first layoff experience for Surgeon Studios either. Shortly after Tales of Kinzera Zao was released, Surgeon Studios laid off just over a dozen people in June, which was 3 months after the release of Tales of Kinzera Zao. Surgeon Studios first appeared on the map in 2020 after announcing themselves as Silver Rain Studios before eventually rebranding. The company was founded by Assassin's Creed Origins and House of the Dragon actor Abhorrent Salim. The company not only dabbles in games, but has also worked in movies and TV shows with a focus on bringing a pioneering philosophy to storytelling across film, television, games, and emerging platforms. There it is again. There's that what we do is important bullshit sentiment. I swear to God, any studio that has any developers or small studios and stuff that have this attitude of like what we're doing is important, you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail.
Yeah.
Because you're just
You're
not
making video games, dog. Shut up.
Yeah, you're making video games. Shut up and make something fun that people want to play. That's your job. Whether this announcement means that the other branches of the company will also be affected remains to be seen. The careers page for the official Surgeon Studios website has been removed, which isn't a fantastic sign of what's to come for the company. While the game was well received by critics and the general audiences who played it, it didn't perform well commercially. As a result, Surgeon Studios is unable to fund its next projects, as it doesn't particular profit from the release of Tales of Kinzera Zao. Now the team at Surgeon Studios is working on a new prototype, which it claims is darker, edgier, and more visceral than the previous title. However, the prototype is said to still retain all Zao's high-acting, combat, and cultural depth. Now, here's the thing. I will give it credit, okay? They went out and they didn't, coattail ride on existing IP or engage in that kind of shit. They did what they've been told to do, which is go make your own shit. You know what I mean? They actually did that, which I could give them credit for that. But with that aside, you have to make something that people want. And again, it's like we have this cultural depth. Again, who cares? If people don't care, then nobody's gonna know about your cultural depth because nobody's gonna play it. And again, they mentioned the media, like the media fawned over this shit. Inverse did this detailed thing saying how Tales of Kinzera devs want to tell different stories in gaming. Again, we are so important. What we're doing is important. They even had an like a gushing article in NPR. Video game about grief inspired by Bantu mythology. Like, okay, is it fun? Grief doesn't sound fun. Oh man. See, I picked all these stories out and I ordered them the way that I ordered them for a reason, because I wanted to kind of draw this theme out. From the Warhammer 40k people all the way to these Tales of Zentera people to the Dustborne dude. There's a winning attitude and there's a losing attitude. And I think at this point it's pretty clear which is which. If you want to make important games, you're going to lose. If you want to make fun games, you're going to win. Simple as.
Yeah.
I didn't want to... I guess... Yeah, that's really all there is to this. It's no matter how much mainstream media fawning you have over your project, if players don't want to play it, then it's going to fail. It's just learn the lesson or perish. That's been kind of like the theme for tonight's show, really. Now, we're going to get a little bit out of gaming for this last story. We're going to get out into the real world. For something that I think that at least people in Florida will appreciate. Universal Orlando's Epic Universe theme park sets opening date earlier than expected. Yeah. So in theme park industry, delays are inevitable. Timetables are always being pushed back by construction issues, pay disputes, or even some of Central Florida's infamous hurricanes. So it's rare for anything new, let alone a new theme park, to actually debut early. Universal has accomplished this with its brand new state-of-the-art Epic Universe, which will officially open to the public on May 22nd, 2025. So this is only 7 months out.
That's like 2 days after my birthday.
Yeah, like I am going to go to this park because I'm going to be living in Orlando by the time this thing opens. I'm going to go to this park. I think I'm going to try to get tickets for the Universal, the Halloween Nights thing that they do, like the Dark Universe stuff. There's a whole Dark Universe themed part of this world, of this park too.
Ooh.
Yeah, and
This is awesome.
Dude, this thing looks so great. And let's see here. I want to bring up, I don't have it here, but let me bring up a video that kind of showcases this thing. Hang on one second. Epic Universe. Let's see here. Not that one. That's a long one. I found that one that was like this. This is what I want right here. This is what I want. This was released. This video was released 8 months ago, but it gives a good idea of like the overview of the whole park. I cannot believe that I have never been this excited for a theme park in my life. But let me get it up here for chat to see. And let me fix the weird dimensions I have here. I want everyone that and do that, and then that. There we go. Let me make it a little bit smaller so it's not clipping into your head. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just kind of want to watch this and just kind of smile and be happy for the end of the show.
Yippee!
So, let me lock this back up. Let me change the audio source. Boop. Boop. All right. Here we go, chat. I'm going to turn let me turn the music down too, actually. So, turn this down. All right, here we go.
Over my 35 years, I've often been asked what my favorite ride is. My standard answer is the next one. We live by the ethos that the next thing we do is going to be better than the last thing we did. So even though we've created some really incredible experiences, we're always looking to how do we make the next one even better.
That's a good
It
mindset.
really starts back with
I love how he sounds like the way Imagineers at Disney used to sound like, you know?
Yeah.
I love it.
origins of our business back in 1964 with the world famous Universal Tram Tour.
My grandmother rode
Hang
on, my grandmother rode the very first this tram.
Universal Tram Tour.
She rode the debut of this, like the public debut of this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, like on day one, which is fucking cool. She also like actually saw the Spruce Goose flight, like in person. Like, yeah, my grandmother did a lot of crazy cool shit.
Tour.
I think I want to.
And from
maybe
there,
try to
we
plan
expanded
that trip.
and built the
I
first
was thinking-
standalone park.
Wait, say again?
I was saying that I think maybe not like around the debut time because I was planning to go visit Etho around like our birthdays.
Mhm.
Because our birthdays are also like 2 days apart. That and like summer is usually like that's like May, right? It's like summer's about to begin. It's like the busy time.
Mhm.
I was thinking like sometime in like the fall. of
No,
next
you-
year,
you-
I might,
you go
I might-
around-
I might go visit this.
You go around the holiday season. You go around Halloween. You go around Christmas because they theme up all the parks with like Christmas and Halloween stuff. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but they're also full.
Well, if you go in the
They're
middle,
also full of people.
if you go in the middle of the week, it's a lot better. But
at Universal Studios Florida,
I
which
usually
really
think it's
became
best to,
about writing
like
the movies,
avoid,
and that was an
the
invention
times
of
when people are out
Steven
of school.
Spielberg, taking them into those stories, not just the
That is, like,
attraction
hot in the
experience,
summer.
but blows it out into entire worlds. And the challenge became, what can we do next?
Where should we be if nobody tried to find out what lies beyond?
I'm gonna get so
You
copyrighted
never
by
wanted
this.
to do anything that was dangerous?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get struck into oblivion by playing this video on
You
stream.
never wanted to look beyond the clouds and the stars?
We went to the fans and we asked them. And the answer was pretty compelling. Give us more of your great storytelling, more of the immersive environments, and do it in the most
That Harry
visceral
Potter
manner
is so much
possible.
fucking fun. I love
I
that.
know,
ride.
right?
That's my
Universal
personal
Epic
favorite.
Universe is comprised of
Tried it,
5
like, twice every
incredibly
time.
themed worlds.
Okay, so it's going
And
through
in
the
those,
themes
over
now.
50 unique, compelling experiences. The idea was to bring you to these worlds you couldn't otherwise possibly imagine. And to do that, we wanted to create a mechanism that allowed you to be transported into another world. And it starts at the very entrance of the park itself.
You'll enter underneath the Chronos, the first portal, where all the planets will align, and exhilarating discoveries await as you begin your journey into Celestial Park.
Celestial Park is a world in and of itself, where fans have come to seek the ultimate adventure.
This right here is a restaurant. It's a restaurant that's supposed to be like a giant aquarium.
That's cool as hell.
Fucking cool.
It's where we put the park back into theme park.
It has beautiful landscaping, incredible water features, amazing dining experience,
Look at that. That is such a fucking cool. So the whole idea of this is like it's supposed to be like based off like the Greek pantheon. So
Yeah.
and it changes based off of the time of day too.
fantastic shopping opportunities, and 3 spectacular attractions. Constellation Carousel, a cosmos-inspired carousel unlike anything you've ever seen. Astronomica, where you can play with dancing fountains. And Stardust Racers, a dual-launch coaster where you race through the sky upon a shooting star.
And anchoring this incredible world is the amazing Universal Helios Grand Hotel. 500 rooms integrated into the park like no other theme park.
That hotel is what the Star Wars hotel at Disneyland should have been. It should have been like a themed hotel that was directly integrated into the park like this.
Yeah.
That's what it should have been.
In the world.
Universal's really, really good at doing that.
And from
have,
here,
like, a lot of
you
different
can
parks.
jump into any world.
Look. There's a Super Nintendo world. It's gonna get to that, but holy fuck.
Portal like an adventurer to find all of the worlds you've ever seen. How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk.
We made the dream
Ooh,
a
I'm
reality.
excited for that.
That's cool.
World's first dragon Viking utopia.
You soar with dragons
That's what I'm excited
and have a
about.
Viking
Oh my
adventure
God.
The,
It-
pause a
based
second.
on the great.
Pause a second. The like world. So like obviously, How to Train Your Dragon is like it's a kid's show, right? But
Yeah.
it's kind of like Ruby in the sense that like the world itself is like very grim,
Yeah.
and it's one of those things that I fucking love. So before I started working on my Dark Souls D&D campaign, I had a friend who like wanted to know what I was working on, but like just to fuck with him, I didn't want to tell him. And then I jokingly told, I think Jacob, I can't remember if it was Jacob or James, that I told them, I was like, hey, tell them that I'm secretly working on like a How to Train Your Dragon D&D campaign, right?
Mhm.
Just like for shits and giggles, right? Like just tell them something silly, right? And then he was like, oh, like I heard you're gonna make a like I already know you're gonna make a this, and I was like, damn it, okay, fine. And then I started like selling him on the idea so that he would be completely off the trail on what I was actually making. And just on the spot, I came up with a bunch of like really cool concepts for like a How to Train Your Dragon D&D campaign. I was like, damn it, that was a joke, but now I'm actually considering it.
Dude, if you ever do that, I want to play that.
It's a really interesting world.
hmm Oh yeah, it's ripe with possibilities, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Great movie franchise.
And the ultimate wish fulfillment of flying dragons.
We have this great history with horror. So we thought, is there a way for us to breathe new life into the classic
the,
Universal
the-
monster family?
The Mummy
Yeah.
is one of the funnest rides in Universal.
Dark, universe. A world where Universal's classic monsters are reimagined in an ominous and chilling experience.
Everything you've ever wanted to experience with monsters is in this world.
They're gonna turn me into a
When the
vampire and
fans
become immortal?
told us to
Yippee!
give us more of what we did really well, our
They
thinking
found the
became,
real
can we
immortality?
create another chapter of the wizarding world of Harry Potter?
In the
Yeah.
wizarding world of Harry Potter, Ministry of Magic, you'll get to experience moments from both 1920s Paris from Fantastic Beasts and the British Ministry of Magic from the Harry Potter series.
The ride inside of that world, I can't tell you because it has to be a surprise.
You come to Universal Orlando, you're going to get this trilogy of storytelling that is unlike anything
Oh, is that-
else in the world.
I can't. Yeah, go ahead.
If like the rides that go between the parks, Universal and Islands of Adventure, right? And
I
the
don't
ride
know
in
if that's
Islands of
real.
Adventure. Huh?
I don't know if that's real. The ride that goes between
What's
parks.
real? There is one, yeah.
I thought,
That is real.
Okay.
I've been on it.
Okay.
What do you mean?
No, I mean between this
Can
new
confirm.
park, and
Oh,
the other
I don't know
park.
if this new park's included, but I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, if the existing rides, right, and like the little it's like when you go into like the Harry Potter section of Universal Studios, it's like a town, right?
Mhm.
You can go and there's like a little like
Yeah, it's Diagon
a,
Alley.
like yeah, there's like a little stall on wheels where you can buy wands, right?
Mhm.
There's the place where you can get the butterbeer, right? Like it's at you're there, right? And everything's like really nice looking, right? And then again, there's the ride that goes between the two parks, right? And then there's the ride where you ride. I don't know what it is. Ride like a. Can't remember what it is, what the theme is of it. But the next that's obviously is the really big ride, right? Like where you're going. Just even being in the line is such like an experience because you
Yeah.
get to see the entire castle, right? It's one of those things that I think they do really well for some of their larger rides. Is that they fully curate an experience, like a storytelling experience. Yeah, it'll cycle a few times if it's like a really long line.
Mhm.
You'll get kind of sick. But like the first time around, you're like, oh wow, that's so cool. Oh look, there's Harry over there, right? And like they lots of like the ride itself is incredibly fun. And if that is anything to go off of, then
This is going
like-
to be incredible.
yes. If this is quote unquote better than the last thing, then I cannot wait.
And it's like, this is the kind of stuff that Disney used to be good at. But like the new Star Wars land at Disney, it feels like you're like in a flea market in Tajikistan. It doesn't feel like you're in another world, you know? Like Disney just completely lost its way when it comes to like fully immersive theming like this. I mean, this looks amazing. Like I could spend a whole 3-day vacation just in the Harry Potter lands of the parks. Easy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That would be fun as hell to me.
I want to come to, dude, we should plan like a trip.
We'll have
Sometime in,
Super
like,
Nintendo
The
World,
fall season.
where you can jump into the
next year.
action and step into the
Oh yeah, like yeah, I want to go too.
I'd be so down.
Dude, like just do like a collective fucking meetup in the
Yeah.
parks. Oh my god, dude, that would
That'd be so much fun.
I would fucking love that.
world of Mario, Luigi, Princess Peach, and Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
We arrive in the most interactive, colorful world we've ever created.
You get to play in the world that you've only played on a screen.
Epic Universe represents a
It didn't even show the thing, but there's the other big ride besides the Mario Kart thing is the Donkey Kong like wild mine carts that simulates you like jumping like from like across like broken sections of track and stuff like that. If you look up longer videos on YouTube of like that goes into more detail, like this is barely touching the surface of it. Like this park looks amazing. I cannot wait to go to this thing.
tremendous addition, almost doubling the size of Universal Orlando Resort. This gives us the opportunity to bring people to Universal Orlando for an entire week of the most incredible experiences they can imagine. Universal Epic Universe changes everything you thought you knew about Universal Orlando Resort.
The overarching emotion that Epic inspires is what it's like to have your wishes ultimately fulfilled.
Beyond the storytelling and the immersiveness, there's an emotional component to each of the worlds.
The worlds that were chosen represent so many things for so many people, and they're so vastly different. Thrill and fear and joy and all of it comes together and a type of experience that you have never been able to find anywhere else.
Everything that we do is really the culmination of decades of innovation and creativity and immersive storytelling. So we continue to perfect our craft, and Epic is really bringing it all to a whole new level.
Epic Universe is built on an amazing concept. The idea that you can go into a world through some kind of a portal and you come out in a world you never could dream of, you can experience it. I think it's going to just feed the imagination of so many people of all ages.
What I think we're trying to do most is give people the opportunity to really experience the full thrill of being alive.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait to visit this park. And again, notice that he's continuing with the theme from the last few segments. His focus is on, we want to give people the experience of a lifetime. We want them to have more fun than they've ever had in their life. You know what I mean? Again,
Yeah.
it's not important, it's fun. So, but anyway, I can't wait to go to this park, especially since I'm going to be living in Orlando within the next few months.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to be living there.
Yeah, you need to get yourself the like what do they call it? I know they have like
Locals passes?
discounts for like yeah, they have like passes where basically you just go in like whatever you want.
Well, it probably won't be the thing.
It's like a yearly fee or something like that.
It probably won't be a thing for Epic Universe at the start though. But eventually it'll get integrated into that stuff. But I don't care. I will pay whatever to go to this park. Are you kidding me? Dude. And like,
I'm excited. I'm gonna have to do like a donathon sometime like next year to save up for it.
dude, yeah, we'll have to like organize a collective. I want to organize a collective trip. You know, like get Rika and Jazz out of California and over to the good side of the country.
Yippee!
Just do like a big group trip to Universal. Oh man, that'd be fucking awesome. Oh man. But anyway, I just wanted to end the stream on that. Let me turn the music back up. End the stream on that fun, happy note. I feel like. But anyway, that's all I got. I've kept you for a really long time tonight. I apologize.
Okay.
I was gonna skip some stuff, but you said it was okay. so
Yeah.
I did,
It's
but,
okay. It's okay.
but-
I think Faith is still. I can check.
Well,
Yeah, she's still eating food.
Well, having said that, I think we're going to go ahead and get out of here. So, please like and subscribe, as always, and please leave comments on the VOD. Any kind of engagement always helps.
It does help with engagement, yeah.
Grow the channel, as slowly and surely as it is. What do you got coming up?
Tomorrow, I'm gonna be hanging out in the Discord, working on D&D. No stream tomorrow. Alright, Patho did you want me to stream tomorrow? I mean, take not really a break, but she wanted me to just take it easy. I am gonna do a little bit of scheduling. I might just do it now, actually. Beth's not even home. I'm gonna be up for a little bit. I'll probably hang out in the Discord for a little bit and just, finish off the schedule stuff for the week. For this week, because I do need to reschedule some stuff so I can make room for ZZZ.
You mean tonight?
And, yeah, tonight.
Oh, okay.
I'll hop into the Discord, tonight. To finish scheduling some stuff for next week. But yeah, tomorrow I'm just gonna be hanging out in the Discord all day, working on D&D, which I'm excited to do because I just can't work on it during stream, and then I never have time in between. And
yeah,
I
especially when you have
D&D
Patho there. And Patho there is just a distraction, and it's something you just need to buckle down and focus on. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. And so just doing it in the Discord with people to hang out and watch what I'm doing or come up with ideas with me. I think is fun, and
100%.
it helps keep me engaged on what I'm doing and focused on it. But aside from that, next week we're gonna do more Dragon Ball, more Nier, some ZZZ, and
Say Zenless. Everybody gets said Zenless.
yeah, more Zenless. Sorry,
No, you're good.
I'm new.
You're fine.
D&D on Monday, of course. More.
The quarry.
Am I gonna have time for more the quarry? Obviously OCP on Wednesday. Our guest is gonna be Patho. So.
There you go. Right on.
And more of this on Saturday.
Hell yeah. All right. And as far as I'm concerned, we got Sherlock Holmes watch-alongs tomorrow night in the Discord in my cabin chat, voice chat. And then other than that, I've also got the Quarry, and I got my usual Yakuza and RDR2 streams this week. And at some point, I'm going to film my first Touching Grass commentary video as well. I'm hoping to get that out before the end of the month. But we'll see. It's been really rainy here lately. Like, I actually wanted to do it today. But it's been raining all day. So, yeah. But that's what I've got going on. So, with that, you can always find us on our Twitters and socials, right here on YouTube. Also, the collective Discord, as well as my own personal Discord, the Vixen's Folly. All links are in the description, as always. And with that, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, chat.
Bye, chat!
The watch is yours, chat.
Don't forget to go fuck yourselves!
Take care.
Bye.